If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a chick a rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doors off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah. Hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah. Turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah. This just a small shell. Hold up. Make sure it's all there. Yeah. I go to sleep in designer. Psych. I go to sleep in yikes. Telling it honor a lie. Right. Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision.
I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know is there a reason it was so abrupt. I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from. I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. She want me to serenade her, but you know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gaseous state. I can't hit it, if I do I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, out here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the park. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know is there a reason it was so abrupt. I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from. I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy Ben. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try hard, wouldn't wanna be him. BG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know is there a reason it was so abrupt. I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from. I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. The wondered bond don't work no more, think it took too much. Your equity make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down.
All right, well, good afternoon, bot ballers. Bot ball. What's a good nickname for bot ball fans? Bot ballers, bot ball holios.
I don't know, any of the above, I guess.
Now we got a good one for all you bot ball fans out there. Washington Nationals versus the Oakland Athletics. I'm looking forward to this one. Two first-place teams. You got the Nationals with the Atlanta franchise right on their heels. And surprisingly, the Oakland A's, they're doing well this year, well ahead of the Houston Astros, these trash can bangers. 6.5 games ahead of them.
Indeed, and I touted it as a potential World Series matchup here in our top of the screen over there, so hopefully it's as good as I just advertised it.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, you always got to think about the Dodgers. Yankees may have something to say about that, and the Twins as well, the way they've been playing, may have something to say. But right now, we've got a good one. We've got the Washington Nationals, you see 71-47, and the Oakland Athletics at 70-48. So this is a pretty even matchup as far as records go, and they're going to a guy who's had his career sort of revived in Washington, Anibal Sanchez. 3.89 earned run average, 103 strikeouts in only 127, so he's not a guy that's going to blow you away.
Yeah, he doesn't throw particularly hard, but he does locate very well, and he has that changeup, butterfly changeup, which is always a tough pitch, and like you mentioned, really revived his career. He was with Detroit, and it was really not going well for him. Then he was with Atlanta 1 year and had a pretty good year there, and then signed with the Nationals. And of course, he had the no-hitter that he took into the 8th inning in Game 1 of the NLCS last year.
That's right. So, I mean, a long-time Tiger. That's the guy I always think of him as a Tiger when I think of Anibal Sanchez. He was also a Marlin.
Yeah, he started his career with the Marlins. He actually threw a no-hitter when he was with the Marlins early on in his career.
Do you remember who that one was against?
Not off the top of my head, but I'll have to look it up as VR tries to bunt his way on there.
Hey, interesting play there. As also speaking of played for the Marlins, VR played for the Marlins this season, acquired from them in a deadline deal. And decent numbers for him. He's playing second base for Oakland this year as he sends that one to shallow center field, and Victor Robles is there to make the first catch.
Good start for Sanchez. Got behind, but managed to get the out. So we see one of the, I think, most underrated players in the American League, Marcus Semien, come up.
He's one of my favorite shortstops. You know, I mean, the shortstop position is so deep in the American League, and yet you're right, he doesn't get a lot of the attention.
He got MVP votes last year. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I believe he was second or third. Third. He had to be third because you're not going to top Trout or Bregman last year. Semien, nice base hit up the middle there. So with one out, Semien's got something going here for the Athletics.
Let's see what he does there. Just goes up the middle, almost takes the umpire out along the way.
Yeah, Semien was also traded from the White Sox for a Jeff Samardzija deal, if you remember that one.
Yeah, Jeff Samardzija spent like half a season with Oakland, and then they trade him to the White Sox with Semien, Josh Fagley, Chris Bassett, I think, also, who's now the bullpen.
Yeah, Chris Bassett. So, I mean, pretty good trade for Oakland. And, you want to say Chicago really regrets that deal. But, I mean, they've got Tim Anderson. So, I mean, of course, you'd love to have Simeon. He's I almost said Cy Young, an MVP candidate. But so's Tim Anderson.
Yeah, Tim Anderson's very good, and he's a great hitter. Both of these guys really are among the top shortstops in the American League and probably all of baseball. The Washington side, Trey Turner's pretty good as well.
Yeah. He's got about 38 stolen bases, I think. He's a different kind of player, not a power kind of guy like Simeon or Tim Anderson are. That one's hit pretty softly into shallow left field. That one's going to fall for a base hit, though. Wow, he was just slowly jogging in on that one. I thought he had a play on it, how lazily he was running in on it, but it just falls in front of him for a base hit.
Yeah, I thought Soto might catch that. Then he just kind of started nonchalantly running in, and that allowed Simeon to get all the way to third base.
So Anibal Sanchez finds himself in trouble here in the first inning. He's got runners at first and third, and he's facing the dangerous Matt Olson.
One ball, one strike.
Olson takes ball one low.
Olson.
Now, in the real world, Olson's got a great mustache going right now.
I have to admit, I haven't watched too many A's games, not even the one yesterday with the kerfuffle, if you want to call it that way. So I haven't seen his mustache. I watched maybe their first game. I don't think he had a mustache there. But
yeah, I've been watching
the better first baseman in the league.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of these Oakland games, and I missed the big brawl yesterday. That one's hit on the ground. That could be a double play. Castro to Kendrick to Zimmerman. Nicely turned double play by the Nationals to get out of a jam. The old 5-4-3.
Yeah, Castro is the active leader in errors, but no error there. Makes a nice strong throw. It starts the double play.
So 2 hits and 1 left on, and no runs. And that's going to bring Jesus Luzardo, one of the A's former top prospects, getting a start here in the majors. Doing decent for a rookie, 9-9, 4.35 earned run average, 132 innings pitched for the young left-hander. And he's going to face the defending World Series champions here in the first inning. Trey Turner going to lead things off for the Nationals.
Very tough lineup. We'll see how he navigates through it. Luzardo was born in Peru but moved to South Florida at the age of 1, and he was actually drafted originally by these Nationals.
Well, first pitch swinging as Turner sends it on the ground to Simeon, who fires onto first. Close play there at first. You see the speed of Turner.
99 speed. Yeah, you have to really rush to get him, and nice job there by Simeon. Yeah, Luzardo drafted by the Nationals and then sent to the A's in 2017 along with Blake Trinan and Sheldon Noisy in a deal that brought Sean Doolittle and Ryan Matson to Washington.
Yeah, the Doolittle trade. I was going to ask you about that one later in the game because I figured you would know exactly who was acquired in that one. I didn't get up to do all of my research yet today. I had some internet issues. But speaking of trades, Adam Eaton, of course, came over in that big trade from the White Sox.
Yeah, trade for Giolito, Reynaldo Lopez, and Dane Tunnington. That's a nice play there.
Yeah, that was not a very good bunt there by Eaton. Popped it straight up, and Luzardo able to make the catch.
Seen a couple of guys trying to bunt their way on base, and not very successfully.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't see that more often. A left-hander facing a left-hander, and I'm assuming the shift was on, which is what Eaton was trying to get a bunt down the line. But that just shows you how difficult it is to bunt for base hits.
Yeah, that's why they're going to continue shifting until these hitters go the other way regularly, not just once every 50 at-bats or whatever.
Yeah, shifting works as much as Rob Manfred doesn't like it. A swing and a miss there from Soto. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and Soto is the first strikeout for Jesus Luzardo. Great first inning for him, though. 3 up, 3 down, nothing doing for the Nats. We're going to the second inning. It's nothing.
The third baseman, Matt Chapman.
5, 6, and 7 here for the Athletics. They had a golden opportunity to score in the first. Runners on first and third and 1 out. But Matt Olson hit into the 5-4-3 inning-ending double play.
Matt Chapman will lead things off. Another terrific defender. A's had a bunch of them. So the graphic there said the Gold Glove Award winner in 2019, so last year.
He's got to be my favorite third baseman in the American League.
Yeah, I would say, I think we spoke about this the other day when he did the Yankees A's game, that he's probably the best third baseman in the American League, and his former high school teammate Nolan Arenado is probably the best third baseman in the National League.
Yeah, probably.
So Anibal Sanchez, his no-hitter was in 2006, September 6, 2006. He no-hit the Arizona Diamondbacks 2-0 at Dolphin Stadium. That's where they played back then, the Marlins.
It was called Dolphin Stadium back then. Oh, called third strike low, and Chapman is not happy about that one, but Anibal Sanchez gets the call.
Yeah, looked a little bit low, but did catch some plates, so not really much argument there, but first strikeout for Sanchez.
You don't want to get thrown out of this game.
No, especially not in the second inning.
Yeah, so you don't think Vladimir Guerrero is going to be one of the best third basemen?
Well, considering they moved to first, that's probably not going to happen. But, you know, when Vladdy first came up last year, the A's were in town, and everybody was already talking about Vlad's going to be a great third baseman. And I remember Chapman kind of laughing about it because he said, everyone's already saying he's going to be better than me before he ever played a game.
Yeah, I remember there was a debate about who the top prospect in the game was going to be. Vladdy was another called third strike on a beautiful curveball from Anibal Sanchez. That's 2 straight strikeouts looking. I remember the debate was going to be who's the best prospect in baseball, Fernando Tatis or Vlad Guerrero, and well, Tatis has sort of won that one by now.
Yeah, especially what he's been doing in real life.
Now here's the man that is the next Joe Kelly in the eyes of baseball fans, Ramon Laureano, taking on the Houston Astros yesterday. I don't know if you saw the video John Boy tweeted. It's a really great
I watched it this morning. Yeah, I saw that this morning. For those of you who don't know, in real life baseball, Ramon Laureano was plunked 3 times over the weekend in a series against the Astros, and he kind of had enough. And then the Astros hitting coach chirped at him a little bit from the bench, said something like, come at me, and, well, he did. There was a big benches clearing incident, and we're expecting suspensions to be announced today by Major League Baseball.
Well, and he gets on base here with a base on ball. I think, to me, the really interesting thing, a lot of it's interesting, but Laureano is a former Astro, and one of the pitchers that hit him on the Astros was the player that Oakland traded for him.
Yeah.
And Dave Stewart was laughing about that. Oh, this looks like another double play ball here. What? Oh, well, there was 2 outs, so I guess that's why Turner doesn't step on the bag.
Yeah.
But he should have. That was the easier play. Laureano, 2-out walk, is stranded at first. We're going to the bottom of the second. Still no score.
Leading off for Washington.
And now the ageless wonder, Howie Kendrick. Guy's 37 and still hitting 300. Swinging at the first pitch, send this one out to deep center field, giving chase, and this one's off the wall. Chris Davis going to play it off of the wall, and Howie Kendrick, like I said, the ageless wonder with a leadoff double.
He's like fine wine. He gets better with age, hitting over 300 on the year, and doesn't waste any time. First pitch swinging, drives it to the gap. He's very good with that, hitting the ball the other way.
Yeah, Ramon Laureano is very good defensively out there in center field, so if he can't get it, nobody can.
Of course, we didn't talk about this when Chris Davis was up at the plate, but of course he's usually a DH, but in the National League ballpark he has to play the outfield. But the good thing he does have a guy like Ramon Laureano who can cover a lot of ground in center field.
Yeah, Laureano, one of the best defensive center fielders. Him and, of course, Kiermaier. This one's hit on the ground through the right side, but hit too shallow to score. Actually, if Kendrick had tried to run, he may have been safe. And that throw was way up the line on the first base side.
So Mr. National, the veteran Ryan Zimmerman, gets a base hit, and you see Kurt Suzuki, who spent some time with the A's early in his career, struggling recently, 3 for 22.
Yeah, over the last 6 games have not been kind to the former Oakland catcher. Also played for Minnesota and Atlanta. Best year came with Atlanta in 2017 when he hit 283 with a 350 on base, 19 home runs.
He's not always known for his defense, but pretty good offensively. See, this year 259. He does have
22 home runs this year.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, so he can hit for power.
No, much different inning here from Luzardo. He went 3 up, 3 down in the first, and now he finds himself with a first and third situation and nobody out. Ooh, Suzuki helped him out there, swinging at that changeup down and in.
Great changeup there from Luzardo. This is a strikeout situation for sure.
Two-two pitch on the way. That one hit weakly. Back to Luzardo, who goes to start the 1-4-3 double play, and Howie Kendrick is unable to advance there from third.
That's even better than a strikeout. You get a double play and the runner doesn't score.
Yeah, I mean, hit right back in front of him. You wonder, I thought he was going to throw home or look the runner back, but didn't hesitate at all, and that's the key to that play. Didn't hesitate, fired immediately to second base, and they got the double play. And now Castro sends this one out to center field. Laureano's there to make the catch, and the Oakland A's get out of a jam. Jesus Luzardo, how about that? Fine little pitch in there, getting out of a jam. We're going to the third, still nothing. Well, Heidi Watney here, reminding you that we do all of this for charity, and this week's charity is, once again, Meals on Wheels. So if you've got any spare money lying around, anything you can to help, it's a great cause. It's one of our first causes we've done here at Botball, and we're happy to be going back to it again. If you look at these pitching stats for the Washington Nationals, and well, when you think about pitching for them, you think about 2 pitchers in particular. You think about Max Scherzer, and you think about Steven Strasburg.
And even Patrick Corbin. And here we have Jesus Luzardo getting his first major league at bat. It says he was picked by Oakland, but no, he was picked by the Nationals, as I discussed earlier.
That we got to have a talk with our graphic department after this game.
They did not have their coffee this morning.
Well, Luzardo doesn't get many opportunities to hit, being a American League pitcher. And he won't get any chances really ever again, unless, this is just a 1-year stopgap for the Universal DH. But I feel like it's Pandora's box. Once you've opened it, I don't see them going back.
I think that's what Major League Baseball wants to do. If not next year, then eventually. But yeah, my feeling is the same as yours, that they might just go to it permanently.
Count is full.
I tell you, my big concern is they go to the 8 playoff teams permanently.
Yeah, that I don't like too much. It really gives teams that don't really deserve it a chance to be in the postseason.
Yeah. And I'm totally fine with it for this year. It's a stupid, 60-game nonsense season. Last year, the Nationals, after 60 games, would not have made the playoffs, and they were the best team in baseball. That's, undisputed.
I think
They beat a team that knew what was coming.
Yeah.
And there's a base hit for Jesus Luzardo. Save that baseball. That's his first major league hit.
There it is. Yeah, the first major league hit. He's going to enjoy that. Now he can brag about it. His first at bat, too, and his first hit. Back up the middle.
Now, I've been watching these real world games, and it's something funny that players always do is they, when the first hit comes in, some player always pretends he's going to throw the ball into the crowd.
Yeah.
And you've seen it this year, I'm throwing the ball into the crowd, but it doesn't mean anything because there's no one there. But being right there is Trey Turner to make the catch there on Jonathan Villar's pop-up, and there's one out in the third.
Jonathan Villar didn't work the count like Luzardo did just right after the first pitch, and he's out.
He's not as experienced as a hitter as Luzardo, I guess.
Yeah, obviously.
Now brings up Marcus Semien. Singled his first time up, but he was stranded. 296 coming into today with an 891 OPS, which is exactly the same OPS as he had last year in that MVP caliber season.
And I think he's going to be a free agent after this year, so he's trying to set himself up to make some money.
Wow. Free agent at the end of this year. I did not know that. I wonder where he'll end up. A lot of teams could use a player of his caliber. Ooh.
Same way around there. Don't know about that, but yeah, sure. Any team that wants a solid shortstop will pony up the money. I'm not sure it'll be Oakland though.
Yeah, it's usually not them.
They're not known for spending a lot of money, obviously.
I always love it when I see a pitcher with their little jacket on running the bases. It makes me think of Todd Stottlemyre running the bases in that 93 World Series where the jacket just kept puffing up.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think, what's the weather in D.C. today? It's probably not very cold, so I'm not sure why he needs the jacket. Now, in the World Series in October, it's cold.
Yeah. But in August, I mean, it's got to be a swamp sort of feeling there in D.C. I mean, it is a swamp. And that is the second walk given up by Anibal Sanchez. And now there's runners on first and second.
There's the aforementioned Chris Davis, who has to play in the field in the National League ballpark.
Yeah, Davis did not have a very good year last year. Never hits for a very high average. As a matter of fact, he hit 247 for 4 consecutive years, but he hit 220 last year, and the power numbers were way down for him. Only 23 home runs. He hit 40 home runs 3 years in a row, and he's on his way to 40 home runs this year. He's got 32 already, and he finds himself in a very favorable hitter's count, actually. 2-0 pitch here on the way from Sanchez. Oh, he was thinking about home run 33 there.
He get a fastball, but it was inside on him.
Oh, that one was way outside. Not sure why he offered it that one. That was more of a defensive swing, and he was in a favorable hitter's count at 2-1.
Is he channeling his inner Kevin Pillar there on that swing? I don't know.
2-2 pitch. And he takes a beautiful pitch right there on the inside corner for a called third strike. Every single strikeout Anibal Sanchez has had today, 3 of them, all been caught looking.
That's pretty impressive. He had a 2-0 count, and he managed to come back and get him. Of course, him swinging at pitches that weren't strikes was helpful.
Yeah. That brings up Matt Olson. Last hope here in the third for the Athletics. Grounded out his first time up into a very nice double play turned by Starlin Castro. Hits that one on the ground, but just foul. The Nationals fans cheering on Anibal Sanchez. And he's got another 2-strike count.
See if he can get out of another jam here.
The 1-2 pitch way high. And it's 2-2. Thrown a lot of pitches this inning. 11 balls, 14 strikes. That's 2 walks this inning. 1 to Sanchez, or Simeon, and 1 to Luzardo.
That's the ball.
Well, misses there, 3-2. And he had a 2-0 count to Chris Davis. Davis really helped him out, swinging at some questionable pitches.
So now everybody will be on the move. 3-2 and 2 outs.
Hit on the ground and through the hole past Trey Turner. And coming in to score is Jesus Luzardo.
So he scores his first major league run after getting his first hit.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Yeah, I'm surprised they sent him. You know, he doesn't usually run the bases, but he had that running start, and it was a close play at the plate. But now Luzardo gets a chance to maybe catch his breath, and if you're the batter here, if you are Chapman, maybe take a couple pitches, let Luzardo catch his breath on the bench.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to. But he doesn't.
He sends this one to deep left field, and Soto's going to watch this one clear the wall. Well, a 3-run home run for Chapman, and that's better than taking a couple pitches in my mind. This puts the Oakland A's up 4-0.
Absolutely. I'm sure Jesus Luzardo is going to appreciate the 4-run lead, at least, when he takes the mound again.
Yeah, jog around those bases very slowly, Mark. Matt. There's Marks and Matts.
Yeah.
This team, it does it to me. Yeah, right. Go around those bases slowly, Matt. Give Luzardo a little bit of chance to catch his breath.
The left field.
So that was Chapman's 24th of the season.
Well, Zimmerman's got a beat on this one in foul territory. He's going to make the catch there, but not before Chapman with a moonshot to deep left center field puts the A's up 4-0. This all coming with 2 outs and a walk to the pitcher. Wow, really coming back to haunt Sanchez, that it.
Well, a hit to the pitcher, but we'll give him credit for that. But yeah,
right.
The walk that he gave up, you shouldn't walk anybody, really. I mean, those usually come back to bite you unless you're facing a team that isn't very good offensively.
Like the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, well, yeah, I wasn't
what
going
you
to say it. That's what I was thinking, yeah. Victor Robles is going to
That was
make it
pretty
out.
deep.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's the good defense of Ramon Laureano out there in center field, able to go out and get that ball.
And he's so good that he was able to do that nonchalant kind of just going to jog until the ball falls in my glove.
And speaking of offense, look at Anibal Sanchez. He's hitting 262 as a pitcher. He's not doing too bad.
0-1.
Not at all, and he has a double, a couple of RBIs, 11 for 42 on the year.
Yeah, 11 hits, pretty good.
But of course, Luzardo's batting 1,000.
1-2.
So he's going to try to get back at him and get a base hit here.
Nope, ball.
Nope. Count's gone 2-2 to Anibal Sanchez. That's where you want to face the pitcher leading off an inning. The problem is when you let them get on base, and that's exactly what happened in the third inning for Anibal Sanchez. Let off Luzardo, a leadoff single.
Yeah, you never want to give up hits to the bottom of the lineup, especially when there's a pitcher there.
That one's hit to shallow left field. Underneath that one, making the catch, is Mark Canha.
Actually put a pretty good swing on that pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 11 hits. Not a guy to be trifled with. Brings up the top of the low order in Trey Turner.
Turner was retired on that very nice play by Marcus Simeon, knowing he needed to do it quickly.
The interesting thing about Trey Turner is he was traded to the Nationals as part of a player to be named later because he was not eligible to be traded at that time due to draft rules. So he played the first part of the season with the Padres, all the while knowing he was going to be traded at some point to the Nationals. Well, grounds out there.
Yeah, it was a 3-team trade with the Nationals, the Padres, and the Rays. And it was the worst kept secret that Trey Turner was the player to be named later. And of course, they changed the rule after that about when a player can be traded after he's drafted.
Yeah. Well, heading to the 4th inning here, and you want to take over play-by-play duties?
I'll be happy to. Thank you very much. So we're in the top of the 3rd. Bob Melvin, the manager, is pretty happy, I'm sure, with his offense so far. 4-0 lead as we head to the top of the 4th. Ramon Laureano walked his first time up. There's already action in the bullpen behind Anibal Sanchez. We see Joe Ross, the long man. Of course, the long men are usually not my favorite part of the bullpen to see, but maybe Joe Ross, if he gets in this game, will have a decent outing. But for now, it's going to be Sanchez. He's at 60 pitches.
Well, they get a lot of work, those long men.
Yeah, especially in the ball, as the first pitch is going to be foul ball. There's Laureano, acquired from Houston in 2017. We were just talking about that his last time up.
Brandon Bailey, yeah, and Brandon Bailey hit him recently.
I guess the Astros thought, as that one's hit to left field, and Juan Soto is going to make a play, the Astros thought that they have enough outfielders so they could part with Laureano.
They've given up a lot of outfielders. Yeah. When you think about it, they traded Laureano, J.D. Davis. I feel like there's a couple. They refused to trade. They refused to trade Tucker.
Yeah.
And they've, of course, traded Teoscar Hernandez and Derek Fisher. They've seen no problem getting rid of those two.
And Jake Marisnik as well this offseason went to the Mets.
Mm-hmm. He's more of a backup guy. I don't think he's ever really going to be a starter.
No, and he was also an original Blue Jays draft pick who went to the Marlins in that big trade before he went to the Astros. Yeah, he's like the guy you maybe bring in the 8th inning to pinch run, or, if you have a lead, you bring him in for defense.
Yeah, and the Mets could definitely use that defense.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think they have a true center fielder on that team. They go with Brandon Nimmo for defense there in center field.
There's a swing and a miss, and another strikeout for Anibal Sanchez. They were forced to complete the strikeout. And here is Jesus Luzardo, who singled and scored his first time up.
It's the first swinging strikeout for Anibal Sanchez.
As he falls behind there. Don't want to fall behind to a pitcher. Fouls that one away. Could have been ball 2. As Sanchez is set to deliver the nicest pitch of the ball game. It's going to be outside. 2-1 to Luzardo.
Not that nice of a pitch for for Anibal Sanchez. He looks pretty upset about himself, that one.
Yeah, I mean, you're facing an American League pitcher. At least make him put it in play. Don't walk him. He puts that one in play up the middle, and Turner is going to throw him out.
Oh, I thought he was 2 for 2 there. That was a really nice play.
Almost, but Trey Turner with an excellent play, taking us to the bottom of the 4th. 4-0 Oakland.
Well, he's still a 500 hitter then.
There we go. Yeah, he's doing well. Adam Eaton, 0 for 1 today. Look at the difference here. That's going to be on the ground right to Olsen. That was just a 28th pitch for Luzardo, whereas Sanchez is over 70.
Number 22.
Yeah, that's a big thing so far. The difference, the discrepancy in the pitching, number of pitches, the pitch count. That's the word I'm looking for, pitch count. And Oakland sure could use a little bit of depth. Didn't get a lot of length from their starter the last time out. Montas only went 4 innings yesterday's loss to the Yankees.
It's always tough to play at Yankee Stadium, but the A's split that 4-game series, so that's actually pretty good for them as Soto's down in the count 0-2.
Yeah, if we want this to be a potential World Series matchup, it's probably going to go through there.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
0-2 is
Oakland
low.
and New York, I could see it.
Yeah, definitely. I can totally see that happening. I'm sure Oakland wants home field advantage if they were to face the Yankees, as the pitch is going to be pop up. Third baseman coming in the shift. Chapman makes the play, 2 outs.
Do you know if there's still a rule that wild card winners can't play teams from their division in the first round? Because that used to be a rule, and I think that changed with 2 wild card games.
It must have changed because there's probably going to be scenarios where that could happen, especially in this ball season when you have so many teams from the Central.
Yeah. I think the reasoning they did it that way was, usually it was Yankees, Boston either being the wild card or AL East winner, and didn't want them to face off in the first round. No, you had to save that for the ALCS.
Yeah, no, I think that's the Yankees and the Red Sox faced off against each other in a division series a couple years ago.
Okay, so that has changed.
2018.
Yeah. So it's probably going to be the Twins playing one of the Cleveland or Chicago in that first round. And it looks like Oakland and New York in that other first round if the playoffs were to end today.
Of course, don't sleep on the Rays. They still have an opportunity to get to that wild card, especially with the White Sox struggling recently.
Absolutely.
3-1. Swung on and missed.
Yeah, we could see a Minnesota. I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa beat Cleveland in that wild card game.
Full count to Howie Kendrick is flying out to left field. Canada makes the play, so 3 up and 3 down go the Nationals. Oakland has a 4-0 lead as we go to 5th.
Of course, getting well ahead of ourselves, talking about possible playoff races here. It's August 10th. But it's fun to speculate.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that the A's pretty much, I mean, you can't say for sure, but they do have a pretty nice lead over everyone else in the West. So probably will win this division.
6.5 game lead is pretty decent this late into the season. And I know a lot of people would be quite happy to not see Houston make the playoffs.
Yeah, Houston had a stretch where I think they came within 1 game of the A's, but then the A's played Houston and swept them. So, of course, when you play those division series, games within your division, every game is worth twice as much.
Yeah. That's why I'm not a big fan of the unbalanced schedule.
Yeah, I hate it. Seeing teams in your division 19 times a year is a pain, as that's going to be base hit going the other way.
Yeah, and especially with this season, too, where every second-place team automatically makes the playoffs. It just seems a bit ridiculous when the schedule is so unbalanced. I mean, you've got a team like the Tigers they keep beating up on the Pirates. They've got a chance of making the playoffs.
Davey Martinez is going to make a pitching change here, and then I'm going to assume it's going to be Joe Ross. We'll see. But Anibal Sanchez's day is done.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
And
attention, please.
indeed, it will be the
Now pitching for the
long man, our favorite,
number 41.
Joe Ross.
112 innings pitched already for Joe Ross. That's a lot of appearances for him.
I think some of those were starters. He filled in when Strasburg was injured.
Yeah, it says here that all of these are games started in the stats video. So 22 games, all of them starts, yeah.
So this is first relief appearance then. Steven Strasburg just came off the injury list. He had a very good start against the Orioles on Saturday. We had that here on ML Ball. So Joe Ross now the long man, and He's probably remembered for being the guy last year who had to take over at the last minute for Max Scherzer in the World Series.
Yeah, you never want to see Max Scherzer having to leave
Yeah, was it his
unless
neck?
you're the opposing team.
Yeah, I think it was his neck or something. As that's going to be a flare to right field. That's going to drop for a base hit, and VR is going to stop at second. So first and second, nobody out here for the A's.
A little rally here going for the A's.
Chris.
Doesn't crush the ball, but you don't need to sometimes just hit it where they ain't, a little bloop and a blast.
Now more action in the bullpen. The lefty Roenis Elias is loosening up. Chris Davis took a call third strike his last time up. We have a trivia question in the chat. I might be able to get it if I can breathe for a second. There's all this action going on in this game. Try to do that for you. 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. 0-2. Only 4 players in MLB have ever posted at least 4 straight seasons with at least a 300 average, 20 home runs, 100 RBIs, 100 runs, and 100 walks. One of them did it 7 straight years. The other 3 did it exactly 4 straight years. Name them.
Huh.
1 and 2, count.
We already have a couple of guesses. Ted Williams and Lou Gehrig.
Pujols? Trout?
Fly ball to right field. Eaton has a beat on it. It's the first out. VR is going to tag, and he's going to try to advance, and he's going to make it.
Now batting, the first baseman, Matt Olson.
It's the 100 walks that's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of these power hitters, these modern-day power hitters, do not draw a lot of walks.
Pujols was guessed and is not.
No active players on the list. Interesting.
1-0.
Yeah, that's one of these when you're calling a game and you have to think about it. It's a little too much for a guy like me. It's the 1-0
You
pitch.
got to
Open
think
and-
That's high.
DiMaggio, Mantle. I'm wondering if any Oakland players are on that list. Maybe Reggie Jackson.
Maybe old Expos players.
No, Expos players. Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe like Vlad.
Yeah, I've seen it. 2-0 pitch to Olsen's fouled away.
Or Larry Walker.
Oh, yeah. The Hall of Famer. Of course, he's going to have to wait a little bit before the ceremony. 2-1 is swung on and missed. 2-2.
No, run around third and 1 out. This is a big opportunity for Olsen. He came up with this kind of situation in the first. Hit into a double play. Oakland's already up 4, but, you want to get those insurance runs.
As many as you can, because this is a very good Washington offense. Full count pitch. It's going to be ball 4. That will load the bases with 1 out. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining players have played in the past 2 decades, tells us the big guy.
Third baseman.
And all our guesses have been wrong.
Well, all right. So then I want to say someone like Manny Ramirez, maybe David Ortiz. Last 20 years.
So there it could
You
be.
feel like you should know this one.
Yeah, and it still could be Expos, even Nationals, obviously, but Expos were around to 2004, I think.
Something like that.
No active players, so that takes out guy like Ryan Zimmerman. It's been around a while.
Like 2 outs, or 1 out, and the base is loaded. Big at bat here for Matt Chapman, huh?
Oh yeah, this is huge for Chapman and Joe Ross.
Ooh.
A strike there. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. Little favorable call.
2-1. He swung on and missed. 2-2. Sinker there from Ross. The brother of Tyson Ross, former A. Two count, swing and a miss.
Big
Change.
strikeout there.
The left fielder, number 20.
See that changeup
Canna.
fooling Chapman. Had a home run his last time up, but nothing doing there. And I'll bring up Mark Canna, who's 0 for 2 today.
Canna's having a pretty good year. Had a really good year last year for Oakland. He's already matched his home run total from last year. Same number of at-bats, though. 26 home runs last year in 410 at-bats. 26 this year in 402.
So he's got a chance to really set a new high. He's going to go after that pitch. It's going to be on the ground to Trey Turner, who makes the play, and that will do it. So the A's load the bases, but get nothing out of it. They go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 4-0.
Did anyone say Ken Griffey Jr.?
I don't think so. One
That's my
player
next guess.
One player is better known as a 90s player, but did not retire till the 2000s.
That was why I said Griffey.
Oh, okay, you read that. Okay, so that could be Griffey.
Forget how great Griffey really was. But Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire. Well, those were the home run guys from the 90s.
Well, yeah, McGuire, former A, as Ron Zarin will step up. And you talked about Griffey. I saw some posts on Twitter today. Obviously, the Angels not off to a very good start in the real world. They're playing a little bit better in the ball world recently. It's a fly ball to center field, and Laureano's going to make the play. And somebody said that they fear, an Angels fan said they fear that Trout is going to end up being like Ken Griffey. He was a great player on a lot of good teams, but never made the playoffs. So we see the A's and the Rays tied for ERA in the American League.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying. Don't sleep on those Rays. They've been playing a lot better recently.
They've got our Blue Jays for a 4-game series starting today, and well, it's an opportunity for them to pick up some wins. Let's be honest. Pitch is in for a strike. Yeah, so I mean, that people are a little worried that Trout is going to end up never being in the postseason, despite being a really good generational player like Griffey.
Well, they just went out and signed Rendon to play third. Maybe they tried to sign Simeon to play short.
Fly ball to left field, and that's going to get down and go all the way to the wall. And they're going to hold Suzuki to a very long single.
Yeah, Canna played that really well off the wall. Suzuki doesn't run that fast. So just an excellent play defensively out there by Mark Canna and left. Getting that ball off of the wall and getting it in quickly. He got a long way to run for that, too.
And the big guy messing with us, knowing we're Blue Jays fans, he says one could be a former Blue Jay player.
Is Carlos Delgado?
That could be Frank Thomas. I mean,
Frank Thomas.
Didn't get along with Gibby, John Gibbons too well, but he was here for a little bit, and he played with the A's as well. So that's a.
1-0.
It's Castro.
I think that has to be right then.
Former Cub, Yankee, Marlin. Starlin Castro, the active leader in errors, hasn't made an error today. It's 0 for 1. It's a 2-0 count here. 2-0 pitch, fouled away.
Starlin Castro just got 10 years of service time the other day. This guy has been around forever. He's only 30 years old.
Yeah, he came up very young, and it is Frank Thomas, by the way. 2-1. Fouled away. 2-2.
He's the player to do it 7 times. Well, he was the big hurt.
2-2 pitch. Gonna miss low. Full count. Robles waiting on deck.
I must have missed the answers. Who are the 3 that have been named so far? I know
Ted
Frank
Williams.
Okay.
Uh,
And Frank Thomas and
let's have to scroll up a little bit. Lou Gehrig.
Ah,
Full count pitch. Going to drop for a base hit. It's going to allow the runner to go all the way to third base. So first and third here for the Nationals.
yeah, Suzuki doesn't run too well, but that ball was hit to right field, shallow enough. Davis playing deep to respect the power of Castro, and pretty easy for Suzuki to move to third there.
And I think everyone is going to run on Chris
No
Davis.
ball. One strike.
Usually they put Steven Piscotty out there or Robbie Grossman, one of those guys. Better outfielders than Chris Davis, but no DH, so he has to play.
Ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I mean, Piscotty's a really good player as well. Brings up a Victor Robles. Now, this guy's got a lot of talent, a lot of speed.
Ball.
I mean, when he was coming up, they were talking about him as the guy over Juan Soto.
Yeah, then he was injured, so he couldn't come up, and they brought up Juan Soto, and obviously Juan Soto got off to a great start, and then they knew they had Robles, so they felt okay letting Bryce Harper go to Philadelphia.
Yeah. And Bryce Harper brought that championship to Washington by leaving.
2-2 pitch fouled away.
I think the sign was like $430 million over 13 years. Winning a championship without Harper, priceless.
On the ground. Olsen goes to second for 1, back to first, and the double play. 3-4-3, and that is going to do it for the Nationals. Mascot's not happy.
That's a very big double play. The run doesn't come in to score on that one. Crying to the skies.
Leading off for Oakland.
So in the top of the 6th, we go to Ramon Laureano leading things off here. So the fouler away. So on, I got a couple of interesting historical tidbits. Figured I'd give them out in the 6th inning. So the 0-1 pitch is going to be fouled away again, 0-2. Today in Athletics history, on August 10th, 1980, so 40 years ago today, Steve McCatty goes the distance in the A's extra inning loss to Seattle. The Oakland right-hander joins Matt Keogh as strikeout there. So he joins Matt Keogh, Mike Norris, and Rick Langford, and becomes the 4th hurler on the team this season to throw a 14-inning complete game, fueling the criticism that manager Billy Martin overworks his pitching staff. Yeah, 14 innings.
Inning. Now, I would love to see a manager do that today.
Oh, what a play there. Wow. Ground ball in the shift. They throw out the catcher with plenty of time to spare. Yeah, no one's going to do that today. You don't even let
Luzardo.
pitchers see a lineup a third time.
I would love to see that for one of these 7-inning doubleheader games where the pitcher just starts both of them, pitches all 14 innings.
Yeah, no, that would be interesting, but of course, nobody ever does that again. And I always think about Jack Morris pitching 10 innings in that 1991 World Series.
It was him and Smoltz, right?
Yeah, and he pitched 10 innings, and then they walked off, and Luzardo puts a good swing on that, but it's going to be caught. So 3 up, 3 down for Joe Ross. Came into a jam, and he's done a pretty nice job. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 4-0 Oakland, and I'm going to see a pinch hitter. It's going to be Colin Moran, pinch hitting for Joe Ross.
Colin Moran.
And Moran coming over from the Pittsburgh Pirates in a deadline deal, and of course Moran came over to those Pirates for Garrett Cole.
Fouls it away. He's in a platoon role now with Starlin Castro, so he'll start against right-handed pitchers while Castro starts against lefties. Got a good tidbit about not Nationals history because there was nothing on this day, but Expos history. This is going to be kind of a sad one as the pitch is high. On August 10th, 1994, the Expos win for the 20th time in their last 22 games when they blank Pittsburgh at Three Rivers Stadium 4-0. The victory puts the team 35 games over 500, a franchise record, but sadly, it will be the last game Montreal will win due to the impending player strike that will eventually end the season.
Yeah, that's the strike that killed baseball in Montreal. Woo! Nice
Moran
call,
goes down.
third strike looking.
Yeah, that's just a second, but he's been really efficient.
Batter number 7. Shortstop.
Yeah, not a lot of strikeouts today for Luzardo. That's just the second. But you're right, very efficient. He had 54 pitches coming into the 6th inning.
Yeah, I said that that's going to be kind of a sad this day in history for Expos fans. They just swung on and missed. Everybody thought that team was good enough to win it all. And they never recovered after that strike.
Yeah. And they also even traded Randy Johnson before that. He wasn't even on that team.
That's right, Johnson going to Seattle. And almost he could have been traded to the Blue Jays in 93.
Just what a deep team that 94 Expos were.
Slinging it in.
Strikeouts.
Yeah. So he only had one coming into this inning. Now he has back-to-back.
Up next for the Nationals.
Turner goes down.
Adam.
Big guy calling for any more final guesses.
I'm totally lost. Which is my regular state of mind, really.
No, that missed. That's the ball.
As Eaton takes low.
It's the 100 walks that, it's the hard one to get to. I don't know. Carlos Beltran.
Ball. 2-0 the count.
Jason Giambi. That's an Oakland guy.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of as well. If it wasn't Thomas, or maybe it's both of them.
Get out of here.
As Eaton has a 2-0 count
Jason
here.
Giambi is correct.
Really? All right, Jason Giambi. The one guy it was in the back of my mind, but I didn't want to guess.
I really liked Jason Giambi when he played. It was a lot of fun to watch. A big dirt ball.
Fly ball to right field. Chris Davis makes the play, and that will end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down go the Nationals. We go to the top of the 7th. J-Man will take you the rest of the way with the play-by-play.
All right, thank you so much for that, EB. Great job. We're going to the 7th inning, and Roenius Elias coming into this game, 1.88 earned run average. Very good numbers for him out of the pen. See that? 57.1 innings pitched so far. Gonna face the top of the order, though. Jonathan Villar, Marcus Simeon, and Chris Davis.
He's going to face switch hitter, batting right-handed, and 2 right-handed hitters. So he's got to be exceptionally good.
1-0.
56 strikeouts and 57 innings pitched. Only giving up 1 home run.
That's impressive in this day and age. He came over from Seattle in a trade last year.
Yeah, gave up 10 home runs for the Mariners last year and same amount of innings.
He's been a starter in the past, but looks like this little relief role is pretty good for him. Thinking, we're talking about Giambi, I keep thinking whenever I think of Giambi's, why didn't he slide in that playoff game when Jeter threw him out? If you remember that.
I thought that was the other Giambi. I thought that was Jeremy.
2-1's the count.
Oh, was it? I thought it was Jason, but maybe I'm wrong.
It could be. I could be wrong.
All I know is that Jeter made that shovel, and whichever
Yeah.
Giambi it was, he should have slid instead of running into home plate.
Yeah. It's the Little League rule. You're supposed to slide.
Yeah.
Well, Elias has a 2-2 count here on VR. 1 for 3 today.
Count's full.
That one misses low, 3-2.
Very important to keep the A's off the board if you're the Nationals.
Yeah, you got a 4-run deficit already here. And the A's have a pretty decent bullpen. Of course, their closer, Liam Hendricks, is one of the best in the game.
But not better than Jesse Chavez.
That one's hit into center field. Giving chase is Robles. He's back at the wall. Wow, that was hit further than I thought it was going to be when Robles ran it down.
I almost thought it's going to be the second home run he's given up, but luckily for him, it stayed in the park. If it stays in the park, Robles can usually catch it.
Oh, you can't hit home runs off of Roenius Elias. That's what we've determined. It's impossible.
Of course, I'm now thinking in real life of the home run that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit that went off the glove of Robles a couple weeks ago.
That one's hit weakly into foul territory. Zimmerman's there to make the catch, and there's 2 quick outs for Elias. One of those Jose Canseco plays where the ball went off of his glove. Yeah, that happened this year.
It happened yesterday. It happened to Joe Adell in a game against the Rangers, the young outfielder for the Angels. They initially ruled it a 4-base error, but I think they might change that. Texas has appealed.
2-0.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, not the first home run Joe Adell was thinking he would experience.
Yeah. That's one of the things that led to that discussion about Trout. It's just the fact that they're off to a rough start, and Adell made that miscue, and he was 0 for 4. Everyone's panicking. Trout won't see the postseason.
Yeah, 8 teams going to make it. But you figure the top 2 teams in that West are going to be Oakland and Houston. The top 2 teams in the East are going to be the Yankees and Tampa. And Minnesota's going to be the top team in that Central based on how well they've gotten off to a start. Cleveland or Chicago will be that other team.
Yeah, probably. Of course, Minnesota, I think, has lost 4 in a row now. And the Royals swept them. This is a new
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've been paying too much attention to the ball world, I guess. A 2-out base hit here for Chris Davis. That's his first. That's his second hit of the game.
Going the other way. Very nice. They keep this inning going. Now he's going to face a lefty with Elias.
Little lefty-lefty matchup for Matt Olson. Swings and misses at that one, a 4-seam fastball. Olson has singled, walked, and hit into a double play. Coming into today, hitting .270. Fouls that one away, and it's 0-2.
Talk about defense. He's one of the top defensive first basemen in the league.
Oof, swings and misses at that one. Suzuki's going to have to fire down to first to complete the strikeout, and he does. So a quick 1-3 up, 3 down inning for Elias, and we're going to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time here in Washington. Washington still trails by 4. Now 3, 4, and 5 for the Nationals. They really need to get something going this inning. Jesus Luzardo, though, only at 65 pitches as he enters the 7th inning. And that's why. First pitch swinging. Juan Soto, that's 1 pitch, 1 out. We're only at 66 pitches.
You know, one thing that stood out to me when I was looking at these hitting stats for the Nationals is that no one in the starting lineup has double digits in strikeouts. So
yeah,
obviously they get a lot of hits and they put balls in plays. We see here, in this case, it hasn't really helped them.
Another 1 pitch, 1 out. Yeah, no, you're very right about that. These guys do not strike out a lot. Howie Kendrick is not a guy that strikes out very much. Coming into today, 57 strikeouts, 37 walks. Soto, 87 strikeouts. Zimmerman, he's one of the most with 98.
So they put a lot of balls in plays. We've been seeing here. There's another one. They're just swinging away. So it's really helping Luzardo keep the pitch count low. He's going to deliver his nicest pitch just now in the 7th.
Zimmerman thought about that one, but he doesn't offer, and it's 1-1. And Zimmerman's had a lot of injury issues in the past, only 52 games last year, 85 games in 2018. So he hits that one on the ground to Simeon. So 3 pitches in that at-bat. 5 pitches in the inning. And he's at 70 pitches as we go to the 8th.
So that's about 10 pitches per inning. He can maybe finish this game. We'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your attention, please.
And Daniel Hudson.
Yeah,
He
old
was,
buddy.
Number 44.
He was the closer for the Nationals down the stretch last year. 3.38 earned run average. And do you remember what he was traded for?
Matt.
I think he came from Toronto, and I think he was traded for probably some pitcher that I don't remember the name of.
I believe his last name was Johnson.
Yeah? Okay. Probably didn't leave too much of an impression. I know and remember that he was traded mid-game. The Blue Jays were in Kansas City on trade deadline day, and he was told after the game started that he's been traded. Hug watch.
That ball's fouled away.
Day games, trade deadline day are always an awkward thing.
Yeah. Famously, a Mets player, and I can't remember his name, was crying when he was traded.
1-2.
Oh yeah, you talking about Wilmer Flores, but then he found out he wasn't
Yes,
traded.
Wilmer Flores.
Yeah, and then he found out he wasn't traded because the trade fell through.
It was Kyle Johnston. So I was
Johnston.
close with the Johnson. You never know how those trades are going to work out. Hudson traded to the Nationals. Amazing for them. Didn't get much back. David Phelps traded to the Cubs. Got Thomas Hatch, and he's been very great for Toronto. That one's a nice play by Starlin Castro, showing that he's not the only good defensive third baseman in the game, Matt Chapman.
Now batting.
Retiring his counterpart there.
Mark.
Yeah, of course, I was saying how he's the active errors leader, but he's made some nice defensive plays today.
And you see the starter comparison. 7 innings, 4 hits, no earned, no walks, 3 strikeouts for Luzardo. He has been fantastic.
Yeah, well, Sanchez not faring as well. Of course, Joe Ross came in and did save one of those runs that would have been charged to Sanchez from scoring. So, only charged with 4. We see more action in the bullpen.
Wander Suero and Hunter Strickland warming up in the pen for the Nationals. All right, now the batter is Mark Canha, 0 for 3 today. Canha grounded out his last time up. Now, he's a guy that strikes out, 124 strikeouts.
Yeah. There are quite a few players on this A's team with more than 100 strikeouts, but obviously they've been very successful, so they make the most out of the opportunities they do have.
It's a good offensive team. They could use another outfielder, really. Surprised they didn't get a better outfielder at the deadline.
2-2.
They've been running out Pinder out there in right when Chris Davis isn't playing every day. They've also got Piscotty and Grossman.
He has some decent options, maybe not top tier, but the infield is excellent.
Yeah. They had Jurickson Profar, and he never really panned out for them. Big swing and a miss there. And down goes Mark Canha. That's the first strikeout for Daniel Hudson.
Number 22.
Now there came the books on the season line of Mark Canha. Talking to himself there a little bit.
That brings up Ramon Laureano 0 for 2 today. Walked in the second inning.
Nope, ball.
Yeah, Profar was traded for their starting catcher, though, Austin Allen, and he's been pretty good for them so far this year.
Profar hasn't really panned out at all. He was with Texas and always injured, didn't work out there. Then Oakland, he really struggled both defensively and offensively. So they gave up on him pretty quickly.
Yeah, but Ball really seems to like him.
Yeah.
He had a great season in San Diego before being traded to Atlanta at the deadline. And he's filled in nicely. Atlanta had that big black hole after Josh Donaldson departed. Donaldson not playing that well for the Twins this year, and he's actually in the injured list in the real world. More calf problems for him.
3-1.
Yeah, that plagued him at the end of his stint in Toronto. You're talking about the Braves. I really feel that this series is huge for the Nationals to come away with the winner too, because the Braves are right on their tail in the East.
Yeah, and they just played the Orioles over the weekend, so they got a couple easy wins there. But yeah, you're right. Atlanta right on their tail. Atlanta made a lot of good moves at the deadline. Like I said, they picked up Profar. He's filled in at third for them. They picked up Kevin Pillar. He's playing right field in a platoon with Inciarte. That one's hit on the ground, through the hole on the right side underneath Zimmerman's glove, and that's a 2-out knock for Ramon Laureano.
It's going to be there, actually.
The catcher.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Allen.
Yeah, I saw that Zimmerman, you see, had it, and then like you could see he's like upset with himself that he didn't make that play.
Yeah, this is the guy the Athletics traded Profar for, Austin Allen. He's 0 for 3 today. But pretty decent numbers on the season. 11 home runs, a 264 average. That'll do for a catcher.
Yeah, nice pickup.
Yeah, like I said about those Atlanta team, they also traded for Michael Wacha. So they've made a couple additions to that team. And Justin Wilson, excuse me.
Yeah, of course they won the division the last 2 years, so they want it again. They want to get another division win. They don't want to play any wild card games. I don't blame them. So
yeah,
it's going to be nice out there.
Allen pops up in foul territory, and that is going to do it for the A's here in the 8th inning. But they still lead by 4. What do you think? Luzardo coming out for that 8th inning? He's well within this pitch count.
Gotta think so. Looks like it, yeah. And his spot will come up in the order, so we'll see if they pinch it from the top of the 9th, or maybe they bring in a reliever this inning. We'll see some guys up in the bullpen. For the Nats, they have some, series that look easy on the schedule. They have the Padres coming up after this series, 4 against the Padres, and then after that, they play 4 at Colorado, which of course Colorado isn't playing well, but that's a very tough ballpark to win games in.
Yeah, it's always tough for your pitchers to go there, and it's wreaks havoc on the hitters too. They come back and they're not used to seeing breaking balls break anymore.
Big Guy says he feels he's ruined Castro's reputation in the ballpark community because of the trivia that he's the active errors leader. Well, it's true. We got to talk about it.
That one's hit into shallow right center field. Chris Davis is there to make the catch. Always an adventure with him out there, but makes the catch there.
Third baseman, Starlin.
There is Starlin Castro.
I was going to comment on this before that flyout from Suzuki, but you could see the person behind home plate. She had a giant pretzel, and now it's completely gone. So I guess she finished it. Yeah. It looks like she's eating popcorn now.
You know what? It's reminding me that I didn't have lunch.
Well, that one's I thought that... Yeah, wow. I thought that was going to fall in front of Canna. I thought that was a smart play, but he kept charging in, and then it just handcuffed him. And it's going to go for... it should be an error on Canna.
Error or single? I think it's going to score a single, but...
It's that home cooking official score.
Lucky for him, Castro didn't go to second.
Well, Castro's the active errors leader, so might as well get it back.
That's the ball.
Victor Robles, 0 for 2 today. Very speedy. Very fast out there on the bases, Robles is.
It's going to be hard to turn 2 if he does hit it on the ground.
He's stolen 12 bases, but the speed has shown up as well as doubles. He's gotten 32 doubles already on the year. Well, that was the 10th pitch of this inning for Luzardo. That's twice as many as last inning. He's really fallen apart.
Yeah, no, I'm not so sure he'll come out for the 9th. We'll see. Maybe if he gets a little play, they don't pinch hit for him, and he does come out.
Yeah, the fact that he's leading off the next inning is probably the most reason why he's going to not pitch the 9th inning. Also, when you've got such a good bullpen out there with Liam Hendriks and you got a victory that easy in your grasp, you might as well take it. Well, back-to-back hits here for the Nationals, and maybe they've got something going.
No pitcher.
See Robles there, 9-game hitting streak now after that single.
Yeah, he's a really good hitter. Hitting 276 coming into today. And I'm just excited to see what he's going to do for his full career. Just 22 years of old. 22 years of old. 22 years of age.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see what he can do because of all the talent that he has, speed, and like we talked about, he can run baseballs out there in the outfield. So you see Asdrubal Cabrera pinch hitting here in the pitcher spot.
Asdrubal Cabrera, former Cleveland baseball player and New York Met.
And a little bit with the Phillies as well. As TARDIS would say, Phillies legend is Asdrubal Cabrera.
He is a legend.
Switch hitter. Of course, they got some guys on their bench who could be starters on a lot of teams, like Cabrera, Eric Thames.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, called third strike there. Another called third strike for Luzardo. He jumped away from that one, too. He really doesn't like that call.
Now with Trey Turner, 0 for 3. So, how about that lineup for the 4th time?
Yeah, Nationals need a base hit here. They've got 2 outs. They started this inning so well with back-to-back singles with 1 out, but now Trey Turner's going to have to come up with a little 2-out magic.
Good numbers with runners in scoring position, but he's down quickly 0-2.
Now rips that one foul. Really coming to his own this year. 29 doubles on the year and a .324 batting average coming into today's game. Not to mention 38 steals to go.
Yeah, and only caught 4 times. So, and he's got a little bit of pop, 11 home runs. So nice from the leadoff spot.
I mean, the game is so deep in shortstops right now. You don't even talk about Trey Turner when you talk about the great shortstops. I mean, you go Torres, Bogarts, Simeon, Anderson, Lindor, Correa.
Now you think Bo Bichette will be one of those eventually?
You know, he's got the drive. The only thing I'm interested in is to see what Toronto's plans are with third base. You remember in the offseason, they actually talked about signing Didi Gregorius.
Right.
And, I mean, Simeon's a free agent at the end of the year. Lindor is a free agent. They got connections with Cleveland. Let's see a big splash, Toronto. And this one's a big splash, hit all the way to the wall. This is going to score 2 runs, cut the lead in half. Suzuki scores, Robles scores, a 2-out, 2-run double, the 30th double for Trey Turner, and the Nationals are in business.
An 0-2 count, but he worked the count back to full. Everybody's running, obviously, with 2 outs, so Bob Melvin's going to make a double switch.
Let's hear what it is.
Your attention, please. These changes for Oakland. Now pitching and batting in the 7th spot, number 16, Liam Hendriks. Now playing center field and batting 9, number 18, Chad Pinder.
All right, I got it for you. So, obviously, Liam Hendriks, the closer, is going to go for a 4-out save. And Chad Pinder is now in center field. So it's kind of
Pinder center field, interesting.
Yeah, we took Ramon Laureano out for Chad Pinder, but what do I know?
1-0.
Yeah, you're surprised they didn't take out Mark Canna. It's very confusing. Laureano did not make the last out. Allen did, the catcher, so you obviously don't want to take him out, because then you have no catchers on the bench. So they just went with the one above that, Laureano, but he's much better defensively out there in center field.
And I guess Chris Davis, you want to keep in the game in case the spot comes up again, especially now that the lead's down to 2. If the spot comes up, you want that. So yeah, definitely thought maybe Canna. Pinder's, he's one of those Swiss Army knives that can play everywhere. But yeah, he's not closely as good defensively as Laureano. So
well, there's Canna to make that catch out there and left. So, no harm, no foul so far. We'll see how the 9th inning goes. We're going to the top of the 9th here in Washington. Chad Pinder going to lead things off, and Wander Suero coming into this game, 5.61 earned run average. Righties, lefties, they all like facing him, it looks like.
Yeah, not a very good year. I'm kind of surprised he's the guy that Dave Martinez went for, trying to make sure this deficit stays at 2. But hey, what do I know? These managers, they have minds of their own. I guess they know what they're doing. They're both in first place.
Yeah. You maybe think Will Harris or something would have been a guy to go to hold the lead. But instead, it is Wander Suero.
See, Chad Pinder, who came in on that double switch. 187 on the year.
Yeah. That's the other confusing thing, is he's not even a very good bat. He's not the best bench bat that Oakland has, especially not against a right-handed pitcher. Just a confusing move all around, but I'm often confused by bot ball managers.
They could have gone maybe Piscotty in right field instead of Chris Davis again. Spot may come up again, so you want to keep that. You want good defense, and you don't want to see that. I mean, I don't know what that was in the studio.
I tell you what, Jesus Luzardo's put up better plate appearances today than that.
Yeah, he had a base hit too. Like,
I thought he should have had 2 base hits.
Yeah.
Also, the leadoff man, Jonathan VR, 1 for 4, comes up.
Ball, that's it.
Well, after this game, we've got Twins and Red Sox. Jaden Becker and M. Frost 23 will have that call. Jose Berrios versus Rick Porcello. One's at 3:30 coming up next.
We have a new schedule now, so the times are a bit different than what we used to. I'm a little surprised that Boston picked up Porcello. I guess they just needed some depth in the rotation. They have not played very well at all.
Yeah, I signed in here at 12:10. I was ready to go. I was, all right, let's go. Where is everybody?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
No,
the times are different.
Ball. 3 balls, no strikes.
It'd rather be early than late, though.
That's true.
Well, 3-0 count pitch here to VR. Give him the green light.
I was going to say probably taking, and it's a good thing he did.
Yeah, taken all the way. Another base on ball from Wander Suero. He's walked 31 batters, 32 now, in 51.1 innings pitched. Yikes.
Let's see if they put something on. VR with some speed as well, 26 stolen bases. Maybe they'll hit him around. Maybe they'll just have him steal.
Simeon 2 for 3 today. Ooh, big swing and a miss there on that changeup. Well, that's what Suero throws. He throws a cut fastball, a changeup, and a curveball. Usually you just see relievers go to 2 pitches, though.
I always wonder what a guy's thinking when the pitcher just walked the guy behind you on 4 pitches and you go up there hacking at the first pitch you see. I mean, you probably think he's going to want to get ahead, but he hasn't shown that he can.
I actually just saw the lady in the front row put her pretzel down.
Is it the same pretzel or is it a different one?
I have to assume she's gotten a second one. That's the only logical explanation. This woman is a maniac.
One ball.
Oh,
one
pitch
strike.
out and nothing doing. Yeah, they are very worried about VR there at first. A couple throws over, and they're a pitch out.
Davey Martinez is thinking along with me. Maybe they're going to try something. Maybe VR will take off.
Now the girl with the glasses next to her's got the pretzel. And that's 1 and 2.
These pretzels are making me thirsty. And, in my case, hungry because, as I mentioned, I didn't have lunch yet.
Yeah. That always happens to me here in these ball games in the 9th inning. Called third strike there from Wander Suero, the second strikeout. He struck out the pinch hitter Chad Pinder, and he gets Marcus Simeon here.
So Simeon swung at a ball, but then took a strike for strike 3. So there's Chris Davis. Spot did come up again.
And another throw over to VR. Now here's not a bad spot to send him. You know, you got 2 outs. You're going to need 2 hits in a row to score VR probably. Why not take a run?
Hee-haw.
I definitely might try it. Though VR does have a little bit of speed, so probably could score from first, especially with 2 outs running on contact. But we'll see.
That's true. I see 2 pretzels in the background now.
Ball.
That one is taken inside.
Maybe that Bob Melvin there giving him the sign.
No, he was ordering a pretzel.
Oh, maybe that.
Yeah. 1-1 pitch ripped foul down the line. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to have a pretzel after this.
Hey, he beat it
Maybe
up.
I'll go look for one. Yeah.
Got some of those soft pretzels you can put in the oven, and then I want one of those right now. Ooh, big swing and a miss there, and Suero strikes out the side, actually, around a 1-out walk. So we're going to the 9th. Washington trailing by 2, and they're going to have their work cut out for them against Liam Hendricks.
We didn't even get to talk about Liam Hendricks too much, and his excellent numbers, the closer. And
Yeah.
of course, he is from Australia. He came up originally with Minnesota, and then he went to Toronto. Had a stint here a bit as a starter. Then he went to the Royals, and he came back to Toronto. Excellent year in 2015 in the bullpen. The Blue Jays said, "Yeah, we don't need that. We need Jesse Chavez because we liked him so much the first time he was here. So we're going to trade Liam Hendricks to Oakland for Jesse Chavez."
2-0.
Yeah, that one still sings. And the logic behind it, too, at the time just didn't make... They're both bullpen arms. They just said, well, Chavez can go more than 1 inning.
And Liam Hendricks had more team control for for front office that likes team control. That was a very odd move.
Now, was that a LaCava move, or was that one of Atkins' first move?
I want to say it might have been a LaCava move. I'm not 100% sure. It was in that transition time, and that's not a good start for him there. 4-pitch walk to Juan Soto.
Yeah, that's only his 9th walk of the year in 47 innings pitched. 80 strikeouts over 47.2 innings pitched for Liam Hendricks. Wow.
Very, very impressive. Of course, he's going to need to get a strikeout or 2 or 3. And as we mentioned, this Nationals team doesn't strike out too often. So we'll see which stats hold true as the tying run comes to the plate.
Yeah, tying run, Howie Kendrick coming up here, 1 for 3 today. And he sends that one on the line into shallow right field. Chris Davis there fields it cleanly, firing it back in, but the Nationals have the first 2 base runners on here in the 9th.
Things are happening. First 2 batters reach, a walk and a single. Now I guess I'm not too surprised at the strategy. We're going to see a pitch runner, Michael Taylor. He walked the guy on 4 pitches, and then Kendrick went after the first pitch, but it ended up working well for him. He got a base hit.
Yeah, well, if you're a guy like Kendrick and you never strike out, 57 strikeouts and 405 at-bats. You're a contact guy. I'm going to trust that you know what you're doing up there. Well, Mr. National coming up, Ryan Zimmerman. This is a big at-bat here for Liam Hendriks.
Yeah, and we're talking about strikeout situations and the fact you can get those strikeouts. This is one of those situations.
Guy in the front row holding a hot dog. Now, my question is, where does he get that hot dog? All the food places, don't they usually close down in the 7th or 8th?
I think so. Maybe he snuck it in or something. I don't know.
Where is he getting this hot dog? I'm obsessed with the food in the front row. 1-1 pitch hit deep to left field. Canna back at the wall, and he makes the catch at the warning track, tagging and making it to second base. On that one is Michael Taylor.
That was very, very close. I thought I might be gone or some sort of extra base hit, but as it is a loud first out, and Kurt Suzuki is known for some heroics in the past.
Well, the runner did advance to third. That isn't the tying run, though, so Oakland not too concerned about that one. It's that tying run at first that you got to worry about. Big breaking ball there from Hendriks, misses for a ball outside. Oh, nice pitch there. Getting a strike over there. Four-seam fastball at 95.
Going to try to get a double play to end the ball game.
That's exactly what you're hoping for if you're an Oakland fan. But a big swing and a miss there. It's more than likely that Hendriks strikes someone out.
Even with this Nationals team, which doesn't strike out a lot, but talking about Hendriks and his many strikeouts, so something will have to give.
Yeah, something's going to have to give here. I was just about to say that. Nice job fouling off that slider. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup, Hendriks versus the Nationals. Strikeout pitcher versus a team that doesn't strike out. 1-2 pitch. Ooh, that is a breaking ball that caught a lot of the upper part of the zone. Well, it's 2-2 now. Fans still on their feet. And another foul ball. This is a very good at-bat by Kurt Suzuki.
Yeah. Liam Hendriks came in last inning to get the final out. He's had to work here, though.
Big swing and a miss, and Suzuki goes down swinging. That's the second out here in the 9th, and a big, big out here for Oakland.
So he does get a strikeout. Which, as I mentioned, he doesn't do often, but huge out there, and Victor Robles is going to try to keep, Starling Castro rather, is going to try to keep it going. He's 2 for 3.
Swinging at the first pitch and sending it to shallow center field, and Chad Pinder is there to make the catch, and Oakland holds on to win this game by a final score of 4-2. This was a lot of fun game to watch. Jesus Luzardo goes 7 strong innings, doesn't get out of that 8th inning. Liam Hendriks had to come in and get that final out, but what a start by Jesus Luzardo. Great game pitched by him. He didn't get him any strikeouts, but that pitch count of his was under control the whole game. And sure, there was a big 3-run home run by I'm drawing like on the name, Matt Chapman. I still say Luzardo's the player of the game.
Absolutely. He had a very, very good start. Ran into a bit of trouble there in the 8th, but that's okay. And he will be the player of the game with those 7 2/3 innings. 2 earned runs, just the 4 strikeouts, but he did an excellent job.
Yeah.
As we mentioned,
that shutout going into the 8th inning.
Yeah, we were talking about how he could potentially finish the game because he was so on point. But, we mentioned he was drafted by the Nationals, and he said, take that.
Oh, we're going to look at the highlights here. Oakland got the scoring started in the top of the third inning with a single by Matt Olson, and was immediately followed by a 3-run home run by Matt Chapman, 397 feet. That was all the offense Oakland would need for Jesus Luzardo. Luzardo was pitching very well up until this moment in the 8th inning, when Trey Turner doubling to right center field, scoring 2 runs, 4-2. That knocked Luzardo out of the game. In came Hendricks, and Hendricks did what Hendricks does, struck out Suzuki on a slider there in the 9th inning, and got Castro to fly out to center for the final out in the 9th inning. Oakland winning this one 4-2. Really quickly, I just want to say this. I just saw in the Discord chat pop up, apparently Marcus Stroman has opted out for the rest of the year.
Interesting. Well, he was injured to start the year.
Yeah.
And I guess he decided not worth it to come back. Of course, in the
And he's a free agent.
Yeah. Of course, in the ball world, he was injured. I think it's a torn labrum or something, and he's out for the year.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big blow to the Mets because they need those starters.
Yeah.
They have Rom, Syndergaard out for the year. Now Stroman's out, so they have Steven Matz and a bunch of fill-ins. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. Well, makes that trade getting rid of Stroman last year look a little bit more better now. Wow.
UK had a very nice game yesterday for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
See the box score here.
Yeah, Luzardo lowers that ERA to 4.24. Chapman is 24th home run of the year, 3 RBIs. He's now got 75 on that season.
Olson has a nice number of RBIs as well, 69. And Oakland pretty good. You mentioned they needed some length, so they only used 2 pitchers, which was very good for them. They continue this series, and then they go to Boston for 3 games, so that's always a tough place at Fenway. Even when the Red Sox aren't playing well, it's a tough ballpark to win in.
Yeah, and now Atlanta has some room for an opening. Washington falling to 71 and 48. So Atlanta, now, are they on our schedule today? They are not.
I think so. I'm going to take a look when their next game is of the year.
They are.
They are
Tuesday. They play tomorrow against the Mets.
Yeah, so their schedule, their next 3 series, they have 3 in New York against the Mets, then they go home for 3 against Miami, and then they play 3 against Milwaukee. All 3 of those teams are not playing well at all. Mm-hmm. So it's a very good opportunity for them. We talked about the Nats as well with the Padres and the Rockies. So this back and forth will continue, and all those games remaining between Washington and Atlanta are going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, Washington, they just have a 1-game lead now. It's 71 and 48, 70 and 49. Oof.
As we wind down this season, we're going to have a lot more games that have playoff implications. And there's only 6 games left between the Nationals and the Braves. They play September 7. September 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then the final week of the season, September 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. So those final 7 games could be very interesting between the Braves and the Nats.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll call one of them together. That'd be a lot of fun.
For sure. So later on, in about 9 minutes, we'll have the Twins and the Red Sox. And then the Angels and White Sox. We talked about Adam Eaton and the trade. So Dane Dunning was one of those pieces. He's going to start for the White Sox today. Angels are hanging in there, but they have a long shot to make a wild card.
Yeah.
We see Philly walking off, they just got running the 8th to defeat the Giants, 61-59. So Philly, 2 games over 500 now. They've been hanging around 500.
Yeah, I thought they would make a better push for a wild card spot or something like that, but it's been a disappointing season so far for those Phillies. Let's see. They are how many games back of those Diamondbacks? About 6.5 back? for that wild card spot. So, I mean,
Yeah.
crazier things have happened, but
Yeah.
I just don't see it. 7.5, I think, is what it is. I'm trying to do math in my head.
Philly, of course, has to play all these NL East teams, including the Nationals and the Braves. They have 2 games against the Blue Jays at some point as well, so we'll see what they can do. Yeah, they're probably on the outside looking in. So there's the score, box score there from that game. Davey Gurrion, the backup catcher, if I see a base hit there.
That's a good team, you know. Gregorius, Hoskins.
Of course, Bryce Harper.
Kingery hasn't played as well as we thought he was going to be. I remember he signed that big contract before he came up to the majors, before he ever played.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of expectations on him.
Those don't always work out, but we see Hoskins and Gregorius both had home runs today. Double for Andrew McCutcheon, the former Pirate. And Davey Gurrion with a double as well. Stolen base for Gene Segura. So a couple of Phillies legends doing well, Tardis, if you're watching. Maybe he's the one who simmed this, I don't know. And
Yeah, probably.
Kevin Gausman taking the loss there. 5 innings, and then Giants are just hot mess is the nice way to put it.
Yeah, I wonder how long before they turn it around. I mean, you remember when Stanton was traded to the Yankees, there was rumors that they wanted Stanton. There was rumors that they wanted to sign Harper. They've got a lot of payroll possibilities. You know, they can be one of the top 5 payroll teams in the league, and of course, a lot of success recently. But
how about Nick Pivetta with a save, Canadian? Always like to see those Canadians doing well. Third of an inning and picked up the save. Probably not something we'd expect to see. I wonder if it's his first career save. Look at that. But yeah, he's from Victoria, British Columbia, is Nick Pivetta. So nice to see him succeeding in the Phillies bullpen.
oh, okay.
Yeah. He was acquired from the Nationals for Jonathan Papelbon. Remember the Papelbon time in Washington? It was not memorable.
I think some Nationals fans like him, though, just for how he reacted with Bryce Harper.
The choking of Bryce Harper. Yeah, that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
See, we got our next broadcast team here in the booth with us. We got, we mentioned the Red Sox and the Twins. We got Jaden and Miles with us. How you guys doing?
Hi, good EB. How are you?
Pretty well. We had a very exciting game here with the A's and the Nats, and your Red Sox are going to try to kind of spoil it for the Twins in this next one.
Yes, for sure. Anything could happen between these two teams. The Twins obviously sitting at the top of that AL Central, nice and pretty. But the Red Sox, they did win their last game 11-8 versus Tampa Bay, so they might want to try to work on a hot streak here if they could do anything at this point of the season. But the Twins, they are sitting pretty nice right now in the AL Central.
Red Sox want to catch up to the Blue Jays, I'm sure, and maybe tie for third place. I don't know, like participation ribbon or whatever it is.
You never want your team to be in a position where you have to say they're trying to catch up with the Blue Jays.
Well, if the Blues were first place, you'd want to catch up.
Wow,
Sorry about that, EB.
Throwing shots across the border. Oh my goodness.
Oh, boy.
I forgot who I was talking to for a minute there.
Let's see.
Canada's own, man.
When did the Blue Jays and the Red Sox play again? Let's take a look. They play.
They just played a 3-game series in real life. It was not fun for.
Yeah, we
Blue
don't want to
Jays
talk about that. But 22nd, 23rd, 24th of September.
Well,
so only
we
3
should,
games left in the ball world between the Blue Jays and Red Sox, and it's going to be a thing.
we should try to get on one of those, EB.
Yeah, we could fight a little bit about. And Jaden, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's always good to hear you, EB. You know, same old over here. But listen, I'm very excited for this game. I want to see how these Twins do. Rick Porcello obviously now back with the Boston Red Sox after spending half a year with the Mets. So now, back in the old colors, maybe he could find some resurgence. Definitely did struggle in Queens. Now, maybe back in Boston, he could go back to possibly
that Cy Young form, yeah.
Possibly. You never know. You never know. He did fall off pretty hard, but anything can happen in Boppo. We've seen a lot of crazy things, and you know that. Me and EB been through a lot of them. So.
Absolutely.
Well, it looks like we're going to head out to Boston for your guys' game. So, once again, Oakland beats Washington 4-2. Jesus Luzardo, our player of the game. Any final thoughts, EB?
Good game, potential World Series matchup, as we said, and we'll see how the rest of the series goes. Should be fun.
Right. Oakland wins this one 4-2. So, for EB from Toronto, I'm J-Man1993. Signing off, we're heading to Boston. Take it away, Jaden and Miles.
Thank you, J-Man. Thank you, EB. About to have a great game coming up here. Pitching matchup looking exciting as well. Jose Berrios for the Minnesota Twins going against Rick Porcello of the Boston Red Sox. I'm Jaden Becker alongside Miles Frazier. Miles, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. We got a Red Sox game. Going to be very competitive. Hopefully we can get some momentum back on our side. And, you know, any day when the Red Sox are playing is a good day.
Game going to be at Fenway, and it should be a fun one as well. Thank you for joining us here on Bop Ball. Twins on a 5-game winning streak. Won their last game 11-2 versus Kansas City Royals in Kansas City. Red Sox on a 1-game winning streak, but are 4-6 in their last 10 games. Were able to win their last game versus Tampa Bay. But here we are in Boston, Massachusetts. Beautiful day. Stadium is packed, the wind is blowing, and we're ready for some bop ball action here in Fenway.
And like we said, big matchup here. Two hot offense, or one hot offense and one offense looking to find its ground late in the season. You got guys like Kepler, Polanco, Nelson Cruz, Eddie Rosario on the Twins. They're very hot, having some great seasons in these Red Sox, and Porcello is going to have to try to shut them down, and it's going to be a heavy task in front of them.
Leading off tonight,
Rick Porcello, starting today, towing the rubber for the Boston Red Sox, dealing the first pitch. That one is low for ball one. Rick Porcello, obviously best known with the Boston Red Sox, didn't play all season with the Red Sox this year. He was actually with the New York Mets and then found his way over in a trade back to Boston. Now looking to reform himself into the Cy Young caliber pitcher that he once was many years ago. Two-0 pitch. That one is low now. 3-0. Having a tough time finding the strike zone here. Facing off against Max Kepler. Kepler batting .297 in the leadoff spot this season. Also has 20 home runs. Was able to get one of those last game as he went 2 for 4 with a beautiful shot in their 11-2 victory over Kansas City. That one falls for a strike. 3-1.
Porcello's trying to paint corners. He's trying to get him to look at it when it's just barely on the edge, but he just can't find it. He's not getting the calls from the umpire. Now he's behind in the count, way behind, 3-1.
Hitters count. That one is high. Call the strike across the letters 3-2. Take a look at our weather report. 73 degrees, clear skies, wind blowing from left to right. So hitting balls out could be a little bit of an issue, especially with how the walls work here at Fenway. Not your usual stadium, but definitely a classic. That one's going to be grounded over to Devers in the shift. Going over for the first out of this game.
Batting second, the shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
Take a look at starting lineups for the Minnesota Twins. We just saw Max Kepler, then Jorge Polanco, Mitch Garver, Nelson Cruz, Eddie Rosario, Josh Donaldson, Luis Arias, Miguel Sano, and Byron Buxton finishing off in the 9th spot. On one pitch to Polanco. That one is high. Call the strike also across the letters. That one high and tight. Wanted to swing at that one, just held his bat back, but ball to strike either way. Now behind 0-2, Polanco is. That one's taken outside 1-2.
This is a good position for Porcello to be in. Polanco is a dangerous hitter, and if he were to fall behind in the count like he did to Kepler, then that would be very dangerous. It's good that he's getting out, throwing the strikes in early in this at-bat.
Polanco strikes that one towards center field. That one's going to drop in. And for the first hit of the ball game, a solid single from Polanco.
Batting third, the catcher, number 8.
Take a look at this replay here. Drops right in front of Jackie Bradley Jr. Couldn't make the play there. Runner is going to be on first base for the almighty Mitch Garver, who is having himself a great season. 85 RBIs so far, career high, and we're only in August. Also a .328 batting average, 106.6 OPS, 32 home runs. Really has been able to do everything for this Twins team, leading the team in average and OPS, and not a lot of people expected him to be this good. Did win the Silver Slugger last year, but that was usually for his power, not for his average. He has stepped up into something special this season for this Twins team.
Yeah, like you said last year, a pure power hitter. This year, he's really rounding himself out.
6-4-3 double play. We saw the stat on our screen right before that pitch. Rounds into a double play there. Red Sox do up 1-2-3 to start their at bats here at the bottom of the first inning, right here on ML Bot Ball. We welcome you back. Jose Berrios showing the rubber for the Minnesota Twins. 3.44 ERA this season, has been a solid piece, and their ace at this point at the top. Well, that's who they consider to be their ace. They have had great starting rotation luck this season throughout their whole season so far, and they've really been able to push forward. One of the main reasons why they sit atop of this AL Central. Berrios, his first pitch, that one's going to be outside 1-0. Two-time All-Star Berrios. He's been with the Twins his whole career. Last season, .368 ERA with 195 Ks. This season, on pace to beat that. Already at 138 strikeouts so far this season. Definitely could beat it if he puts up a good performance here against a struggling offense, which is the Boston Red Sox. Peraza takes that one and launches it over to the outfield there, drops in. I thought the center fielder was going to grab that one. He stopped in his tracks. Buxton did, and with his speed, I thought he was going to get there. Kepler ended up having to cut that one off. Almost caught in no man's land. No man's land, and just right in the middle.
Yeah, that was a good placement on the hit by Polanco. He put it down right where it was too shallow for the center fielder, but it was too far to the left for the right fielder. He was able to get on base.
Caught me at a loss for words there for a second because I was surprised Buxton couldn't get to that ball. He's a really speedy guy out there, and that one just dropped right in front. Andrew Benintendi now to bat. Earlier in the season, he did have some injury issues, has found his way back and trying to groom himself back into form for this team. 254 hitter, and last game went 0 for 5. Definitely would like to improve with the bat so far, and there's so many great things you could say about him, especially when he came in during the draft. And it might have not panned out to exactly what Red Sox fans expected, but definitely has found himself as a solid piece in this lineup at least. Runner on first after that hit, 2-2 count. Swung on and launched over towards left center field. Buxton going to settle himself underneath it and make the play for the first out.
Batting first, the designated hitter.
Get a good view of Fenway Park. Fans here in attendance definitely cheering on these Red Sox as they try to claw their way back in August in this late stretch to maybe fight somewhere close to a wild card spot. Might be a little too late at this point. 17 games back on the New York Yankees, and you said it earlier, when you're trailing behind teams like the Rays and Blue Jays, it might not be the best thing for you. JD Martinez now to bat. He is the DH in this game. Tries to pick off Peraza at first base to no avail. Martinez definitely known for his bat, especially against left-handed pitchers. Someone that can really stroke it. Has claimed ownage of that green monster through his time here in Boston. Two-one pitch. Swung on and missed. Now 2-2. And launches that one. That one has a chance to go. They're going to look up at it and see you later. Home run, JD Martinez. A 2-run shot over that green monster, taking him to 27 on the season.
JD Martinez goes bridge there. Dennis Eckersley would say. Slamming that one over the monster. That's a 352-footer. And in Fenway, 352 feet is a long way in left field.
100%. We take a good look at this swing, and he got all of that pitch, and he knew as soon as that ball left the bat, that one was gone. Azalea looking up at that one. That's going to land you the seats here over the green monster. Great shot there. Boston now leads 2-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. Xander Bogaerts up to bat. He also had some injury issues, much like Benintendi this season, but he's actually grown now into so much more than what a lot of people also expect from him. A .312 hitter and a .984 OPS, something you could really be proud of if you're a Red Sox fan, someone that really been a superstar. He's been with this team for a long time. He's been there for both of those World Series championships, and he's a 3-time Silver Slugger. Very special here in the city of Boston.
And guys like Bogaerts are good for not only the game, but they're good for the media. You can market them. They're homegrown talent. The fans love them. Been here a while, and they put fans in the seats.
The last season really was his breakout year. .309 hitter with 33 home runs, already at .312 batting average this season. So forming into a hitter that a lot of people thought they were going to lose with Mookie Betts. Obviously can't really replace that. So Bogaerts trying to fill in the shoes in some way, shape, or form. Full count pitch. And that one's popped up over the netting. We'll do it again. 3-2. With only one out here in the bottom of the first. If you're just joining us, home run by JD Martinez gives the Red Sox a 2-0 lead. That one is hit hard and through the infield. Past the shortstop there. And a single for Bogaerts as he gets on base. Great swing there.
The third baseman.
This one could get ugly pretty quickly if Berrios doesn't start to settle in. Already 2-0, and now with one out, they have a man on.
Berrios isn't known for giving up a lot of runs. One thing you can say possibly that he's known for giving up a considerable amount of base runners, has the highest whip in the starting rotation at the moment at 134. So really needs to control here what he's trying to do. That one's going to be grounded over to Donaldson. Might only be one at first. Safe at first base. Donaldson trying to make a play there.
Yeah.
The first baseman, Smith.
And the broken bat almost got him there too. I just noticed that one. Wow, saw that one off and came pretty close to Donaldson. Dangerous play, running right towards the shrapnel. Couldn't make the play at first. Now runners on first and second for Mitch Moreland.
That was a very close play at first. Great job there legging it out. He was that was Devers, right? Mm-hmm. He was able to get that little chip shot right over to third base, and he legged it out to get to first. And now the Red Sox have 2 men on.
0-1 pitch low, 1-1. Berrios getting up there in pitches here a little bit at 25, about to be 26. Swings at that one. That one's going to be grounded over towards Sano. Could be 2, 3, 6, and not going to be able to get the play at first base, but they will get one out at second. Runners will now be on the corners for Jackie Bradley Jr.
Bradley Jr.
Jackie Bradley Jr. is not exactly known for his batting, but he is known for that fielding. He has a spectacular arm out there in center. He can get the ball all the way from center, all the way into the plate on a few hops, and he can make some spectacular catches, and he'll look to add to his batting repertoire here with runners on the corners and 2 outs.
Yeah, and it seemed during that World Series season that every time you turn on SportsCenter, there he was, Jackie Bradley Jr. making another amazing play. He does hit this one hard. Rosario going after it, and he makes the play at the track right in front of the standings there. But JD Martinez launching a home run on top of the Green Monster. We head to the top of the 2nd inning. The Twins try to put some runs on the board. Red Sox lead here 2-0. Welcome you back, Nelson Cruz up to bat, and obviously the DH for Minnesota Twins. And what a DH he has been for this team. Really excelling in the power department, exactly what you want from a DH. 33 home runs on the season, leading an already power-heavy Minnesota Twins team. Did struggle last game, went 0 for 3. Swings of that one, a foul, 0-2. Rick Porcello now with the lead here. 0-2 pitch. That one called strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Right there in that bottom corner, and that's Porcello's first strikeout of the ballgame.
Beautiful pitch placement there. There was just nothing Cruz could do but look at it. It was right in the low and inside corner. If he swung at it, best case scenario, maybe a pop out, and he just looked at it and hoped he could get the call, and he didn't.
Rosario hits that one over to Devers in the shift. Could be a close play at first, and that's an out. Going to be the second of this 2nd inning. Porcello making quick work here. Already at 2 outs, and only at 16 pitches, really trying to zoom by this one. Porcello doing a good job, and talk about forming into his Cy Young former self. These are small glimpses here and there that might be a good sign for Red Sox fans.
Very efficient work there by Porcello. 16 pitches through 1 2/3. That is not something you see every day.
And his counterpart already at 26, 27 for 1-0 pitch. That one swung on, fouled back, now 1-1. Josh Donaldson making his way over towards Minnesota, and you know, a lot of people thought his career was going to go on a deep downhill decline after 2015. Ended up working his way back into the spotlight with the Braves. Decided a good contract that he pops out there to second base in Peraza, but he's trying to make a resurgence in his career, able to do that. But Boston still in the lead here after Porcello makes quick work once again. Back to the bottom of the 2nd as Alex Verdugo comes up to bat. Verdugo had a great game last game, 4 for 5 with a double and 2 RBIs. His numbers might not show it, but he's really trying to push himself towards the moon. Had a great game last game. The .223 batting average doesn't help, however.
Yeah, and if you look at that home batting average, it's well below the Mendoza line. He is not doing well for these Fenway faithful.
0-1 pitch. Swings at that one, grounds right towards Bogarts. Excuse me. I got the wrong sheet, right towards Belanca. Excuse me.
Well, everyone's favorite catcher to the plate now, Christian Vasquez. And in honor of PK and the Jinx leaving, well, I've prepared a few Christian Vasquez trivia questions. So first up,
it's scaring me here.
First up, how many seasons did Christian Vasquez play non-MLB professional baseball?
He lines that one over towards right field for a single. Great piece of hitting there by him. And how many seasons non-professional baseball?
Oh, professional non-MLB.
Professional non-MLB.
Okay.
Oof.
Into the end of the inning in the Twitch chat, see if anyone has a guess in honor of PK and the Jinx.
as Jose Peraza 1 for 1 in this one, came in around to score back when Martinez hit that home run. That one's outside 1-0. He hits that one hard towards Kepler. He'll settle underneath it. Runner's not going to be able to move from first base. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning.
Up next for the Red Sox.
The Red Sox working with a bit of a safety blanket now. They have the ability to not score runs every inning because of that home run by Martinez, and especially also for Porcello's dominant pitching performance.
And yeah, that's a good thing for Porcello as well. He needs to make sure that he stays on a level head. Even though he does have a lead here, still needs to stay level. We can see things get out of hand with him pretty quickly. We've seen that in the past with him, and especially against a team like the Twins who just love to hit for power. Andrew Benintendi up. He flew out to the center fielder in his previous at-bat. 1-0 pitch. That one's going to be slapped and slowly rolled over towards the pitcher. He'll make the play over at first base for the third and final out of the second inning. We'll head to the top of the third. The Minnesota Twins try to put some runs on the board right here on NL Ball. Welcome you back.
The second baseman, Luis.
All right, with that, no guesses in the Twitch. All right, Christian Vasquez. Amount of time spent in baseball outside of the MLB. He's got 13 seasons under his belt. 4 in AAA, 3 in AA, 1 in A+, 2 in single A, 1 in single A minus, and 2 in foreign.
Luis Arias up to bat, 2-0 count, and that's a lot of seasons, not in Major League Ball. But this year, he's been special. That one is slapped towards the right fielder.
Might have to do some fact checking on that one, but I researched this on Baseball Reference, so if you want to check that for yourself, feel free.
Arias makes his way to first base after that single. Miguel Sano up to bat, and one fun fact about him, he's only 26 years old as he grounds that one over towards Bogarts. Could be a double play, and it is. Great way to turn it there. Bogarts snagging that ball and really turning it at a quick pace. 6-4-3. Here is Byron Buxton up to bat. 20 stolen bases on the season, 4th in the American League. And that's really what he's known for, his need for speed. And, you look at him and some people say he has football speed because you don't really see that type of speed on a baseball field. You usually see it on a football field. But he's been a superstar in center field with his fielding ability. And on the base paths, he's just found struggles getting on base. His OPS very low at 669 on the season.
Exactly. If Buxton can get on base, you can count on him to stretch singles into doubles, to steal a few bases. But like you said, the struggle is getting there for him.
And that's what made players like Ricky Henderson so great, because not only could he steal bases, but he can get on base at a high clip, able to be walked pretty often, able to get singles pretty often. Those singles turn into triples even at some points from the way that he's able to run. Buxton hits this one hard. He flips that bat. He thinks that one's gone. Will it go? No, it won't. And it couldn't even hook around that pesky pole. So that one was very, very close from being out. He grounds that one over towards Devers. He has trouble with it, and he's safe at first base. You can't make a mistake there fielding, especially with that speed. And that's going to be an E5, as I think that's correctly called there, because that was a playable ball. Just bounced out of his glove, and he tried to field that one. And Buxton, the speedster, will be on first.
Yeah, very bad mistake there by Devers, who have the opportunity to put Buxton back down, and instead now he's on first with the opportunity to get all the way around and maybe even score a run.
And now they would have had a chance to face the minimum. And that would have been great for Porcello and his pacing. But now, runner going to be on first base, and a speedster at that. Vasquez might not have that great arm strength to throw him out at second base. I'm not saying that he's the worst fielder in the world, but definitely I think any catcher is going to have a tough time trying to throw Buxton out at second if there is going to be a steal. That one's high and called a strike, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit hard. That has a chance to get out, and it does! Sneaks its way over that short wall in right field, and this game is tied.
So the Red Sox 2-run blast in the first is answered by another one. This one off the bat of Max Kepler. So we're all tied up here in Boston, 2-2.
That ball game, and you look at this shot. Found its way over the wall. Sometimes it has a tough time getting out over there. It gets pretty deep. You see that 380 sign, but it loops around. Very interesting wall structure there in Fenway, as it always has been. That one's launched over towards left field. Benintendi will settle underneath it for the out. But Max Kepler doing the damage in this ball game's tied at 2. Ahead to the bottom of the third inning, where the Red Sox will try to tack some runs on the board to break this tie right here. Memo Bapo.
Leading off.
We welcome you back. Jamie Martinez coming up to bat for some Red Sox. And, you know, that was a big error there by Devers. If he doesn't commit that error, they're out of that inning. And there's still, the Twins wouldn't have scored any runs, but having to allow that another batter to come up ends up leading to a home run going over that wall in right field. The 2-0 pitch. That one is high, called a strike across the belt. 2-1. Martinez, a 3-time Silver Slugger Award winner. American League Hank Aaron Award winner back in 2018. 3-time All-Star. Has been able to do it all with this Red Sox team as he swings and misses at that one, 2-2. And when they were able to get him, a lot of Red Sox fans were happy because they knew they were getting a huge bat. Definitely was one of the main pieces back in 2018. Full count pitch from Berrios. Swung on and fouled. Chopped her down that third base line. We'll do it again, 3-2.
Josh Donaldson made a stab at that one, seeing if he can get a cheeky out there.
That one's going to be ball 4. That one's low in the zone. Runner going to be on first to start the inning. Xander Bogaerts coming up to bat. One for one in this one. Single back in the first inning. Made it all the way around to third, but could not find his way in to score the run. That one's high. Call the strike across the letters. 0-1. See Bogaerts versus Berrios, 3 for 13. So it has been able to hit off him in a few occasions. Not the strongest hitter against him. That one's low. Called the strike across the knees, 0-2. Don't expect Martinez to start running from first base, but definitely could see a hit and run situation. Definitely seen that with some crazier guys at first. And that one swung on and missed. High pitch, couldn't touch that one. And Berrios gets his first strikeout of the game in the third inning.
The third baseman, Rafael.
Berrios just could not touch that one. Sped him up there at the top of the zone. And Bogaerts looking back at Berrios saying, "Oh, you got me there." Rafael Devers up. Swings at that one. Sano makes the play at first. Could be a 3-6-3. Yes, it is. Sano scoops that one from the dirt. That's a double play. We'll head to the top of the fourth. This game's tied at 2. Twins will try to get on the board once again right here on ML Ball.
Leading off for the Twins, the catcher.
Welcome you back, Mitch Garver, up to bat, 0 for 1 in this one, grounded out back in the first inning. We were singing his praise when he got out his last time, but you really have to say he has been a superstar for this team as he's been able to hit balls hard like that. If he could straight that one out, definitely could go out of this park for sure. But a lot of people are surprised that he's the one to really come out and be the superstar for this team, especially since he's a catcher. Not a lot of people expect catchers to be this good in a lineup. And now he's batting in the 3 spot, one of the best averages on the team, best OPS, and leads the team in RBIs, and second when it comes to home runs. So he's done everything right when it comes to sitting there with the bat. His fielding has been a little bit of an issue, but I don't think that really matters at this point when you're at 328 batting average. 1-2 pitch it right back up the middle. That one's going to fall into the gap and towards the 420 sign. He's going to find his way towards second base. Verdugo gathering it into the triangle. This one could be 3. No. He stays at second base for a nice double, hitting hard right into the right field gap.
A wise decision there by Garver. He got that nice, well-placed hit right into the Death Valley, as they call it. And that's because that's where home runs go to die. Yeah. But it was a wise decision to take the double and not try to get risky. Knows he's not the fastest guy on the team, but yeah, stays at second. Now they got to run in scoring position with nobody out.
Garver really just doing everything for this team. Very rare to see a lot of catchers run in for doubles, but he can do it there. Looks like he did it there almost with ease. Could have been 3 if he was a little faster, especially as you mentioned, going into the Death Valley gap, that 420 triangle. But Nelson Cruz hits this one high and hard. This one might not find its way out and probably will be caught by the monster there, by that 310 sign by Benintendi. 1 out here in the top of the 4th.
Eddie Rosario.
With a runner on second, here's Eddie Rosario. 0 for 1 in this one. And this guy's known for being This guy's known for being a free swinger. Swung at a highest percentage of pitches of all American League batters last season, so really just try to rip him last season. But he did find some success, 276 batting average last season. They went with the Twins his whole career. And now in a time like this, in this ball season, looking for that ring, ever elusive to the Twins. Haven't won one since 91. That one's low. Called the strike across the knees, 2-1. Runner on second. 2-1 pitch. Take it again across the knees, and Vasquez is happy about that one. 2 of the most similar pitches I've seen thrown back-to-back all night. Porcello getting lucky that that's not being swung at. See what he goes with here. 2-2 count. That one's outside, 3-2. Try to get him to chase there. Rosario batting .287 this season. Power is also there with 29 home runs. Really, everybody for this Twins team can hit for power. One of their main focal points. That one's fouled away. Full count. We'll do it again. .3-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled away. Carlos Feebles, third base coach, jumping out the way of that one. And that's ball 4, high in the zone. This does put the runner on first base, meaning the double play is now in order. Might be a smart thing to pitch around him, but at the same time, now you're facing Josh Donaldson, who, as we were saying earlier, many people thought he was going to fall off after that MVP season. And he did for a while, but found that resurgence with the Atlanta Braves. And ended up signing a very nice contract with the Minnesota Twins. Able to revitalize himself and his career and what he's been able to do. Batting average might not show it, but once again, the power on this team is undeniable 20 home runs on the season and 2 for 5 last game as well with a nice triple. Porcello at 51 pitches, about to be at 52. 2-0 pitch, swung on and missed at the bottom of the zone. Good swing by Donaldson, just couldn't touch that one because of a better pitch from Porcello. Dropping out. Runners on first and second here in Boston. 2-1. That one's high, couldn't fall back into the zone. 3-1. Luis Arias on deck, 305 hitter. Definitely something to be worried about. Hitters count for Donaldson.
Porcello's really showing that he kind of got shaken by that 2-run blast. He walked that batter, and now he just walked this second batter in a row. Here comes the manager, Ron Renicky.
Second baseman, Luis.
And we're going to go talk to him here. I'm not sure if this is the end of the line for him. Just having a conversation and trying to let him know that it's going to be all right. And still have 1 out. Ground ball here does end the inning if you're able to turn a double play. But with Luis Arias coming up, definitely a tough out. Another surprising piece for this Minnesota Twins team. Not a lot of people expected him to blossom like he has this season. That one's fouled away, 0-1. Last year was even better with a .334 batting average. That one is hit hard towards left field, and it falls. Benintendi going to gather that one. This could be 2 runs, and it is. No play at the plate. Arias in with the 2 RBI single.
Now batting, the first baseman, Miguel.
Big hit there for Arias. Not only does it give his team the lead, but it takes the momentum back. After Porcello got off to a dominant and efficient start, he's started to fall apart, and this hit really shakes the Red Sox and gives the Twins some confidence.
0-1's the count.
See the bullpen starting to warm up here a little bit. Porcello throwing 24 pitches in this inning thus far here in the top of the 4th, and once again shaken. Really having a tough time in this part of his career trying to control his pitches as he has just been hit hard this whole ball season. 1 pitch inside a 1-1. Talking about Miguel Sano earlier, and I was mentioning how young he is. He doesn't look it, but he's 26 years old. So there's a lot of potential trying to form himself in the future. That one is inside, and it catches him on the shoulder. Definitely not intentional. As there's runners now. With the bases loaded, Byron Buxton up to bat a double play here. Definitely would be a rare one to get him out. Gonna have to be really fast with the ball here, but Buxton, although he's not known for his bat, definitely known for his speed. Do not overlook him. Can do some damage if he's able to make some solid contact.
Wouldn't be surprised if Buxton was told as he was coming out here, just take 3 strikes. Would rather have a chance to. Exactly. I was just going to say.
You get him out on the double play. 4.63 there. Surprised they were able to do that one with that 98 speed. But either way, 6, 7, and 8 hitters coming up in the bottom of the 4th inning for the Boston Red Sox right here on ML Buffalo.
The Red Sox looking to play catch up a bit here. They're down 4-2 after taking that early 2-0 lead and then having it slowly dwindle away until just now the Twins took it back 4-2.
And the damage definitely could have been worse as the bases were loaded there. A double play ending the inning, stopping the bleeding quickly at that point with the bases loaded. Rich Moreland coming up to bat. Now down 2 runs at one point. These Red Sox were up 2 back in the 1st inning. Thank you for joining us once again. Jalen Becker alongside Miles Frazier. Jose Berrios throwing a pitch high in the zone, but also called a strike. Umpire likes those up there. See the shift here with Luis Arias playing back in that triangle shift, moving meaning Moreland's really trying to pull that ball towards that right side. At least that's what he's been able to do most of his career, leaving that left side wide open. He hits that one towards the third base line, but foul. 1-2. That one is hit high and hard. Might find his way off the monster, and it does. That one's not out. Finds his way back into the ballpark, and that one's going to be a double for Moreland.
The bat, the center fielder.
23rd of the season, off the green monster. Able to use his hips there to drive that one hard. Great piece of hitting there by Moreland. Jackie Bradley Jr. now up with a runner on second base. Maybe not the fastest guy in the world. Moreland is on second, only 13 speed as this one's popped up and out in foul territory. Caught by Garver behind the plate.
The right fielder, number 99, Alex Verdugo.
Alex Verdugo now up. 0 for 1 in this one. Trying to find himself here in this ball season. We talked about the great game he had last game. Said 4 for 5, but the batting average still low, still an issue for him. 0 for 1 in this one. 1-0 pitch drilled right towards Sano. Actually surprised me there how fast he was able to get to that ball. Really quick feed there over at first base. Does a great job snagging that one for the second out.
That brings us back to Christian Vasquez. Unfortunately, I'm all Christian Vasquez. Unless I suppose I know a weird fact about them that I don't think anyone's going to guess. If anyone wants to take a crack at Christian Vasquez's batting average in the Baseball Reference simulated 2020 season, I can tell you that one.
He grounds out over towards second base. Arise makes the play there. We're going to head to the top of the 5th inning. Hopefully get some more Vasquez trivia here and there. Awesome day for that. Head to the top of the 5th. Minnesota still leads here 4-2.
Leading off for Minnesota. The right
Now
fielder,
back to the top of the lineup
Kepler.
for the Minnesota Twins. Max Kepler hit that 2-run shot back in the 3rd inning. Tying the game at 2-2 at that point. And he hits this one hard again. That one's going way back towards the wall. See ya. Bye-bye baseball. Max Kepler with his 22nd home run of the season, 2nd home run of the game. And he launched that one, Miles. Wow.
Just an absolute bomb. No doubt about it from the second it left the bat. 425 feet. Wow. That's one of the furthest home runs I've ever called. A huge shot into center field.
Mercy indeed. We all knew that ball was gone as soon as he hit that one. That one towards dead center. A tough thing to do here in Fenway. And off the batter's eye over there, the seats that are covered up. And wow, what a shot indeed. Minnesota leading here 5-2. Jorge Polanco coming up to bat. You don't see those pretty often, especially with the winds being crossed here tonight in Boston. So him be able to hit that dead center. Whew, oh my.
Right, he looked at Death Valley and he looked down at it.
He stared Death right in his face. What a shot. We have 2 righties warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. And Kepler, he's been known for his power, and I think you could say that about everybody on this Twins team. But he set the MLB record for home runs in a single season by a European-born player last year. And now really has grown into his own. Top of the lineup, and when you have power pretty much everywhere you look, you can't overlook anybody, especially the leadoff guy. That one's going to be hit over towards Benintendi. That one's not going to get out. That will easily make the play in the outfield for the first out.
Mitch Garver.
Speaking of power, Mitch Garver's up to bat. A double in his previous at-bat, and Death Valley being a topic of discussion. He hit that one right into that 420 triangle over there and found his way towards second base. That one's low across the knees, called a strike. 0-1. See that slugging percentage up there around the mid 600s. Third in the American League. That one's fouled away. 0-2. Porcello trying to find his footing once again. That one inside. That called a strike. Look close. Definitely look close to 1-2 now. Vasquez setting up on the outside part of the plate. Try to make him reach there. No, it didn't bite. 2-2. Vasquez back inside. Swings at that one. Foul. Right down that third base line. 2-2 once again. Inside. Full count. Definitely a tough place to be, especially against Mitch Garver. Full count pitch, kicks and deals, swung on, driven towards the shortstop, stops the ball, could be still out at first, and he calls him out. Bang, bang, play. Wow. Bogart stopped a really hard hit ball there and was able to get the out at first base on a great effort. Call that one a hustle play as he really hustled to get the out at first base.
Absolutely gunned that ball over to first. It was a nice grab by Moreland, too.
Nelson Cruz up to bat. That one's called a strike. Looked a little bit outside, but either way, 0-1. Last 3 games, 3 runs scored. And would love to come across and score once again. If he's able to hit balls hard like that, that one got close to being in fair territory, but just went foul. 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside part of the plate. And he got him indeed. Great pitch there by Porcello, but Max Kepler launching one deep into the Boston night sky. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Twins lead here, 5-2. Welcome you back to the top of the lineup for the Boston Red Sox, trying to put some more runs on the board as they're now down here 5-2.
Count 1-0.
Peraza 1 for 2 in this one. Swings early on that pitch, 1-1. And that one is swung on and missed again. A breaking ball, breaking inside. Fooley in there, 1-2. Outside. And now 2-2. So Berrios really trying to mix it up, trying to make him reach and try to make him look foolish. The ball's moving in and out of the zone. Now with a solid lead, can really work here. Just needs to be careful. This lineup can bite you if you're playing around in that strike zone. 3-2 count. That one, strike 3, his second strikeout of the game.
Now batting, the left fielder.
A big swing and a miss by Peraza there. He chased that ball that was nowhere near the strike zone.
That one's fouled away, 0-1. Jose Berrios going towards his 64th pitch. That one is also fouled away, hit hard, however. Now 0-2.
Off the plate, ball.
Outside part of the play, very close to being a strike. Now 1-2. Benintendi using his patience to his advantage there. Swings on that one. That one's fouled away towards the backstop. And you know, injuries have been an issue for the Red Sox this season. We saw that with multiple players, including Benintendi. Obviously, Chris Sale still out with injury recovering. That one's going to be flied out towards Buxton, and he makes the play as he travels underneath it for the second out.
The designated hitter, J.D. Martinez.
J.D. Martinez back up to bat. 1 for 1, and this one had that big home run in the first inning, breaking this game open with the first scoring of the game. At that point, it was 2-0. Pitching has not been helpful towards the Red Sox, however, as it's now 5-2. Did walk in his second at bat, so only one for one here, looking at a 1-1 count. Swings and misses at that one. A slider breaking, a changeup that looked like a slider. That's how much movement that pitch had. 1-2 pitch. Swings at that one in the dirt. Great play by Garver to keep it in front of him. For the final out of the 5th inning, we'll head to the top of the 6th. The Twins look on to tack on some more runs, beating up on these Boston Red Sox here in Fenway, right here on ML Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Welcome you back. Matt Barnes coming into this one. That's going to be the end of the line for Porcello. Barnes with 4.33 ERA this season.
Leading off for Minnesota, the left fielder.
Barnes has been with the Red Sox since 2014, has a career ERA of a 4.07. So not the strongest arm in this Red Sox bullpen, but that has been the issue for the Red Sox for quite a while. Haven't really found that secure closer or the secure end-of-the-line guys that you can hang your hat on, and that's been a struggle for them since Kimbrel
1-1.
started to struggle after his elite seasons and now is in Chicago. That one's outside 2-1. Barnes did have the lowest career ERA last season, at 3.78. It's also helped with 4 saves, so he was able to be put in opportunities where he could get that ERA lowered. 2-2 pitch to Rosario. Kicks and deals. Catcher setting up inside, and that pitch way inside. Rosario having to dance away from that one. Jumping out of the batter's box. We'll do 3-2 now. Swung on and fouled away. And we'll do it again, full count. Top of the 6th inning here in Fenway. Pitch. High. Ball 4. That one looked like it might have just clipped the letters there, but either way, runners will be now on first base after that walk. Not what you want to do, especially after coming in from the bullpen. He's a little angry there. Dropping his head down on the mound. Got to keep your head leveled, especially when you're down here 5-2. Josh Donaldson now up. That one inside. Not close to the plate. Now 1-2. See a righty and a lefty warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. Hembry and Perez. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Turned up the gas there. 98 miles per hour at the top of the zone. Donaldson wasn't going to touch that one. But it's very late on that swing. Now 1-1. Might want to go back to the gas if you're Barnes. That one low. It's still speedy at 97. Two-1. Kicks and deals. That one's outside. Now a hitter's count to Donaldson. Not where you want to be if you're Barnes. Especially with the lead as close as this. Relatively, only a 3-run lead. A blast here from Donaldson makes it a 1-run game. Need to be careful here. Hitter's count. Swung on and missed. Now 3-2. Full count. 100 miles per hour on the gun. Reached back for that one. Blew it right by Donaldson. See if he slows it down here. 3-2. Keeps it up with the gas. Wow.
98.
Keeps it up with the gas there. Now still 3-2. Donaldson looking to catch up with it here slightly, given that he fouled that one away. Full count, swung on and missed, and that's where he put it into slow motion. Splitter there at the bottom of the zone. Take a look at that grip. Yes, splitter grip and a strong one as well. Donaldson looking silly, swinging at that one. Comes Luis Ariz up 2 for 2 in this one with 2 singles. Able to put the ball where the fielders aren't, right into the outfield. Strong swings from him. And the only thing that this is his second year in the league really is something special for him. Venezuelan native. And he had 334 last season. Really something special. In 92 games, finished 6th in AL Rookie of the Year voting. And if it wasn't for such a stacked AL race, definitely could be higher. And he gets his 3rd single of the game as he flies that one over towards Benintendi. And he'll be on base at first. With a great piece of hitting there. That ball coming in towards him, kept his hands in and drove that one. Back on first base he goes. Seems to be like his home at this point in this game. 3 times in a row definitely is something. Miguel Sano now to bat. Sano definitely known for his power. 25 home runs this season. Was an all-star back in 2017. Swings at that one. Another hard pitch from Matt Barnes. 100 miles per hour. Really going back for that one. Spinning that ball hard. 0-2. That one is grounded and foul. Almost stayed fair. Could have drove in a run if it was, but a foul ball. Sano led the major league percentage in hard hit balls last season with 57%. Saw a hard hit ball there down that first base line. Takes that one for a ball 1-2.
Barnes is really struggling here to finish these at-bats. This is the 2nd batter in a row he's gone up 0-2 against. And the last one he gave up that single to, and this one he does finish. He gets the strikeout. There's that broadcaster jinx. Exclamation point jinxes in the chat.
You gotta have them. They're there every game. That goes for every broadcaster. They're always there. But that one was another strong pitch, and I think seeing him really crank it up, getting those 100-mile-per-hour pitches in there unexpectedly, really doing wonders for him. Runners on first and second here with 2 outs. Back to the bottom of the lineup, Byron Buxton up, a 9-hitter, 0 for 2 in this one. As he continues to struggle to get on base. And the thing is crazy with him, if he gets on base, he's really able to do a lot of work on that base path, able to fly around, steal multiple bases, go from first to second. And just not able to when it comes to working with the bat. 1-1 pitch. Barnes kicks and deals. That one's low. It's swung at 1-2. One-two pitch. Swung on and hit. Benintendi going to have to run after that one, and he makes the play by the warning track. Definitely had to use his range there. But we'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning as the meat and potatoes of the Red Sox lineup are going to come up to bat right here on ML Ball. Welcoming it back, Xander Bogaerts now up to bat. Had a single back in his first at-bat of this game and struck out in the 3rd. We are now here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Twins lead 5-2. Jose Berrios still on the mound for the Minnesota Twins. Has 72 pitches in this one. After that one's outside 1-0. Porcello had to be taken out. Too much damage being done by the Twins lineup. This one's hit towards Donaldson. Has a tough time with it. Makes the play at first, however, for the first out.
Now batting, third baseman, Rafael Devers.
Berrios still in control, able to work the strike zone. Had a couple mistakes back in the first inning, but since then, he's been able to settle down, work himself into good counts for a pitcher, and continue to keep the game rolling as that one is rolled over to a rise and thrown over at first for the second out.
Up next for the Red Sox, the first baseman.
Yeah, he's going deep into this game. Honestly, if you asked me after the first couple of innings if I thought Berrios was going to go deep into the sixth, I would have told you no chance in hell. Am I allowed to say that? Well, regardless. I'm just to see that. Yeah, he's really settled down and gotten into a rhythm.
Mitch Moreland now up to bat. And yeah, you're 100% right. I would have said there's no chance either if you see after what he did back in that first inning. Definitely had his struggles, but settled down here. Only at 76 pitches in the bottom of the sixth. Definitely could see him go 2 more innings if need be. Bullpen is strong for the Twins, so might not need him to go that long. But with a 3-0 count here, so Moreland, gotta try to keep your pitch count low if you want to stay in this game any longer. That one's called a strike at the top of the zone, across the belt, 3-1. Hitters count, kicks and deals. Inside, call the strike. That one looks very close. Right on the black there. Full count pitch, swung on and fielded in the shift. Going to be a tough play at first, however. Throws and he's safe. The Rise definitely had a move for that one. And the shift definitely helped to make the play from stopping it to go any further into the outfield. But a throw a little high, causing the runner to be safe at first base with a single. Moreland legged that one out at 13 speed. Tough thing to do, but he was able to do it either way. Jackie Bradley Jr. now 0 for 2 in this one with a fly out and a pop out. Jackie Bradley Jr. hits that one to Kepler. He's going to have to run. Will he make the play? It's out of here! Home run! As he launches that one into the right field seat, and it's a 100th career home run. Congrats to Jackie Bradley Jr. And a great home run there by him. His 9th of the season, and it's a one-run ball game.
Well, that makes things a whole lot closer here in Boston. Now it's a one-run game. It's anybody's ball game at this point, and that's monumental to have your 100th career home run being like that. Really changes the game. 5-2 going into the 9th or the 7th is a whole lot better or a whole lot worse than 5-4. And Jackie Bradley Jr. just gave his team a ton of momentum. They're excited. Their buddy just got his 100th home run, and it's a one-run ball game.
Gonna have to go find the fan who caught that ball in right field. Tough place to hit a home run to, and you know that better than me. Really, that ball sort of dies when it gets towards that area in right field, but that one kept on going, and it found its way there. Home run and his 100th of his career. Congratulations to Jackie Bradley Jr. Alex Verdugo now up 0-2 count as he fouls that one away. Berrios still in this game, about to throw his 85th pitch, and he gets the strikeout there. But as we were singing his praise, Jackie Bradley Jr. launches his 100th career home run, and we'll head to the top of the 7th inning. Twins still leading here, 5-4, right here on ML Buffalo.
Your attention, please. Now,
Heath Hembry coming in and towing the rubber for the Boston Red Sox. 4.12 ERA this season. Started his career with the Giants, but best known for his time in Boston. Injuries definitely were an issue for him last season. We're going to take a look at that Kepler home run that we talk about home runs in this game. I don't think anyone gets better than this. I know we saw a 100th career home run, but this one, to dead center, was a beauty indeed from Kepler. Embry with his first pitch. That one's caught the strike on the outside part of the plate, 0-1. He only appeared in 45 games last season, but he held a 3.86 ERA. Has had a tough time this year, but I think you could say that about many pitchers in this Boston bullpen. They're going to have a tough time,
Count 1-1.
especially with how strong the AL East has ended up being, with the Rays and the Yankees and the Blue Jays all really putting in some good work, especially when it comes to power. 1-2 pitch.
That's ball.
That one's high, 2-2.
2-2 the count.
Kicks and deals. Swung on and missed. Dropped that one towards the bottom of the zone with a great curveball there for the first out and the first strikeout of Embry's appearance.
Jorge Polanco.
Dropped that one right across the shins, forcing him to swing at that one as it was coming in. Jorge Polanco now up 1 for 3 in this one. Polanco, a 295 batting average last season, has fallen a little bit now at 287, trying to work back towards his usual self. That one's going to be flied over towards Bradley Jr. for the out, but Polanco definitely has the potential.
Now batting.
7th in AL for hits, 2nd in at-bats, 4th in doubles. The numbers might not show it when you look at his straight box score for average and OPS, but if you look at the numbers that he's had when it comes to hit and doubles, you really think he's an asset and a great spot for your 2-spot hitter. The almighty Mitch Garver now up. Garver had that double back in the 4th inning. 1 for 3. Pretty rare to see these catchers go for doubles, but he can do it. Been able to do it with these this season. Not the fastest guy in the world, but with the way he hits that ball, you can expect him to get multiple bases every time. That one's low in the dirt, 2-1. And it was a shame with him last season. He had a career year, but that injury to his ankle after the collision at home last season definitely halted some of his success, but had 31 home runs last season through 93 games, has broken that at 32 this year in August. Nelson Cruz on deck, full count, with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning.
Yeah, like you said, Garver definitely having a bounce back year. He is I don't know if they do this award anymore, but he is definitely in the running for comeback player of the year.
Oh, yeah.
In my book, at least.
100%.
Yeah, like you said, August, and he's already topped the amount of home runs he had last year.
He's going to walk there on a great discipline look from Mitch Garver, ball on the outside part of the plate.
The designated hitter.
Almost in the other batter's box there. Taking a good job looking at that one. Another player in the running, definitely could win it. Giancarlo Stanton for comeback player of the year. He has also come back and became something a lot more than a lot of people thought he would be with this Yankees team. Had a lot of injuries back in 2019, now in this 2020 ball season. Really on the force or something, but Cruz using the force there, driving that one towards Bradley Jr. in center field. Runners are going to be in the corners now after a nice single from Jackie Bradley from Nelson Cruz. Wow.
Number 20, Eddie Rosario.
Going to slap that one right back up the middle. I thought that one was going to reach the wall. Bradley Jr. doing a good job there, cutting it off, saving a run from coming in. I mean, Garver, if Garver was a little faster, might even had a chance to make a play at the plate. But either way, Eddie Rosario coming up to bat 0 for 1 in this one. Has stepped up to swing twice already, but has walked twice.
You see there, Wally the Green Monster getting the Fenway faithful hyped up for this huge at-bat. Embry is able to record an out against Eddie Rosario. Then we'll head to the bottom of the 7th, and they'll strand those runners on 1st and 3rd. If he's unable to do that, either bases loaded or the gap will widen. So high stakes here.
Yeah. anything can happen here. We've seen some crazy stuff already in this game. Eddie Rosario up, down. That one's called a strike right across the belt. 1 and 2 on the inside part of the plate. Big pitch here for Embry. And he swings at that one. Bogarts throws it over towards Peraza at second base. Gets the out. And head to the bottom of the 7th inning. No damage being done there. Almost, however, after some great hitting. Minnesota leads here 5-4. Boston trying to come back right here on ML Bopple.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Minnesota, number 38,
Corey Guerin coming in for the Minnesota Twins. 2.45 ERA this season. Also has a 117 whip. Been really solid for this team. He's been a journeyman. He's been around the league a little bit. 5 teams in the past 2 years. So he's seen a lot. Signed a minor league deal this offseason. Come to the Minnesota Twins now in a big spot against the Boston Red Sox. Only up 1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Thank you for joining us. And 7 holds on the season thus far. This is a hold opportunity. Miles, your boy Christian Vasquez is up to bat.
I forgot to mention I forgot to give you guys the answer. So I guess that'll be this trivia. So the question was Christian Vasquez, his batting average in the 2020 Out of the Park simulation done by Baseball Reference, and the answer is 251. Solid quarter of the time he's getting aboard.
251 for the Out of the Park situation. In our Bop Ball simulation, he came into this game 246. So I think we have a good representation over here. Very close, here and there, a couple swings. And so, yeah, I think we're doing a good job over here matching up like that. Yeah, we're looking pretty realistic. 1-2. That one is hit hard towards Donaldson. Rips that one. Catches it right into his glove there. Didn't have to move much, but that's why they call it the hot corner there, Miles. Has to be on your toes there. Whew, that one came in hot. Peraza now up after the strong swing from Vasquez. Peraza 1 for 3. Had a single back in the first inning. Hasn't been able to do anything since. That one is hit high and hard. Buxton running after that one. Could bounce off the wall. No! Makes the play at the warning track. Wow! Able to track that one down. Close by that 379 sign. Great job there by Buxton. His speed, using it to his advantage. Second out here in the bottom of the 7th. Andrew Benintendi now up 0 for 3. Top of the lineup, struggling here a little bit in this game. Did see that big blast back in the first, but more important runs, shortening the 3-run deficit to 1, came from the bottom of the lineup. That one's outside 1-1.
Red Sox starting to run out of time here. Bottom of the 7th, still down a run, although that could change at any moment. It is baseball, so any pitch can turn into a run in a matter of moments.
That one grounded over to a rise. He make the play, bounces it in the dirt, but Snow does a good job scooping that one out. 1-2-3. And we'll head to the top of the 8th inning. Donaldson, Arise, and Snow will come up to bat, trying to put some insurance runs for the Minnesota Twins.
Your attention, please.
Ryan Brazier coming in for Boston Red Sox, ready to toe the rubber here in the top of the 8th inning. A 3.84 ERA. He's been okay this season. He's found his way around the mound, and he even pitched last game, pitched 2/3 of an inning. He had a 1 earned run, but was not an important factor of the game, given they were able to win it 11-8 versus Tampa Bay. Brazier spent some time in Japan, came back to the States and helped Red Sox win a World Series.
That's inside.
Gonsolin now to bat. 2-0 pitch. That one's low, but called the strike across the knees. 2-1. Swung on and broken bat. Might find his way safe at first base, but Berrios does a great job fielding his position, running off the mound and choo-choo training his way over to first base. You look at this swing here, right in on the hands, and that one now firewood.
Great play there by Berrios. He didn't get a good jump on that hit. It had already been on the ground for a couple seconds once he left the mound, so it was very quick on those legs that you don't really see that out of pitchers that much.
Yeah, especially in a pitcher like Berrios, a bigger guy, but you used whatever speed he had. That's why I say choo-choo trained his way over to first because it didn't look like he was going to make it, but Donaldson, not the fastest guy either. So they're able to get that first out there, an important one as well. As Luis Ariz is now up 3 singles in this one, back to back to back, 3 for 3. Yeah, 2-0 count to him. That one is hit high, but might have a chance to fall in. No! Great play by Peraza. Bradley Jr. having to jump out the way there. Almost had a nasty collision. And usually you leave that one towards your center fielder as he's coming in. But Peraza said he got it. Very close play. We see the replay. Whoop! Olay there. Whoop! Close. Very close. Very, very close. And injury issues that the Red Sox had this year, you definitely don't want any more. But a good play there by Peraza, flashing the leather, making the play for the second out.
A lot of entertaining ball here in the later stages of this one.
Miguel Sano now up 0 for 2. That one's foul away. 1-1 count with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. We thank you for joining us. Trying to put on some insurance if you're the Minnesota Twins. That one's inside, close to that elbow there, 2-1. Kicks and deals. Brazier, that one's hit and fouled back towards the netting, 2-2. Pitch, swung on and missed. Whiffs at that one on a changeup on the outside part of the plate. Twins go down 1-2-3. And we're headed to the bottom of the 8th inning. Benintendi, Martinez, and Bogarts will come up to bat trying to score some runs for the Boston Red Sox right here on ML Pop Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
Trevor May coming in to pitch here.
Trevor May.
For the Minnesota Twins, setup guy for them, and holds the best ERA in this bullpen at the moment at 169. Very nice for him. Also has a nice whip at 97. Also leads the team, holds at 21. Definitely the guy you want on the mound at the moment. Gets a strike call there, 0-1. Been a Twin his whole career. Made his MLB debut back in 2014, but he struggled to stay in the majors. Describes himself as a man of many skills off the mound. DJ's on Twitch in his spare time. Definitely technically savvy. Trevor May, a man of many skills for sure. And very skillful on the mound as well. 0-2 to Martinez. That one's low in the dirt, 1-2. Swung on and missed. Fastball on the outside, almost in the other batter's box, and Martinez couldn't hit that one with an oar. He just whiffed at that one. Trying to reach, but not going to make good contact with a ball in the other batter's box. Good strikeout there by Trevor May.
You can tell Martinez wanted to be the hero of this one. He wanted to send that one over the that one over the green monster and tie this one up in the bottom of the 8th.
Definitely a tough one to swing at there. Had that big home run back in the first inning. Hasn't been able to do much since. He'll go sit down, and Sandy Bogarts is up 1 for 3. Trevor May going to change out the baseball. 2-0 count to Xander Bogarts. Bogarts had that single back in the first inning. Also hasn't been able to do much since. Still a 1-run ball game here in Boston as the Twins are leading 5-4. Two-0 pitch. Inside, 3-0. Devers on deck. Allowing base runners here could be dangerous as we're getting towards that part of the lineup that did some damage back in the 5th, cutting the deficit down to 1. And that one's outside, the 4-pitch walk. The runner's on first.
Hey, walking the batter after getting the strikeout on JD. That's a dangerous thing to do when you have a one-run lead. It's like they say in hockey. What is it? 2 goals is the worst lead or something. Did you get coffee?
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not a hockey guy. That never has. I don't think I ever will be. You're asking the wrong guy as that one gets thrown over to first base. Tying run on first. Leading run in the batter's box. That is Rafael Devers. Fouled back 0-1. Yeah, never been a big hockey guy. Can give me a couple expressions, but here and there. But I don't know if I'll be able to help you out as much. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed right in his blind spot there. High and tight with a fastball. Clocking in at 95. Ground ball here could end the inning. 0-2. And he says he went around. Home plate umpire called it there. For the second strikeout of the inning. Great pitch. Caught Devers there on his heels. Trying to catch up to a ball that broke at that point. Mitch Moreland now up. Still with a runner on first. Moreland had that strong single. Then ended up coming around to score after the Jackie Bradley Jr. home run. That one's low 1-1. Moreland does have some power. 18 home runs on the season. Did hit a home run last game. That one is high, fouled back 1-2. One-two pitch, 2 outs. Swung on and missed. Great pitch there by May. Had a little trouble with Bogarts allowing the walk, but strikes out everybody else. We'll head to the top of the 9th inning. The Twins try to tack on some runs. Austin Bryce coming in to pitch for the Boston Red Sox. 2.93 ERA. 143 whip as well. So the whip is a little bit up there, but ERA definitely one of his best factors. Doesn't allow a lot of runs. Fun fact about him, first Hong Kong-born player to appear in the MLB. He makes the play as he flies off the mound on a ball popped up. Buxton, surprised there. Bryce looked a little faster than Buxton there as he launched himself off the mound, almost overran the baseball to make the play. Max Kepler now up. Had a big home run. This one's hit high, but doesn't have the distance. Benintendi will settle himself underneath it for the second out. So 2 pitches, 2 outs for Bryce.
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Jorge.
Austin Bryce was with the Reds, spent 2 stints with the Marlins, and was acquired in a trade with Miami to come to Boston. And has been a solid piece in the bullpen. Won't be a 1-2-3 inning as that one is low 1-0, but the pitch count is low. Now thrown to Jorge Polanco. Swung on and into the lap of Vasquez seems okay, 1-1. One pitch. That one will be fouled away once again, 1-2. Blanco hasn't done much since that first inning, much like many here in this game. That one's grounded over towards Peraza. He'll make the play at first. And we'll head to the bottom of the ninth. Red Sox only down 1 here. Bradley Jr., Verdugo, and Vasquez coming up. Trying to send the fans home happy here in Boston. Stay with us on ML Ball.
It's hero time here in Boston.
Now pitching for the
Here is Taylor Rogers.
55.
2.85 ERA. Also holds 31 saves on the season. Only 1 blown save with the Twins his whole career. We'll take a look back to the 6th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. launching one over that right field wall. His 100th career home run. Congratulations once again. But now, even possibly a quite bigger moment in this ball game. Only down a run here. Rogers, his first pitch. That one high, slow, but called a strike at the top of the zone. 84-mile-per-hour slider. Probably not where he wanted it. That one's low, 1-1. One pitch, swing that very far outside part of the plate. Surprised he even went for that one. Now 1-2. Rogers used to be a setup man a few years back. Now in that closing position, really proved himself last year and now this season as well. True closer. Minnesota's very lucky to have him. One-two pitch. Swung on and missed. Slider breaking away in the bottom of the zone. Missed that one. When we look at the league leaders in saves. Rogers at 31. Clocking in tied at 6th. Tied with Ken Giles.
You see, whenever you look at any of these statistic categories, there's always a few Twins up there. They're a very well-rounded team.
That is very true. And even though, as I said earlier, the numbers in that normal box score, batting average, and OPS might not show it, definitely have some skill in the unique way, whether it is with saves or doubles or at bats, whatever it is, they'll find their way into these top 5 lists that really make them a special team. One of the main reasons why they're so dominant in that AL Central. That one is swung on and missed by Verdugo, 2-1. Cooling down after a big game, Verdugo is 0 for 3 in this one. That one's fouled back now, 2-2. Boston fans getting a little nervous here. Fans are on their feet, however. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded over towards Polanco. Can he make the play at first? He does. Very close, however, for the second out.
Oh, Red Sox down to their final out of the ball game. Looking for 1 run to tie it. 2 to win it.
And now is a better time than ever for Christian Vasquez to come up to the plate. We've been singing his praise all game. Giving you fun facts about him and what he's been able to do with this team and what he's been able to do in multiple other teams around his professional career.
And here's another fun fact about Christian Vasquez, and it's also a fun fact about MFRS 23. This isn't the first time Christian Vasquez has been at the plate with 2 outs in a situation where he could tie or win the game that I have called.
1-1. That one's called a strike, 1-2. So you might be this good luck charm here, Miles. Anything could happen here. Down to their final strike. Red Sox fans, excited to see. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Sinker breaking away. Vasquez didn't bite at that one. 2-2 pitch. Down to the final strike. 1-1 game. High now. 3-2. Full count with Jose Peraza on deck. Following that is the rest of the lineup. And Vasquez is the 9-hitter. Full count pitch. Swung on and hit hard. That one could fall into the gap. That one might even get out. Will it go? Yes, it will! Home run!
Vasquez ties the game.
Christian Vasquez ties the game indeed. His 12th home run of the season. 385-foot shot. And one of the most important home runs of his career. As this game is now tied at 5. Wow, what a start.
That one. Ice in his veins.
Rogers is going to be tallied for the blown save, only the second of the season. If we take a look at this replay, he launched that one over the wall and out of here. What a shot right into the Red Sox bullpen there. Peraza now up to bat, and a home run here would actually win them the ball game on a walk-off. Wow, I'm in shock. You could have wrote a better story. We've been talking about Vasquez all game, giving you all the fun facts and information you need. And he puts up in a moment like that. Wow. 2-0 count. That one low. And Red Sox fans obviously excited and should be given the big moment that just happened. .2-0 pitch. Right down the heart of the plate. Not swung at 2-1. See the Twins bullpen, 2 righties warming up. Michael Pineda, Tyler Duffy. .2-1 pitch. Home plate umpire says he went around there, broke the plane. Now 2-2. Peraza not arguing. Swung on and hit back up the middle. Runner's going to be on first base and a walk-off run. Now a runner. And you see a great swing there getting out of the infield. Runner on first base here. And Andrew Benintendi now coming up to bat. Hasn't done much this game, 0 for 4. But a big moment here. Could win it, as you say, for the Fenway faithful. .0-1 pitch. Outside 1-1. Rogers having a tough time here, keeping that ball over the plate. A little shook after the Vasquez home run. Already at 23 pitches here in the bottom of the 9th inning. That one swung on and fouled back 1-2. Not used to blowing saves in this season. 1-2 count. Red Sox fans on their feet. Swung on and missed. And we have some free baseball right here on ML Baseball. We'll head to the top of the 10th. Tied at 5.
Well, so we couldn't provide Christian Vasquez trivia, but we can provide a little ball trivia relating to extra innings. Which broadcasting team called the first ever extra innings game in ball history?
First ever extra innings game to ever happen in the history of I'm assuming you're a part of it. Yeah.
I wouldn't be asking it if I wasn't a part of it. But the other member of the team.
It's a very good question. I couldn't tell. Yeah, I couldn't tell. I joined a little late. I joined in the beginning of. I joined around mid-May, so I couldn't tell you exactly. I'm assuming it happened in April. Yeah, in March. Wow, so that's before my time. Definitely.
See if he's in the chat. If he's in the chat, you might know. He probably knows it if he's in the chat. That's probably a safe bet.
2-run count to Mitch Garver, star of this team. That one's high now, 3-1. Austin Bryce still in this game. Only threw a small amount of pitches back in the ninth, so figure keep him in, but struggles with Mitch Garver. Puts him on first base here in extra innings. And we do not have that special extra inning rule where there's a runner on second. This is as if life was normal. Things haven't changed. Nelson Cruz now up to bat. Can't walk it off. You're the road team, but definitely could put some runs on the board to help you win. Runner on first here for Nelson Cruz after the walk. That one in the zone. High across the knees there. 0-1. Note the double plays that Cruz has grounded into this season. 0-1 pitch. That one's low. Bounces away. Runner goes towards second base. Could be a play. No. Runner now in scoring position after a wild pitch from Austin Bryce. That one definitely hurts. You'll go talk to him there. Vasquez talking to Austin Bryce, telling him it's going to be okay. But with no outs, runner in scoring position, I don't know the truth to that. That one's outside 2-1. Nelson Cruz, huge power, hits that one foul down the first base side towards the dugout. Go 2-2. Cruz notably standing far away in that batter's box, but that's his unique stance. That one inside 3-2. Now full count with Eddie Rosario on deck, the free swinger. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again, full count. And strike three. Swings and misses on a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Bryce's first strikeout of the game thus far. Eddie Rosario now up 0-2 with 2 walks. I mentioned him being a free swinger, but using his patience to his advantage in this one. That one low, 1-0. That one fouled back 1-1. Gone on base twice with walks, but hasn't gotten on base with a hit in this one. One out here in the top of the 10th inning. Inside 2-1. You all know our bop ball fans love free baseball. Seems like we get a ton of it nowadays. Runner on second after the wild pitch in the previous at bat. Swung on and hit towards the Green Monster. Has a chance to get out. Will it go? Yes, it will. A home run. And the Twins lead here 7-5. Wow, what a shot by Rosario.
Wow. Yeah, Rosario with a lot of power in that bat. Like this whole Twins lineup. He gives his team a valuable 2-run lead with 1 out in the top of the 10th.
EB from Toronto's excited. I know I am. And that shot to opposite field, and we all had a look at that one. Wasn't sure if it was going to go, but you see Rosario spending a good time looking at it as well. Almost hook foul, but a home run there right into the seats. Opposite field for him. We'll bring in Nathan Eovaldi for the Boston Red Sox. Eovaldi found his way around the league a little bit. Now with Red Sox 5.06 ERA, 136 WHIP. Trying to stop the bleeding here. In the top of the 10th inning. Minnesota now leads 7-5. Donaldson up to bat. That one called a strike 0-1. Eovaldi throwing 100 on the gun. Definitely has that velocity. Looked outside 0-2. Vasquez likes that pitch. Caught it right on the black there, 0-2. Twins taking the lead here in the top of the 10th inning.
Nope.
Huge power from
Count is 1
Eddie
and 2.
Rosario. And for someone that was struggling a little bit in this game, into his 30th home run on the season. Huge blast indeed. The Puerto Rican native sure should be happy with himself after that blast. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and ripped. Caught by Devers. Flashed the leather there. And we saw Donaldson before. It could play in the hot corner. Devers makes one of his own to the opposite third baseman. Luis Arraez up 3 for 4 in this one, 3 singles. Popped out in his previous at-bat, but sure has had one heck of a game, that's for sure. Look at the Red Sox bullpen. 2 lefties warming up. Josh Taylor, the closer for this Red Sox team. 2 outs here. That one's hit towards the gap and could go near the monster. It does. Benintendi going to have to run after that one. And Arraez finding his way into second base for a solid double. His 4th hit of the ballgame.
The first baseman, number 22.
He launches that one towards that gap there. And sometimes a tough ricochet off the monster could be a tough go. But Benintendi able to make a good play. Look at those hands out in front. Able to find that ball and going to get an intentional walk, moving Miguel Sano over to first base. Bringing up Buxton, a smart play there by Ron Manecki.
The center fielder, number 25, Byron Buxton.
Byron Buxton now up 0 for 4 in this one. Hasn't been able to do much this game here in the 9th spot. Could extend the lead, however, he puts one into the outfield with runner in scoring position. That one's called a strike. A curveball breaking from the inside part of the plate. Oh, 1 pitch. Swung on and fouled backwards. 0-2. And strike 3, swings and misses at the 100-mile-per-hour four-seamer. But the Twins have the lead here, 7-5 in Fenway. BOS is going to come up, try and tie this game, possibly walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th. Join us.
They are on the ropes. Let's have them on the ropes, and they're sending in Tyler Duffy at that knockout punch.
Tyler Duffy. Obviously, the closer, Taylor Rogers, had to be taken out after blowing the save. And Tyler Duffy, the setup man. Take a look at that Martinez home run back, way back in that first inning. Thought this was going to be a tough game for the Twins. Has been a tough game for the Twins, but in a different way. Most of the damage being done towards the end of the game instead of the first. Martinez up to bat now. Tyler Duffy, a 2.83 ERA. He's been a career Twin, struggled in the early part of his career as a starter, but when converted into a reliever back in 2019, he really excelled at that role. Now a setup man, but J.D. Martinez hits that one far. That one has a chance to go towards the wall.
That one's out.
And yes, it does. Wow. What a shot by J.D. Martinez. His 28th home run of the season. And the deficit is cut to 1. Wow.
He's standing there. He's slowly walking to first, trying to just wave it over fair, and it worked. 28 on the season, and the game was back within 1.
And you look at this, and the camera angles sometimes fool us a little bit. We have to make sure it goes out before we call it. And you gave us the timing there. What a shot by J.D. Martinez, really sending that one out of here, making a fan happy. 1-run ball game, and the bullpen having a tough time here. A lot of late home runs in this one. 7-6 ball game here in the bottom of the 10th inning. 1-0 pitch to Bogarts. As that one is ripped foul down that third base line. And surprising indeed, this Red Sox team is never out of it. That one is swung on and fouled back into the lap of catcher Garver. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Ball high in the top of the zone. Duffy thrown in there. 95-mile-per-hour four-seamer. Can't touch that one. As the barrel's underneath it. Strong K there. Rafael Devers now up. 1 for 4 in this one. As we get closer to that bottom of the lineup, they were successful back in the 5th, attacking on runs. So was Vasquez in the 9th inning, attacking on the run, sending us into extra innings. That one's hit hard and whoa! This game is tied. Well, I apologize. My screen started to glitch a little bit at the worst possible moment, but Devers hits that ball out of here, and this game is tied once again. Wow, a solo shot. And Devers sends this one out of here.
I'm getting deja vu here.
And if you ask for free baseball, here it is. Devers with a shot indeed.
Oh. Now that the game is tied, here's the answer to the trivia question. It was Cookie Eater 45 and Ian. Yeah. It was, I believe it was just 10 or 11 innings. It wasn't a marathon, but yeah, back in March.
And with the way that this one is panning out to be, it's starting to look like a marathon. As now Michael Pineda's in this game. Mitch Moreland's up to bat, 2 for 4 with a double and a single. This game is tied, and anything could happen here. Pineda, not known for his success as of late, definitely has found some struggles late in his career, having an ERA of a 4.98, also a 1.45 whip. He's the long relief arm for this Twins team, so I guess they're expecting that this could keep on happening, as the Red Sox do not want to go down here in extra innings.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count.
1-2 count to Moreland. That one swung on and launched, but it will not find his way out. Rosario will settle himself underneath it for the second out.
The batter, the center fielder, Jackie Bradley Jr.
Jackie Bradley Jr. JBJ up to bat, has 100th career home run in this one, and his 101st could be the walk-off winning run if he does launch one over. Not necessary, just needs some small ball action as well if the bottom of the lineup can handle it. The run across will win this game for the Boston Red Sox. 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit over towards Donaldson. He makes the play over at first base. We're ahead to the top of the 11th inning for some more free baseball here on ML Buffalo, tied at 7 apiece. Max Kepler up to bat.
Max Kepler.
Nope, that's the ball.
Home run earlier in this game. Big one indeed. In fact, that one's low 2-0. That one's high now, 3-0. Do not want to put him on base, especially with the 2, 3, and 4 hitters that this Twins team has coming up. 3-0 pitch. In for a strike now, 3-1.
Valdi's getting his pitches in there quick. That one, the last one, 99 miles an hour. It's rare that you see these deep into games. He's a fresh arm coming out of the bullpen. Who knows how many more of those we'll see tonight.
Full count after being up 3-0. Kepler launches that one, has a chance to go as well, but no. Verdugo able to settle himself underneath it. Turns around and makes the play for the first out. Top of the 11th inning. With the way that these balls have been leaving the park, you almost have to assume that they have a chance to get out, especially with the ways that both of these teams have been hitting, especially the Red Sox late. Jorge Polanco now up 1 for 5 in this one.
That's the ball.
That one's outside 1-0.
Another 99-mile-an-hour pitch there.
Throwing the hard gas indeed, Evaldi is. It's expected from him. He's been able to hit those numbers pretty consistently. He does it again there. Top of the 11th here. The Red Sox do not want to go down without a fight, and they've been fighting indeed. Martinez homered last inning, and so did Devers. Able to find their way around the bases with some strong swings. 7-7 here. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Look, early on the 99-mile-per-hour fastball there. Now 2-2. And that one's called a ball. Hooked its way. I thought that one was going to hook in for a strike. Looked close, but 3-2. Full count. Strike 3 called. Similar pitch, different result. Evaldi's second strikeout of the night. That splitter there on the outside part of the plate. Didn't swing at that one. And here, the almighty Mitch Garver up 1 for 3. Has had some success with the walk in this one. Oh, 1 pitch, swung on and hit. That one has a chance as well. Verdugo running after it and makes the play, using his range to his advantage and tracked that one down very nicely. We'll head to the bottom of the 11th with Boston trying to walk it off here with Verdugo, Vasquez, and Peraza coming up.
Boston looking to end it with anything here. As long as a run crosses the plate, this game is over. It'll be in Boston's favor if it happens this inning.
Both teams definitely putting up a good fight, and a classic here as well. That one swung on and fouled away by Verdugo. Verdugo, very relaxed stance it seems, but definitely has some power in, and if he's able to make good contact. That one's high, called to strike 1-2. One-two pitch. Swung on and ripped. That's a single. Winning run is on first. Take a look at this swing here. Ball inside, takes it inside. Small leg kick. He's able to do some good damage with it as he's on first base. And now with the man that originally tied the game back in the bottom of the 9th is now up. He's looking to bunt. Showed it, pulled it back on the ball low. Not sure why he would want to bunt with the man that hit that big home run. Small ball might be the best effort, however, with the top of the lineup coming up, who has had their small struggles. That one's bunted over, but a bad bunt indeed. Popped over towards Sano for the first out.
The batter, number 3, second baseman,
Jose Peraza. Now up to bat 2 for 5. Looking to do some damage of his own. Had a single in the first and a single in the ninth. Single here could move the runner over towards third base. Verdugo have to be quick, however. That one's popped back 1-1. Red Sox fans urging on their team here. That one is hitting towards the gap. This one could bring in the winning run. Verdugo's going to make his way around second, headed towards third. He's going home. Could be a play at the plate. Will he make it? Save! Save! Save!
Red Sox
Verdugo did it.
What ending.
Verdugo does it, and Peraza with the double in the gap to win the ball game. Red Sox here with the victory. 8-7. We take a look at the replay here. Wow, oh my goodness. From first to home. And the throw was offline, yeah. We're going to get an interview here with the player of the game. And that looks to be
on the field.
And what a walk-off indeed. And victory as well. And that's going to be JD Martinez. He hit that big home run back in the first inning. Also hit one in the 10th inning. Start that rally. Devers hit that home run to tie it as well. So, player of the game, JD Martinez. But a bigger moment also goes to Peraza, able to walk it off. And the Red Sox with an awesome effort in front of the Fenway faithful.
There's nothing like a walk-off at Fenway. Well, I mean, unless you're a Twins fan.
Yes, indeed. JD Martinez, look at his stats here. 2 home runs in this one. 3 RBIs as well.
The basement of the AL East just beat the team with the best record in the MLB. Anything can happen in Boswell.
That indeed, in awesome fashion as well. In extra innings. And if you love free baseball, it doesn't get more better than that. Red Sox with the walk-off victory, 8-7. JD Martinez, your player of the game. Nathan Eovaldi with the win, and Michael Pineda with the loss. You're giving up that one earned run. That earned run being the walk-off run here in Fenway. Awesome effort from the Red Sox. JD Martinez, Christian Vasquez, Jackie Bradley Jr., Jose Peraza all getting recognition here. But we look at the replays. JD Martinez with that big home run back in the bottom of the first inning. That one landed atop of the Green Monster, giving them the 2-0 lead in the bottom of the first. This lead wouldn't be safe for long, however, as Kepler homered to right on a shot that really found its way long and gone over that wall. In that right field area, really hooked it in there, 2-2 in the top of the third. And speaking of Kepler, he launched the moonshot of a home run, 425 feet to dead center. A spot that you usually don't see a lot of home runs land in Boston, but that one landed there in the tarp over the seats there in center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. hitting a big home run, his 100th home run of his career, landing 400 feet, cut-in deficit from 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning, making the score 5-4. This was a big pitch from Rogers in the bottom of the 9th inning. The strikeout there. Slider on the way in the zone, and definitely something that Rogers was hoping to continue to do as he was the closer in this one. But the man that we talked about all game, Vasquez, said, no, not today, as he hit a home run to center 385 feet, tying this game at 5 as we headed to some free baseball and extra innings. Rosario wanted this game to end in the 10th. They were the home team. This would have been a walk-off, but being on the road, they took the lead 7-5 on a ball that was hit opposite field and over the Green Monster. A tough thing to do. Martinez fought his way back into this game, 412-foot shot to center field. Moonshot that one was as well. Minnesota still leading in the bottom of the 10th 7-6. Wasn't for long, however, as Devers tied this game up. Ball going a long way and hit off the top of the wall there for a home run, 7-7 in the bottom of the 10th inning. And then the immaculate double that drove in Verdugo from first base. Safe he was on a play at the plate. And an awesome effort from the Boston Red Sox, at one point trailing by 3, crawling their way back in extra innings to win this one 8-7.
Well, there's a great one here, especially as a Red Sox fan, but even as a baseball fan.
Yeah.
That one back and forth, a lot of offense. My cat is walking on my computer. Luckily, thing turned off. But a great game here from Fenway, and now joining us in the booth is Cole Ringeisen and Jeremy Goldstein on the call for Angels White Sox coming up here. How are you doing, guys?
If only you could see our reactions in the on-deck circle. From the Vasquez home run to the Martinez. Once JD Martinez homered, we knew Devers was going to homer, and then we were just praying for a walk-off because we knew anything the Twins did would be matched and nothing more.
And we should have known that this game was going to go into extra innings, because no matter what, if Jeremy Goldstein's on the call, the game before always goes into extra
Every
innings.
time.
No matter what. No matter
time.
what the score is, the game's going to go into extra. So it just
time.
happens all the time. We wouldn't have seen that awesome ending if it wasn't for the Jeremy curse, if you will, for us going into some extra innings. But
That's
either
becoming
way,
its own thing.
we're going to have an awesome game coming up next. The Angels versus the White Sox, two teams both trying to claw their way back into the wild card race in some way, shape, or form. The Angels with a solid record, also with the White Sox in the AL Central, both really trying to claw their way back in.
Sorry about
Yeah, the White Sox have a half a game lead in the second wild card spot, so a big start for them as they look to get a big win and just boost their lead and hopefully secure a playoff spot as we get deeper into August.
That is for sure. Final score in Fenway in the bottom of the 11th inning, a walk-off double, sending the runner home. Boston wins 8-7. We'll get at your hair. You guys have an awesome game coming up. Enjoy your call.
Thank you, Jay.
Hey, thanks, Jaden. And as my partner here in the booth, Jeremy, mentioned, both teams trying to possibly make a run at this wild card berth, but White Sox have definitely been struggling as of late, dropping 9 of their last 11 games, while their other opponents in their division, the Indians and Twins, both posting very high records, actually 2 of the best in baseball. So definitely not a good time to struggle, as your other 2 divisional rivals are just nothing short of on fire, except for the Twins as they drop their game there. As we'll see, one of the 2 rookie starting pitchers we'll see today, Dane Dunning.
Dane Dunning, his first season in the league, gotten up to a little bit of a rough start, Cole, but a 4.37 ERA is manageable. What concerns me the most is his whip. 1.35 is way too high if you're going to be a starter. I want to see him get that down a little bit. And it's raining today in Chicago, so that means we might get a little bit less offense, as it'll be harder for these hitters to see the ball. But Brian Goodwin steps in, so I'm going to give you the call.
Today will be low. First contact, that's driven deep into the gap. Will that drop? Garcia raging for it, and it's off the wall. That'll be an easy step double for Godwin, and he has had nothing short of a breakout year, so to speak, boasting career highs in nearly all bang categories so far this season.
Yeah, great pickup from the Kansas City Royals, and as soon as I say there's not going to be a lot of offense, Brian Goodwin takes the first pitch and hits into the opposite field gap. Larry Garcia a little too slow for it, but the Angels have set themselves up quite nicely here. They need to go on a win streak again to make up games in that wild card standing. So David Fletcher, another one of their hot breakout hitters, will look to drive in Goodwin.
Dunning know to try to get that soft contact, but sometimes it just gives too much of it, as we saw it there, as he'll try to get it through here with David Fletcher up to bat. You see there, White Sox have dropped 8.5 games back in the AL Central. Didn't seem like long ago that there was that real 3-way race. Never really knew who could really come alive. But as I mentioned earlier, Indians and Twins have just been soaring as of late to have two of the best records in ball, I believe.
Well, maybe the White Sox can benefit off of that insane Twins loss they just experienced. But again, with an inexperienced pitcher like Dunning on the mound, this is how you progress as a team, by coming behind the starter and scoring some runs and giving him support.
The defensive lineup today for the White Sox will have Jimenez out in left field, followed by Garcia in center, Mozara in right, as that one just is high, 3-1. Moncada over at third, shortstop Tim Anderson, second baseman the newly acquired Jonathan Scope, first baseman Jose Abreu, and DH Edwin Encarnacion, as he cannot find the strike zone there, and no outs still, and you have runners on first and second.
I mentioned how it's hard to hit when you're raining because of the way the rain comes down. It sort of ruins your vision of the ball. Well, it also could ruin the grip of a lot of pitches. And a guy like Dunning, who doesn't rely on his fastball as much, or relies on that breaking ball, the break on these pitches is going to be severely manipulated. So, especially with a guy like Mike Trout at the plate, expect a lot of damage from the Angels this inning potentially.
Mike Trout currently first in the AL for on-base percentage, as that one's fouled away. Also ranking second in walks, so he'll make sure he gets on base any way he can here.
Yeah, we expect nothing less of Mike Trout. I mean, first and second, nobody out. You can afford a productive out right now, but obviously Trout's going to be looking to do more than that.
Running with the 0-1, that is contact over to Scope at second. He'll rush over to the bag. The throw at first will be in time, and big time double play there from Dunning to hopefully lessen the blow for his first go at it.
Yeah, I don't want to take the credit away from Dane Dunning, but maybe the rain did affect Trout's right there. Very weakly hit ground ball double play. Very good execution by the White Sox infield. Anthony Rendon is now the only hope for not wasting any opportunities the Angels had this inning.
Rendon, no slouch of his own, of course, signed that big contract in the offseason and has served as a good second man to Mike Trout. We'll see what he can do here, as that one will go by for a ball.
Rendon, one of those weird hitters who does actually see righties out from the stretch a lot better than he does lefties.
As that one, good action on that curveball, but make sure you don't want to put it any closer to the middle there, as that one could be punished. As they'll get soft contact there. That'll scoop by Anderson, and Angels will be on the board here early.
Very good piece of contact hitting from Rendon. Obviously, Anderson's a good shortstop defensively, but this was just hit too well up the middle. Anderson not fast enough to get his glove over it. Angels lead 1-0.
Now see the DH Justin Upton riding an 8-game Haynes streak. Maybe he can strike early here to keep this offense at the plate, as that fastball will miss again for a ball.
Upton's been on a lot of teams throughout his career. Padres, Braves, Diamondbacks. I'm sure I'm missing one.
As, good slide by Moncada, and the throw will be in time. Good heads-up play by the third baseman, as we'll now see these bats for Chicago for the first time.
Gonsolin, it appears, on the mound for the Angels today, replacing Ohtani last minute. His numbers as a young, up-in-the-rise pitcher is a lot more concerning than Dunning. His 8.10 ERA, an even higher WHIP, but it's obviously safe to say that the sample size is a lot lower. This is just Dunning's second appearance as a starter. But he does have a tough task with this White Sox lineup. Obviously, Garcia, good leadoff hitter, Moncada, Jimenez, and Robert in the middle, so we'll see how he deals with it. Here's Cole's having a little issue, so ground out there for Leury Garcia. And that'll bring up Tim Anderson. Takes a strike, count 0-1. Angels 62 and 57, currently third in the AL West. As Gonsolin deals the 0-1, just missed the upper left side of the zone to count 1-1. Gonsolin obviously took a little bit of time for him to come up and make his MLB debut. As Cole has rejoined us in the booth, Cole, have you fixed your problems?
I think so. How long was I out there? I was a little confused why I was being talked over, but now I understand why.
Yeah, I don't think I couldn't hear you. I'm not sure if anybody else could either. Now, so why don't you go ahead and take over?
Okay, so that might be a little embarrassing. Was I out for the start of this whole game?
No, I think you just missed the 2 pitches to Anderson.
Oh, okay, cool. As that one will drop in for Tim Anderson, as you probably saw there from the stats. He has had a very impressive bat so far this season. In fact, I do believe he had a record-setting 38-game hit streak. That was enough to put him in the top 10 all time.
Yeah, impressive. That's for Anderson. Anderson sort of emerging last year as one of those progressive players, so to speak. A lot of fans who are concerned about the potential decline baseball has been seeing in attendance and viewership want to see more action from the players, more intensity, more celebrations, and more bat flips. And Tim Anderson just symbolizes that so well. And he's just a very important player for this whole week, so to speak. Excuse me. Sorry for the stuttering.
Oh, no problem. Couldn't have said better myself. As we see here, the new acquisition for these White Sox, second baseman Jonathan Schoop. We'll see what he can do here with the 1-1 count from Gonsolin. The pitch.
That's ball two.
That'll be low, missing the zone with the splitter. We had a 2-1.
Jonathan Schoop, one of those trade deadline additions for Chicago. Very important acquirement, I would say, because they were having a little bit of struggles with that second base position. We didn't know if maybe Ryan Goins would play there. But I think he's a little past his prime, if he ever did have a prime, because he never really was a hitter. He's more of a defensive replacement. But adding Schoop just adds a whole other nice bat in the lineup. Yeah, I think it's big if they want to solidify their spot in the playoffs.
With a young prospect like Nick Madrigal set to be the future for that position, Schoop provides a great hold spot before he is ready to strut his stuff, as Scope's able to work it to full here.
Yeah, and Cole, you said it best. Scope's not on a big contract. I think he's a free agent at the end of the season, so allow Madrigal to sort of wait it out a little bit more, watch Schoop play the position, and then hopefully if he's ready, and I'm sure he will be, it'll be all his for next year.
Scope's able to foul that cutter off here, staying alive, and it looks like this rain is set to be here for quite a bit.
Yeah, it's pouring down. I wonder if that'll, like I've mentioned many times before, alter the effects of this game.
And that is dribbled right over to the third baseman. This will be a textbook double play. And that'll do it. Good start for Gonsolin, going 12 pitches. And that'll do it for the first inning. Angels 1, White Sox nothing. Corey Neisen, Jeremy Goldstein coming from you for a rainy Chicago day at Guaranteed Rate Field, as Heidi Watney will tell us about something important, possibly that we do this all for charity. As you notice on the top bar, this week's charity is Meals on Wheels. So if you are feeling generous and have $1 or $2 to spare, be sure to scroll down and find that big donate button.
Yeah, you can find the link in the description, or you can go in the chat and type !donate, and that'll do the work for you. Meals on Wheels is a phenomenal cause. Highly recommend donating.
You see here the great vet Albert Pujols lead off the Angels here at top of the second.
Yeah, if Pujols' bat can get going, I'd be a lot more confident in the Angels' chances to have a good rest of their season offensively. However, I think it's just people have relied on his bat for too long, especially with his age. I think he just would serve better as a end of the lineup DH if he isn't already one.
Yeah, as we saw there, those splits not shabby going against left-hand pitching. So ideally, I would probably have him as a platoon role, but he sends that one high out there, so maybe he's trying to prove me wrong.
Yeah, and Cole, you're right. He does hit the occasional home run. But again, I think he's just not maybe an everyday player at this stage of his career. I understand they're still paying him, but that's what you get with the contract.
And nice curveball there from Dunning, and that'll get him his first strikeout of the day.
The left fielder, number 7.
Again, Dunning relies on his breaking stuff primarily. If it's as effective as that, he should have a smooth sailing game for what his expectations are.
And here's another piece from that Adam Heaney deal to the Dodgers. DJ Peters only has started 21 games so far, but he's definitely made a good impression for these Angels.
It looks like the Angels have sort of strayed away from trying to sign risky veterans at the trade deadline or in free agency, and they're trying to get young again, which I think is not just good for the team, but good for Mike Trout. You just signed Mike Trout to that major extension, and it doesn't seem like you're going anywhere once again. You're still stuck in that middle of the pack. So if they can maybe sort of try a different approach, I think that might maybe help their benefits a lot more.
As he'll chase that high fastball there, and Dunning with back-to-back Ks. Hopefully that first run won't phase him much, and he'll try to go deep into this one.
Yeah, Dunning going away from the breaking ball and then coming up with the high fastball near the belt, drawing a swing from the inexperienced rookie, and now he's 1 out away from a 1-2-3 inning, his first of the day.
Andrelton Simmons will try to stop that, the shortstop. Definitely more of a defensive player, but we'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, when Simmons came up with the Braves, I think his scouting report was established defensive shortstop, was already one of the best in the game as a rookie defensively. But after that, I think they waited too long for his bat to heat up, and it just never established into an all-star type of offensive player.
The 2-1 now will be ripped out to right, and now drop in for a nice base hit there to keep this top of the second alive for the Angels.
Batting 9, the catcher, Jason Castro.
That brings up the catcher, Jason Castro.
That's
First pitch in will be high and inside for a ball.
Castro's bounced around quite a bit. More played for the Twins and the Astros prior to signing a deal with the Angels. But he's been a good back-end catcher for them. Obviously, you see a 5-game hit streak. Not much, but he's gathered a bunch of those throughout his new tenure here. I wonder if he's going to be the catcher going forward for the rest of the season full-time. It seems like they're definitely going to go that way.
That curveball will not cause a swing from Castro. He works it to 2-1 here. Lane sets the pitch. Once again inside, and he'll have to get out of the way from that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. While Dunning does rely on that breaking stuff, you see the slider got away from him there, causing Castro to have to jump out of the way. Had a quick first 2 outs Dunning did, but now he might be putting 2 guys on and initiating a 2-out rally.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Get the swing and the miss from the fastball. We now head to full. Full count pitch. That'll be ripped late. And if he got on that one sooner, that one might have been driven deep.
Cole, you nailed it right on the head. That changeup was above the knees, around the thigh area, and Castro's got a lot of power, so he's lucky he didn't recognize that sooner.
Full count once more, and that curveball will once again miss way inside there, and Dunning will have to deal with runners on first and second once again.
Brian Goodwin.
That'll already bring us to the top of the order, and Brian Godwin will try to capitalize on his good start to this one.
Goodwin's probably their more reliable hitter besides Trout. Who knows his scoring position, but we thought Goodwin with an early attack last inning, placing a double, while Trout double played, so maybe Goodwin is the more hot bat if you want to look at recent play.
He'll get that high fastball in there, now 1-1.
Hopefully the Angels hitters start to realize that Dunning's fastball is topping off at about 94. So that sort of makes the pitch difference between his curve and fastball about 12 miles an hour.
Ooh, that slider's ripped on early. That'll be a scorcher down to the fans out there. Hope they're paying attention. Now the 1-2 from Dunning.
That was brilliant.
Looking strike 3. That curveball was on point that time. And he'll be able to get out of this one without any damage. We'll head to the bottom of the second.
Cole, that's what's so brilliant about his curveball. It's risky because it's not 12-6 and it has that inward break, but when it's not coming at the hitter and it's manageable and it's thrown the right way, it can really freeze up a lot of lefties. So great utilization by Dunning. Seems like, Cole, we've lost him again. So we got a 0-2 count here to Encarnacion.
I got to count 1 and 2.
That's
Apologies for that, Jeremy. My Wi-Fi cut out a little bit.
Yeah, understandable. Obviously, we're also recovering from getting power back and everything, so I've been there.
Looks like we have a 1-2 to the veteran slugger, Edwin Encarnacion. Gonsolin with the pitch, and that'll be fouled away.
Encarnacion now at the stage of his career. He started with the Reds, developed into a power hitter with the Blue Jays, but now we've seen him bounce around from the Indians to the Mariners to the Yankees and the White Sox. Now he's looking to provide a year of power for a lot of teams who are looking to either sneak into the playoffs or become a major contender. Well, while Cole tries to figure out his stuff, oh, Edwin gets hit. Cole is back, but Encarnacion just got drilled in the elbow, put on a base runner for the White Sox. Appears we still cannot hear him, however. Now a man on first for the Sox, and then I'll bring up Eloy Jimenez. Jimenez in his sophomore season. In 229 over his last 9 as you do that graphic. Nothing. We got you back?
I will apologize once again. This is like I've had this many issues with my mic, but hopefully this stays the way it is, as we'll see now. The young slugger Eloy Jimenez try to capitalize on the walk drawn by Encarnacion.
Actually got drilled on the elbow. It's kind of gruesome.
2-0.
Oof, hopefully he can shrug that off then, as Eloy is able to work it to a 2-0 count.
Ball, that's inside.
He'll watch that close fastball go in, able to work it to 3-0. Good patience here by the young bat.
Jimenez obviously has a lot of power. Very skilled at driving the ball to dead center field. However, his issue is, just like a lot of power hitters in this league, he loves to chase outside the zone.
Gonsolin will rifle that fastball in there. Now to 3-1. This pitch will be driven high into center field, but not deep at all. That'll be an easy catch out there for Mike Trout for the first out.
Important retiring by Gonsolin. Fell behind quickly 3-0.
The third baseman.
Able to get back in it a little bit by getting the easy strike, make it 3-1, but now he's got a whole other level of problems with Moncada. Moncada much more skilled power-wise, batting from the left side. So if Gonsolin wants to go for the ground ball, I'd recommend trying to throw in the dirt. Moncada likes to drive high pitches out of the yard.
Gonsolin definitely known more for his heat compared to Dane Dunning, so let's see what he goes with here.
Yeah, we're seeing 97 miles an hour from Gonsolin, while Dunning's fastball maybe can hit 94 every once in a while. So two different starting pitchers starting for both of these teams tonight, that's for sure.
2 balls, no strikes.
Once again, a favorable count for these White Sox batters. Let's see if Gonsolin can try to bounce back here. The 2-0. And that seemed pretty down Main Street. Didn't seem to... Moncada probably wants to wait for another one, or what? Or I don't know.
I think Gonsolin's main issue here, Cole, is the fact that while Dunning we've seen with more control, Gonsolin almost walked Eloy Jimenez on 4 pitches, hit Encarnacion, and then fell behind early on Moncada. I think while his velocity is there, I think he's got a more of a control issue, while Dunning's issue is he just leaves too much over the plate.
He'll get the contact there, and that is another double play for Gonsolin, and that'll do it.
Well, can you believe we've seen 3 double plays already through 2 innings?
I guess they're trying to make up for the previous game going to extras, as now we're already to the 3rd inning. Angels still up 1-0.
Leading off for the Angels, the second baseman, David Fletcher.
David Fletcher will now have his second go-around here. He was able to get 1 hit last game.
Ball 2. Come on. 2 balls, no strikes.
That one will miss down with the changeup.
A very strange approach so far from Fletcher. Fletcher more of a contact guy, likes to fight off pitches until he sees one he likes.
I got 2.
But Dunning starting out a lot out of the zone so far, making Fletcher easily get ahead in the count.
As Fletcher drives that one, that he seemed to get a good grapple on that, and Dunning is known to make some mistakes during his outings, and it's all a matter of capitalizing on them. They still try to do that here, driving it deep, but ultimately playable for Eloy Jimenez out left for the first out.
Yeah, Cole, big swing from Fletcher right there, but he's definitely not a power hitter. Usually likes to utilize the lines more so than the gaps, because he's a ground ball hitter, he does not hit a lot on the fly. If he does hit a home run, it's probably a liner to the pole. But obviously you saw a big swing from David right there, and it didn't go very far, so point proven.
See once again the great Mike Trout. Of course, most likely going to be an Angel for the rest of his career. You mentioned earlier about trying a newer strategy of trying to go for some more young guys, and we'll see how that pans out going forward.
What's difficult for me to sort of grasp my head around is, I think for so long, the Angels' problem and the reason why they haven't been able to get over that next hump in terms of winning games is their pitching just seems to implode every year. As what could be this?
Pretty routine fly out there. Garcia will make the catch out there for second out.
The third baseman,
yeah,
number 6.
Signing guys like Dylan Bundy, Julio Teheran, holding on to guys for too long like Jared Weaver. The Angels never seem to be able to get pitching together. You saw it even with Matt Harvey last year too. They keep taking a lot of chances on guys who are well past their prime, and they keep imploding and giving up a lot of runs. So it's too much to ask, as good as the Angels' offense is, when your pitching is just as subpar.
Ball back down the
It won't allow you to win as many games as you plan on it.
I know earlier in the season we saw that a lot with the Astros getting to a slow start despite having a very powerful offense, as the third baseman Rendon is able to work a quick 3-0 count.
Yeah, but Cole, that's the difference. Lance McCullers really emerged for them sort of before the All-Star break and coming now. So with guys like him and Verlander sort of getting their feet wet in this new season and allowing themselves to build off of their offensive performance, that's what makes our winning baseball team. The Angels do not put that on display well at all.
That slider will find the zone. Dunning fights back to full. The pitch. He'll get that contact out to scope, and that should do it. Both pitchers working effectively so far, as we only see that one run from the Angels. We head to the bottom of the third. They'll bring up the veteran slugger for these White Sox, Jose Abreu.
The first baseman.
Abreu, Cuban-born player, affected around his mid-20s. Has been in the league for quite a while now, around the age of 33. Abreu finally seems to have that team around him that the White Sox have been trying to get for a long time. A lot of young and upcoming pitchers, and then bats like Luis Robert, Eloy Jimenez, and Yohan Moncada in that lineup to help back up his production. So the White Sox are finally in a playoff spot for the first time since pre-2009. It'll be interesting to see if they can finally get over that obstacle and get a wild card game this year.
As Abreu rips that one early for a foul, now 1-1. Fouled away once more. We had the 1-2. Yeah, talking about finally having that opportunity. It did seem like that they could have gone further perhaps during the deadline. We saw a lot of containing teams going for that, that one extra piece, like that extra starting pitcher or that extra bat. Well, we did see that for Jonathan Scope. That was, we didn't really see them go really as deep as our containing teams would in terms of giving away their prospects. They seem to know that this is like their first crack at it, and they hope to keep those young guys so they have more chances in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Abreu flat out flew out the center there, there's a lot of competitors with the White Sox for that second wild card spot. Obviously, Houston has it right now, I think. No, I'm wrong. Houston does not have it. I think.
Let's see if
Who
I
does
can
have it?
pull.
Oh, it's the Indians. It's the Indians. Yeah, the Indians. So two AL Central teams have it. Got teams like the Rays who are a game behind, the Astros who are a few behind, the Angels are even only 6 behind them as well. So the White Sox, it's not time for them to settle in quite yet. They got to continue to play their game, and they're going to have to rely on guys like Dane Dunning to make that start that the other teams won't have their starter make, if that makes any sense.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think I got you there as Yasmani Grandal able to watch that high fastball go by. Now on 1-2. He definitely crushed that one, but soars just to the right of the foul pole.
Well, I don't know if you're seeing what I am seeing, but I think on both sides, Grandal goes down. A lot of players are out in front of all these breaking balls, so that only means that there's probably sitting fastball.
No ball.
Yeah, as we see that filthy slider from Gonsolin had Grandal looking all kinds of foolish. We have the former Ranger Nomar Mazara, and that what he's able to do, hit against that shift, as that will go over the fence for a ground rule double, his 31st on the season.
Now batting.
If you looked at left field, play was given up on as soon as it into the corner. It was either going to go foul, get over the fence, or hop over the fence. If that didn't go over, I think you might have had maybe even a triple or more. So lucky break for the Angels defense, and a big opportunity for Leury Garcia here. This is their first chance with runners in scoring position.
That one gets away from the catcher Castro, but then recovers it. The 1-0 rifled to the bottom of the zone there. See, Leury Garcia definitely has heated up these last 4 games. We'll see if he can continue that here and possibly send Mazara from second home.
Mazara not with a lot of speed, so if it's going to be a single scoring him, it's going to have to be out of the infield significantly.
And once again, another early swing, and that'll be followed to the same side. Now 1-2.
Gonsolin sort of finally starting to get ahead of these hitters in the count.
As he'll go to the fastball once again, and that'll get the strikeout there.
Gonsolin is really pinpointing his fastball today, using the upper zone corners here to get what he wants. The White Sox are looking for the pitches low down and in to scoop them into the opposite field. That seems to be the trend. But Gonsolin making sure that it's unable to happen after Mazara got him. So impressive third of this game so far, Cole. I've liked what I'm seeing from these pitchers more so than the offense.
Indeed, but you never know with these rookies. I've seen it before, specifically with Dane Dunning, where he's just cruising along, but it only takes a couple bad pitches up with the zone, and he's out of there. So we'll see how far he can go into this one and try to avoid that potential collapse.
Yeah, and all the credit to Anthony Rendon so far. 2 outs, he was able to sneak that single up the middle, and it didn't seem like much at the time, just a measly run to start the game. But with both of these offenses seemingly struggling early on, not that they can't key up throughout the game, that's usually what does happen, but the Angels definitely have the momentum as of now.
Nope, that's inside.
Can't forget about that rain either, as we see this shift here. Shift on for Justin Upton.
And also don't forget the White Sox grounded into 2 double plays in the first 2 innings, so that really halted any sort of rally they were initiating. It'd be nice for the Angels if they can take advantage of that and maybe score some runs.
Upton will foul that one away. We head to 1-2. Dunning with the pitch. Swing and a miss. That curveball, when it's on, it's deadly, and Dunning has his 4th strikeout of the day.
Yep. I'm going to sound like a broken record. Cole Dunning, with his breaking ball, starts up at the belt, moves outwards to a righty, and in the dirt, Justin Upton just completely fooled. Looked very lost there, and now we'll see the second try for the veteran Albert Pujols.
Nope, ball 1.
When he's on like that, he can be an exciting pitcher to watch, as that fastball will go high and inside.
That's why they called him up, Cole. And it looks like it's doing the damage they needed to do today.
That changeup will be fouled away from Pujols.
Ball 2. The count is 2-1.
A lot of patience here. Pujols being patient at the plate is very big for the Angels. Usually, like he said, he's good for that one occasional home run at this stage of his career. But if he's taking pitches and being patient and progressing the count, that'll make him more dangerous simply by doing that.
He'll get on his knee there and shoot that one to left field, but ultimately saying foul. Well, feels like we've seen a lot of those early on today.
Yeah, out in front once again, resulting in a lack of runs as the rain continues to come down harder here, it seems like. Wonder if they're going to put the tarp on.
Indeed, as the full count that is sliced early again for another foul ball. Starting with the full count pitch. Ooh, nearly hit him, but Pujols will get out of the way there and sell for the walk.
That's what I mentioned earlier. We saw Dunning throw some very good curveballs. And usually if it's effective, like I said, it'll start in and then move to the left. Right there, she was shanked to the right side. Luckily for the White Sox, though, they're facing a struggling youngster in DJ Peters, who struck out on a few pitches last time. Maybe they can get a double play ball out of him and get out of it.
And that will be fair if it's gone, and it looks like it will be. DJ Peters continuing his hot start in an Angels uniform. And just like that, Angels are up 3-0.
Well, Cole, you gave him the credit he deserved, and I didn't. I said he was struggling, but he definitely proved me wrong. I probably just took him for granted after that strikeout, but just great job throwing the knob inside, pulling his hands in the right direction, and gets that past the pole. A lot more east than we thought, and just a very good piece of hitting by the young Peters. That's a 3-0 lead is big, especially when it's raining.
Anderson.
Indeed, Simmons will be first pitch swinging. That'll be looped up there and caught by Tim Anderson for the second out.
For the Angels.
That's not a good sign, though, for the White Sox defense. If you have a pop-up you want that the outfielder can get to, you want him to catch that. It's bad that they had to make Anderson run behind himself like that, but nonetheless, they got the out.
Ball match outside.
Received here once again the outfield chip for Jason Castro, the catcher. 1-0 from Dunning. will be lifted deep into right field. Going back is Mazzara to the warning track, and that is off the wall. And Castro will find himself with a stand-up double.
Isn't it ironic that they so heavily shifted on that right side, even the outfield did, yet he pulls it completely to right field, but they still couldn't get to it. And now, another RBI chance for the red-hot Brian Goodwin.
Ball one, no strike.
Indeed, Dunning needs to get this final out here to hopefully go another inning or two. He has in the past been known to just collapse on these and not get the job done. We'll see what he can do here.
Explains why his ERA is so high early on.
One will be fouled again. Now the 1-2. Pitch from Dunning will be lifted, and that's another gap shot for Goodwin, and that'll be another easy double for him as the lead's now extended to 4-0 Angels.
But there you go. Now the Angels have stopped getting out in front of the breaking ball and pulling it into the into right field. This is that changeup by Dunning, just did not have the break it needed to have. Splits the outfielders, goes to the wall. Mazzara's been really busy chasing down gappers tonight. Angels increased their lead 4-0.
Yes, the White Sox are hoping that Dunning can get this final out before moving on. We'll see what he can do here against another decent bat in David Fletcher.
And Cole, it's really demoralizing when you have a pitcher that you were hoping and have a beneficial start for your team, and then you go down by a lot and have to use your bullpen arms that you really don't want to have to use, especially when you're losing by a lot and you're really just essentially out of the game.
Let alone the opener of the series when you just had the day off.
Absolutely. And you're only half a game up, so if you lose this one, you're pretty much out of the wild card spot and you have to work your way back in.
Pressure, without a doubt, is on this young White Sox team as Fletcher fouls that one away. Now a 1-2. Pitch from Dunning will get through the reach-up scope, and that'll be another single. The runner is set from home. The play at the plate will be in time for the out. Great throw by Nomar Mazzara, but not before a lot of damage was done to break this game open a little. Angels now up 4-0.
Nomar Mazzara has been working his tail off from the outfield. Had to chase down a lot of those gappers and balls down the line. And there he just prevents Dunning from adding another run to his ERA. So the Angels get out of a bad inning, and their bats have not gotten hot, so I think they definitely need to do so if they want any chance as we're getting towards the middle of this one.
Gonsolin only had 46 pitches so far, now 47. Those early double plays definitely helped him out, as we'll see if Tim Harrison can hit another bloop single to help these White Sox out.
Yep, single to right his last time, but then was a victim of the aforementioned double play.
2-0 now, and that one will possibly be another bloop single. No, it will not. The right fielder, Goodwin's able to get on that one.
Yep, just a simple fly ball for Goodwin to make an easy catch on, and now here comes the newest White Sox, Jonathan Schoop.
Schoop, the one of the two trades acquired, or I should say utilized by the White Sox at the deadline, one sending James McCann in a three-way deal, receiving Eduardo Nunez from the Mets, and Luis Gonzalez of the White Sox being sent to Detroit for the aforementioned Jonathan Schoop, as this one will be gloved by Gonsolin. Not an easy play to do, as he's already worked himself to 2 outs.
And you mentioned the James McCann trade, and I thought that was one of the more under-the-radar, brilliant trades at the deadline. Because we've got to take into account the 4-year deal the White Sox handed Yasmani Grandal in the previous offseason. James McCann is somebody who's still in his 20s, has starting capabilities, and with a team like the Tigers who is looking for bats, he was the perfect team to fall to. And now Jonathan Schoop can finally get to go to a contender, which he's been yearning to do for so long. So just a great trade on both sides, allowing James McCann to thrive and Yasmani Grandal to see a lack of competition at his spot.
Now 1-1 to Encarnacion. As he'll get another one like that, but once again, early on the swing. Now the 1-2 will be ripped early once more.
Yeah.
We stay at 1-2.
He's been early on. I think every swing I've seen him take tonight, he's not seeing the ball well in this rain.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
He'll see that splitter low and inside, and that works it to even. But,
Wow.
Ooh, that slider, definitely a dirty tool to make pitchers not look so hot, as that'll do it for the 4th inning. White Sox still with only 2 hits so far. Angels 4, Sox nothing.
Well, I'm going to credit the Angels prior to us going into the 5th here. Angels have needed a good starting pitcher for a while, and Gonsolin's giving them the outing they need, and the offense is giving it support. This is what the Angels need game in and game out to become a real threat in the American League. If they could do this more often, man, they'd be scary.
And it looks like they'll give Dunning another inning of work, try to conserve those bullpen arms as much as possible, but when you still have to go through Trout, Rendon, and Upton, that's not an easy task.
Yeah, and Upton's struggling, but he can't get that ball in the air. And if Trout and Rendon can hit their ceilings in an at-bat, you know, Rendon can put a fly ball in the air and get a runner from third home.
That'll be a high breaking pitch, and that'll drop in for Mike Trout, his first hit of the day.
Also, Cole, Dunning's at 77 pitches now, and for a young pitcher, you don't want to really max out a starter in terms of how long they can go, especially when you're struggling like this. So I really wonder when they're going to pull the leash on him.
And it looks like now is the time for that to happen. Can't say I blame him with still good batters left, and that'll do it for Dane Dunning.
Dunning did give up that one run in the first inning. In the second and third looked a lot more promising. Got a double play. And that curveball was hitting its peak. However, in the 4th inning, he simply imploded through 30 pitches, gave up multiple extra base hits, and then one hit to Trout was all he needed to get yanked right now.
Well, we have the bullpen arm of Evan Marshall, and we see those numbers there. Less than ideal for him so far this season. Let's see how he does with this middle of the order still due up for the Angels. As Rendon's first pitch swing, but Mazzara will track it down easily for the first out.
Again, I'm going to reiterate that Mazzara is my White Sox MVP so far in this game. He saved so many runs. I think he's just going to... I'm going to make the mid-game prediction because we're just about halfway through. We're 2 outs away from being halfway done. I'm going to make the mid-game prediction that Mazzara gets a home run in this one. I think it'll just be a solo shot, that it'll be pulled to the right side, and that's my Jeremy prediction of the game.
See if that comes to fruition, as not a bad idea to check down on Mike Trout. I mean, what can I really say about him? He can do almost anything on the baseball diamond.
The true definition, Cole, of a 5-tool player.
We'll watch that high changeup go by. Kelvin Herrera and the young Dylan Cease warming up in the Sox bullpen. We'll see how if Evan Marshall can at least give him this inning here.
Imagine if Kelvin Herrera can sort of reach what he was as a Royal. Back when they were a World Series champion in 2015, he played a big role in that bullpen, known for his wide variety of pitches.
As Upton shoots that one right up the middle for another base hit. And with machine due up here in Albert Pujols, we'll see if he can bring some of that old magic back to further extend this Angels lead.
And Pujols needs... If I'm Evan Marshall, I'm doing my best to attack the zone, but with that funky delivery, it'll be a lot easier to fool Pujols. Try to get ahead 0-2 quickly, and then you'll have the ability to waste a couple of pitches, and Pujols will likely chase, but it looks like he didn't listen to me.
Didn't. That's another bloop single for the Angels, and Trout will easily score from second, and Angels now up 5-0.
The left fielder, number 7.
You can't let Pujols do that. You throw a fastball over the middle of the plate. I mean, that's the only thing that Pujols hits nowadays. I hate to disrespect one of the greatest ever in terms of playing first base, but with Pujols, he doesn't see it's raining. He hasn't been hitting for average all season. He's hitting sub 250. He chases a lot of pitches, and you give him a fastball over the middle of the plate. It makes zero sense to me, especially when you're trailing.
Kind of set bear myself as the unbabbed DJ Peters with another chance to get some RBIs, but ooh, good pitch on the changeup there. Able to work it to 1-2. Marshall sets and deals, and that one's driven to scope there. Play from Anderson over to first and out. Close play over there, but that'll do it for the White Sox to escape that one. Angels already at 10 hits in the middle of the fifth. Angels 5, Sox nothing. Our magical teleportating mime, as Beardy Buddha calls it, Heidi Watney, probably telling us about Eloy and this young Sox team and how they really need to get some hits going to have any chance of flying back into this game.
Jimenez with an ugly fly out last time, going up 3-0, then taking a strike down the middle, and then just popping up another pitch that was in the center of the zone. So the White Sox need a lot of redemption right now. The first half of the game did not go well for them, but they do have a whole other half to make up for it. So let's see how they bode here against Gonsolin the second time around.
Gonsolin definitely has his groove on right now. Only 57 pitches, I believe. So definitely has the opportunity to go deep into this one and really impress these Angel teammates, as that splitter will hit the strike zone 1-1.
Ryan Gonsolin, formerly of the Los Angeles Dodgers, just had to take a little bus ride to get to Angel Stadium. So he's seemingly adjusted well after. He did have a rough first outing, like we said, but again, he's bounced back much better here in his second start. I'd be very impressed if I was Joe Madden.
1-2-2 Jimenez is just high. Probably wanted to lower that just a smidge to get that swing and miss. Now the 2-2 will be just fouled away. Good job by Jimenez to stay alive. He'll get a swing and miss that time with that inside fastball. Gonsolin gets his 4th strikeout today.
That's how he's gotten his strikeouts. Pull up and in fastballs. I mean, that's been his best pitch, and it's sort of established itself as his put-away pitch. So if I'm Gonsolin, I'm going right back to that. I don't know, 2 count or 2 strike count, any of them.
Bring up once again the young third baseman star, Yohan Moncada. Gonsolin sets for the 1-0. That slider seemed to get most of the plate there. That works to 1-1 now, but that one gets none of the plate there. That's way inside. Now the 2-1 pitch. Definitely fooled him with that slider. Get that big hack there. Gonsolin gets it to even. 2-2.
Ooh, I mean, Gonsolin just trying to paint a little too much there. He was aiming a little, and that just resulted in it being yanked. So big 3-2 count for momentum here.
Gonsolin with the full count deal. Another swing and miss with the fastball. And that's back-to-back Ks for Gonsolin.
Now batting.
I mean, it's impressive. I don't think it's the White Sox that are struggling. I think it's Gonsolin's mix of pitches that's really gotten to these hitters. I don't think after missing the fastball, Moncada really expected him to go again to that fastball, especially at a lower velocity at 95. but he does, and he blows it right by him. So I am very impressed by what I'm seeing here, Cole. Very.
Hard to argue with the results so far, as the first baseman Berrios will get a second chance at it. That fastball's in there for a strike. It's funny seeing only the second go around for these White Sox. It really goes to show how these rallies don't only affect the scoreboard, but also gives you way more opportunities to get the ball in play.
Absolutely.
Inside, ball one.
That one, ooh, that off speed just misses the zone there. Good eye by Berrios. He was able to work 3-1.
This tells me that if Gonsolin's changeup's not working, he's going to fall behind in the count because he really only sort of brings the fastball out when he has 2 strikes. He walks it right.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like that's the first walk today that we've seen Gonsolin give up.
I think you are correct, and what that goes to show is he's bounced back most of the time from getting behind in the count, but now we do see some relievers getting loose. Again, I know that he's pitched a lot better than Dunning in this one, but I still don't think Joe Maddon's going to want to extend his start that much. Won't be surprised if this is his last inning, or maybe he just gets pulled in the middle of the 6th.
So here they have the switching catcher, Yasmani Grandal. Definitely has been of a struggle of late, barely hanging above the Mendoza line. I know the White Sox want to see him improve with the bat for sure, considering they just signed him on that multi-year deal. Oh-1 will be fouled away. Gonsolin able to get that quick 0-2.
Yeah, he used the fastball to do it rather than the changeup. Expect him to go fastball again. I think he really wants to put away Grandal because he's not seeing the high velo well at all.
Ball. I got to count 1 and 2.
And as we mentioned earlier, the Angels bullpen of Cam Bedrosian and Justin Harrison warming up for the Angels. You have to wonder how much wiggle room they'll give Gonsolin if he's able to get the out here. 1-2. Fouled away once more by Grandal.
He uses a splitter there, but if I'm Gonsolin and I'm up 1-2, throw the splitter lower. Grandal's been swinging at just about everything in this game, so to speak, so he can chase it.
You won't chase that splitter, though, as we now head to even. Gonsolin with the 2-2.
He's worked it full. I mean, I'm a little disappointed in that because Grandal's not hitting much of anything, and he's just sort of straying away now outside. If you're going to throw out of the zone to Grandal, I'd definitely go in the inner half.
Full count will be driven high and deep to the right field corner. Going back is Trout to the warning track right next to the wall, and he'll make the catch. Can't get much closer to a home run there as the White Sox remain scoreless here, heading to the top of the 6th.
Leading off for the Angels.
Looks like they'll leave Evan Marshall for another half inning of work. Not a bad idea considering he's only had 10 pitches. He'll face Anderson Simmons, the shortstop, to start us off here.
He will have to face 2 lefties, though, in Jason Castro and Brian Goodwin, so Simmons is very important out for him if he wants to establish control in this top of the 6th.
Got the swing and miss there for the 0-2 count. Now the pitch. Simmons fights back there, following that one out of the zone. Oh, fools him with the changeup there, and he gets that quick strikeout.
What Marshall did in that at bat was he used his breaking stuff and then just descended the location. He starts Simmons up where he's making contact, and what he does is he gets Simmons used to the pitch and expects it to be thrown in the same spot, and then with the 0-2 he throws it out of the zone and gets the chase. So very good work by Marshall to start 6th.
Castro first pitch swing. That'll be a slow looper up to Anderson, who runs up and makes the throw over. Good play.
the right field.
Yeah, this is important for the White Sox, halting the Angels offense. That's 2 quick outs for Evan Marshall. Now, if he can retire Brian Goodwin quickly and get that offense back to the plate, I think that can maybe put some sort of pressure on LA. I mean, it's all, they'll take what they can get.
Good, of course, with those big doubles earlier in this game, capitalizing off that 4-for-5 day yesterday, so definitely a bat that's red hot. Now with the 1-1. Good location there, hitting that top corner with the fastball, now 1-2. Marshall deals as that one's lifted. And Mazzara, almost makes a spectacular catch, and he's going for second, and that'll be an easy throw for Mazzara. Great heads-up play there. And Jeremy, I'm sure you want to continue the compliment train you have for him.
I mean, I was a little dejected that he didn't make that diving catch. I was ready to give him more credit. But then he just comes up and makes a very big heads-up play, throwing out the runner at second, not just giving up. And here he comes right now. Let's see if he hits that home run. He is hitting 275 on the year and already has an extra base hit, so he's definitely one of the more hotter White Sox. I'm surprised he's in the 9-hole.
Gonsolin rifles that strike in there. You know, you could say that, but also at the same time, you're dealing with a lot of good power bats in this White Sox lineup. But if some people keep trajectorying below their expectations, I wouldn't be surprised if Mazzara gets a move up sometime soon.
Absolutely, especially with hitters in Grandal struggling to make contact. Well, I guess I'm wrong.
Luzardo not able to hit away from the shift there. That'll be an easy ground up for David Fletcher, and that'll bring up the top of the order once again with Yuri Garcia setting this up here, still looking for a hit today.
Ball, that pitch is out.
We see that fastball down to 94 miles an hour. You have to wonder if Gonsolin's tiring up out there.
Oh, we did see the fastball top off at 98 to start the inning. I think maybe his cutter has lost velocity, but the fastball necessarily not so much. I think what I'm going to be looking for in terms of is he fatigued is the control. Is he falling behind in a lot of counts? Because he did get the early out in Mazzara, but if Lurie Garcia, who's a very good spoiling hitter, works a long at bat on Gonsolin, I would say it's time to go to that bullpen. And nonetheless, he's hitting this is his 87th pitch, so I think the leash is short. If a base runner gets on, we're going to see the bullpen come into play.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, as Garcia's definitely taking his sweet time in the box, and looks like we're finally ready for the 2-1 pitch. Here it is, and Garcia laces that one to dead center. Good piece of hitting there, and we'll see if
Renteria comes out. I think it's going to happen, Cole. Sorry to cut you off there.
No worries, and I assume you mean Joe Madden. It would be interesting to see the opposing manager take out the opposing team's pitcher. That would be something I would like to see sometime in the future.
Well, yeah, that's a very good catch. I mean, if Joe Madden did, if Rick Renteria did come out to take Gonsolin, I think he does. I think he does want to take out Gonsolin because he's dominated his lineup tonight. That's been so good most of the season.
Now the 0-1 pitch from Harrison. And we see that location seems to be on point, so you may have been onto something here as Anderson's already down 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Pitch not able to get that big hack over the slider. There's a reason why Harrison's been able to have the hot bat so far this season. But he'll be chasing there, and that will still get down for another group single, and we'll see Garcia advance to third here.
I'm not even going to give that a knock on Gonsolin. That's way up and out. Fails at that one, and it's hit so poorly off the middle of the bat with such less velocity. There's weak contact is made into bloop single, like we've seen so much today. But that is going to be it for the young right-hander.
Yeah, definitely not the great way you'd want to go out, just throwing crap and that gets a bloop single. But regardless, he's had an impressive outing as Cam Bedrosson. Seems like he could go anywhere but down at this point.
Yeah, and now Bedrosian is tasked with saving Gonsolin's ERA. So, and their big lead. So let's see. This is bat is going to be labeled as one of the big turning points for the White Sox if they get a knock here and make this a 1-2 run game, or excuse me, 3 to 4 run game. I'm losing my ability to speak right now. I apologize.
At least your ability to speak is still coming through, as we'll see if Jonathan Scope can try to do something here with a runner in scoring position. Now the 1-1 pitch, and that one is delivered high and deep to the opposite field. For once, the batter seemed to be late on a pitch he could drive.
Yeah, and that splitter hung up there. So I really wonder what Scope was sitting on.
That's a ball.
That fastball will miss high. We had to even.
Anderson does have speed on first. I wonder if we'll see him go. There is only one out in the inning, so a lot of leeway, and they really want to avoid that double play. So I'm surprised we haven't seen Anderson take off quite yet.
Full count pitch. Slider gets him with the swing, a miss. Big out here for Bedrosian.
Yep, Bedrosian finally locates well, does not hang the pitch, decides to just go fastball up and in. And the White Sox have struck out so much on that pitch tonight. And Encarnacion, who struck out a couple times today, struck out once, got hit by a pitch his first time. Big at bat for the big power hitter. One more hanger by Bedrosian, and we could be in a safe situation.
Edwin has stepped up earlier in the season, earning himself an all-star spot at first base. Let's see if he can come through once again for these White Sox, as he'll watch that low fastball get in for a strike. Bedrosian with the 1-1. Gets the big hack there with that fastball, now at 1-2.
And now that Encarnacion just saw the fastball, I truly think he's going to be sitting breaking ball. But I think if you're going to throw the fastball, I think you need to throw it closer to Benitez, because that's not where Encarnacion likes it.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
They try the off speed, but no bite there from Encarnacion. Good patience from the veteran slugger. Pitch. Now below and driven through the gap. Encarnacion delivering here and putting the White Sox on the board here now 5-1.
Hey, they'll take it. Encarnacion's been now climbing up that RBI category. Obviously, Yordan Alvarez has given himself quite the lead, so to speak. But and now that Edwin, big single for them. Eloy Jimenez, another power back coming up now. As many hits the White Sox can string here, the better. They're just trying to get closer here in the 6th.
Sliders fouled away. Eloy hoping to continue this little rally, cut through that deficit once more. Not a lot of opportunities left in this ballgame. Now with the 0-1.
0-2 is the count.
Gets him fishing on the slider there. Quickly, Eloy finds himself down 0-2. Pitch. Once again, swing and a miss with that slider, and Bedrosian's able to get out there with just the 1 run. We head to the top of the 7th. Angels 5, White Sox 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the White
And
Sox.
you talked about him earlier, Kelvin Herrera stepping in here to continue, try to hold this Angels offense as much as possible, keep the deficit where it is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess Kelvin Herrera is a good pitcher to use here.
David Fletcher.
So you got pretty much the cream of the crop of the order coming up now with Fletcher, Trout, Rendon. It's going to be a tough task to retire them 1, 2, 3. But I think if anybody in this pen who's not closing a game can do it, it's this guy.
The 1-0 to David Fletcher. Ooh, gets away from Grandal there. Not a good sign for Herrera starting out his outing.
I got 3-0.
2-0 gets low.
Yeah, very good job by Fletcher not jumping out of his shoes, staying ahead. I think if you're Joe Madden, I'm giving Fletcher the red light right here. You want to get those base runners. You want to retaliate after surrendering one of your runs back.
Bull Cat will miss high, and Fletcher's able to work the 4-pitch walk.
Yeah, and that's a great setup for Trout. Trout's coming into this at-bat knowing that Herrera came into the game and hasn't thrown anything remotely close to a strike. So I think if Trout knows that if he's going to get one, it's going to be fairly close to the middle of the plate, and nobody's better at taking advantage of that than him.
Herrera in a tough spot here. The first pitch to Trout will get first pitch contact, but ultimately sail foul.
I thought that looked up off the base to me. I wonder how close that was to being fair, but luckily it wasn't at the third baseman. It wasn't double play because he's already done that before.
That cutter will miss low. Definitely do not want to give anything Trout can crush, but at the same time, you don't want 2 runners on.
Count 2-1.
Hard to find the best of the both worlds as Trout finds himself in a 2-1 count. The pitch. That one is lifted to center field high, but ultimately playable for Garcia in center. And that'll be the first out here for Herrera.
Good work by Kelvin.
The third base.
Come back and get the best player in baseball.
Rendon.
Round number 1.
Still has to get through the intimidating third baseman Anthony Rendon here. As he'll fool him there though with the changeup. Gets that first pitch strike.
Doing a big part of this inning.
Oh, that one will not fool him. Will it stay fair? And it will. Anthony Rendon will not make the same mistake twice, as that one is another blast out to left field. This game is further in the Angels' favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's demoralizing. The White Sox last inning probably thought, well, maybe we can put a bigger dent in this league and maybe even get a tie. Rendon just gives them the largest lead they've had so far. It is now 7-1 Halos.
The batter, number 8. Designated.
I guess at this point they'll just try to leave Herrera out there and not give up any more runs, as it seems like they're just trying to limit how many bullpen arms they use for this game.
Yeah, I mean, you want to preserve it for when you do have a lead. And that means, I guess, putting some of your weaker arms out there. So maybe when Tari is essentially pulling the plug, you might have to in this case because you've got to be ready to win these games. And you're fighting for a playoff spot. And you're going to lose it after this game as well.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Upton will not buy in that slider, now 2-1. As I mentioned before, White Sox dropping 9 of their last 11 games, and if this game follows suit with another loss, Rick Renteria has to really keep his guys together and not let things spiral more out of control. As that will be grounded right to a shift over there by Scope to get the second out.
Good rebound out.
The first baseman,
He's obviously relying on Herrera to throw a good amount of pitches in order to eat innings here. So with Albert Pujols up again, I'm just gonna say it again. Do not give him anything in the middle of the plate. It is not worth it. Get 2 strikes on him, let him foul some pitches off, and then he'll chase at any breaking ball somewhat near the zone, but out of the zone.
Let's see if Herrera heeds to Jeremy's advice as he sets for the 1-1 pitch. As, ooh, that was a 2-seamer, and that seemed pretty down the middle, if you ask me.
Yeah, but I guess this umpire's been a little less than perfect today, but to no fault. I mean, this game is not necessarily anywhere close, so no one's going to remember that one.
One-two from Herrera. Not get the swing and miss. Once again, going to that 2-seamer. Pujols heads to an even count.
Nice discipline from Albert there, but he's still got to work his way through the rest of the at-bat.
Pujols fouls away that high outside fastball. We stay at even. Pujols once again fouling off that cutter, staying alive. We'll do it again. The pitch. Just missing that high inside pitch.
And he's just missing. And I guess Pujols is... I'll give him the credit. Very disciplined at bat from the veteran. Very disciplined. But it's not over yet.
Full count deal and no swing from the machine there. And he'll draw the walk.
Herrera is not finding his spots. I don't think this is him just attempting Pujols to chase. I think he's trying to paint the corners. And he's not doing his job today.
Now bring up the new acquisition, DJ Peters. Obviously that big home run earlier to really put the game out of reach for these White Sox. And if I'm the Angels, I'm definitely excited for what this young kid will bring to the table in the years to come.
For sure. I mean, this was the 1-0 game for quite a while, and Peters had an ugly strikeout to kick off his game, but then came back and ripped a home run to left that really put a dent in it.
DJ quickly in 0-2 as, ooh, that one not getting a lot of anything. Easy take by Peters.
Yeah, and if you're going to waste a pitch, don't throw it up and in. You throw it in the dirt because that's what you're most likely going to get a swing from. Herrera is not thinking very quite well in this appearance, without a doubt.
Another way inside pitch. Another even count for Herrera here. This pitch will be lifted high. Once again, should be routine fly for Garcia, and that'll do it. Anthony Rendon doing Anthony Rendon things there. Crushes that one to left, and Angels extend their lead now 7-1. Corey Eisen here of Jeremy Goldstein calling, which will most likely end up being a blowout here for these Angels. A reminder that we still have more ball action coming at you for this Monday evening. After this game, we'll take you out to Kansas City to see them face the Yankees. Justin Rock and P. Mr. 3 will be on the call for that one. And we'll conclude with Seattle welcoming the Houston Astros to their home ballpark. Special effects and the great Mariner broadcaster, Brother Beard, will have that one.
Forward to all of those.
Down 0-2.
Interesting call that the Angels are sticking with Bedrosian here, though if I'm the White Sox, I don't care how many runs you score, how many you don't. They need to get Kelvin Herrera out of that game. He will just do more damage.
Moncada fouls that one away to stay alive in this at bat.
One ball, two strikes.
Very high pitch there. Moncada will give an easy take on that one. 1-2. That'll be jammed up a little by Moncada, and that will be a fly out over by Rendon. Has to move a little more than usual with the shift on.
First baseman, Jose Abreu.
Get that slider breaking in good. Pitch to really jam someone like we saw there with Moncada. As Abreu can't really won't be able to do much there with that slider. Beautifully executed by Berrios.
Berrios is sort of finding the zone right now. I wonder if he can put away hitters with his strikeout stuff more so than his in-play stuff. But I guess Berrios at the end of the day is more of a ground ball pop-up pitcher.
Definitely has to be confidence boosting so far, only giving up the 1 run. And Abreu already down to a 0-2 count. The pitch
Outside, that's the ball.
will not bite there on the slider. And once again, goes to the slider twice, and Abreu will not take either way. He works it to even.
Version attack Abreu inside here. I think that's where he'll find the most success.
Full count. He does go
Yeah,
inside,
right.
and that'll be the swing to miss.
Very good fastball right there.
Now batting.
My microphone doesn't want to stay a foot, but very good fastball. The attack using the inner half that Abreu does not have much success with, and gets the out for the second time this bottom half.
See Yasmani Grandal come up for the 3rd time today. Former Dodger, Padre, and Brewer. The 0-1 will be lifted, but ultimately sail foul. Quickly behind 0-2. 0-2 from Bedrosian will be contact, but not a good pitch to swing at as the struggles for Yasmani Grandal continue. As that'll do it for the bottom of the 7th. Chicago struggling to come up with anything as Simmons, Castro, and Goodwin are due up for these Angels.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the White Sox.
As the White Sox will bring up another lefty and Jace Fry.
Leading off with the Angels, the shortstop, Andrelton Simmons.
Andrelton Simmons with the hit already this game. First pitch from Fry will just miss that outside corner. Jimmy Cordero and Steve Cishek warming up in that White Sox bullpen.
Good chance for Jace Fry. Sorry for the interruption. This is a good chance for Jace Fry. Sort of stat pad, so to speak, right now. I mean, bottom of the order, lefty on lefty for 2 out of the 3.
Ball, that's off the plate.
We'll see how he does.
Yeah, no worries, Jeremy. At this point, I would welcome any type of comments you have at this point due to this not so intense matchup at this point. The 2-1 from Fry will be fouled away once again from Simmons, now at 2-2. That one will be lifted high out into right, but Mazzara ultimately playable. for the first out here at the top of the 8th.
Now batting, catcher, Jason Castro.
Yeah, ball magnet out there in the outfield.
Now the catcher, Jason Castro, had that double off the wall, hitting into the shift as well. As he'll already be down 0-1.
Ball back outside.
One here from Jace Fry will be followed by Castro. We head to 1-2. Fry gets him with the good placement on the curveball, and he'll get his first strikeout of the day.
The right fielder, number
Yeah,
8.
very good job by Fry, staying on the outer half and ultimately getting the second out of the inning.
Ball 1, no strike.
Bring up the leadoff man, Brian Goodwin. As I touched on earlier, career highs in nearly every hitting statistic this season. Nothing short of a breakout year, and with his hot bat and the new young faces on the team, who knows, they might try to get something going late in the season and maybe get a shot at that last wild card spot.
Who knows, but the Angels can't just do this today. They got to continuously do it throughout the remainder month and a half of the year.
Change up will find that strike zone there, work to even.
Awesome
And
pitch.
that curveball once again, Jace Fry gets another strikeout there, and we'll head to the bottom of the 8th.
I'm going to throw in another reminder there, Cole, to donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is a charity that we're currently promoting during this time that helps a lot of people who are struggling during this pandemic, especially the elderly, get meals at a normal rate. Even if you have $1 or $2 to spare, it's all greatly appreciated. If you want to donate, there is a link in the description. And if you go in the Twitch chat and type !donate, you should have no trouble at all navigating your way to that donation. So thank you for so much in advance. And enjoy the rest of this game, Cole.
I'll try my best as we see Nomar Mazara here. Probably if we wanted to do a player of the game for the White Sox, he's probably it. And so watch that.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
We'll watch that fastball outside go for a ball.
Let's see if Mazzara can get on base another time for these White Sox. Down 1-2 though, it'll be tough.
Yeah, at this point, you just got to focus on getting on base any way you can and string some hits together. That's how you start momentums, as that one's not going to help much as, Bedrosian making the running play since the shift's away from him, getting the out. Good stuff.
The center fielder,
Let's just talk about another thing that shocks me, Cole. Cam Bedrosian, a few years ago, was trying to establish himself as the Angels' closer, and now instead he's in his 3rd inning of work, where he's about to eclipse the 30 pitch mark. So I wonder if he'll finish out the 8th with the top of the White Sox order coming up here.
Ball, that's in.
Definitely an interesting shift of focus. We'll see how he does here once again. Top of the order, due up with Leury Garcia already having a hit today, as that one's lifted high, but seems like we've seen it a lot, almost like a broken record, high but ultimately foul. Garcia will rip that one, and that gets through. And there you go. White Sox got a man on base here at the bottom of the 8th.
Garcia utilizing the outfield, poking one by 3rd and short. Doesn't mean that much as of now. We'll see if Tim Anderson responds. He's got a couple of singles on the day, hitting .349, top of the American League. there you
Anderson
go.
first pitch swinging, and that will just kill the slim momentum they might have had. And that'll do it for the end of the 8th. Fletcher, Trout, and Rendon due up next.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the White Sox.
Very
And
weird.
Number 40.
They're using closer Alex Colomé.
Yeah, Cole, I don't know if you're on the same page as me, but this is very baffling. I don't know why you use your closer
Leading off for the
when you have a lot of meaningful games to play, especially the remainder of the series, yet you're deciding to decrease stamina from one of your top bullpen arms.
I guess they didn't have a day off yesterday, so they haven't used them recently, but I'm
Well,
just
going up
equally
there.
as baffled as you are right now. I'm just fishing for any type of reasoning there, as he'll quickly establish himself here with a 0-2 count.
The count is 1-2.
Response to the 1-2, I mean, doesn't usually go down on strikes easily. It kept there.
That changeup will do it. Swing and a miss, and it's nice to get the strikeout, but this is your closer we're talking about. You gotta you need this when you have a lead of sorts, but you're down 6.
It's not like it's just 2 or 3, 1-2, or maybe even a 3-run game. You're down by 6 runs in a game that's sort of just been out of reach since the first inning. So, sure, Colomé getting outs is something to celebrate because he usually does get outs, and that's why he's the closer. But still baffling why he's in this game and when he could be used in a much better situation later on.
Honestly, I would just leave Jace Fry back out there, as that's a good piece of hitting from the great Mike Trout. I mean, Fry got a couple good strikeouts there to close out his inning. Why not just leave him in?
Well, I would have more maybe gone to a guy like Dylan Cease, somebody who can multiple times over a couple days as Rendon takes inside. When you have a guy like Jace Fry, you're facing Fletcher, Trout, and Rendon, 3 righties who do not serve as a good matchup for Jace Fry. So I understand the switch to a right-handed pitcher, but not just not Alex Colomé, if you know what I'm saying.
I know on top of that, I know they had Jimmy Cordero warming up earlier when we panned towards that bullpen. So, I mean, I'd rather have him. Well, at this point, I'd rather have anybody but the closer. 2-0 now to Anthony Rendon. And that'll miss inside, and Rendon quickly up 3-0. As that changeup will get the swing and a miss there. Now at 3-1. Rendon fouls that one away.
Like
Colomé sets for the full count.
4, that's out.
And now miss outside with the changeup. Burrs now at first and second, only 1 out.
Number 8, designated hitter.
And look at that. Now Colomé can't even get a clean inning, even though it's definitely a strange situation here.
Justin Upton now
1-0.
trying to just pad the stats at this point. One 0 pitch from Colomé will be crushed out to right field. Going back is Mazzara, going back and making the running play. Trout will tag up to third base. And once again, another great play out in right field by Nomar Mazzara.
And the crazy thing, Cole, is Mazzara's not even known for his defense, yet he is playing very well out there in right tonight.
Pools now steps in here, hoping to continue this top of the ninth, as that will be fouled away quickly to 0-2. Ball boy seems just as dejected as I am, not even bothering to go for that ball. 0-2 will miss high with the cutter. We had to 1-2. Good pitch with that changeup, and that'll do it.
White Sox, though, get 3 more outs, but they got to score 6 times.
Anything can happen, I guess. Scope, Encarnacion, and Jimenez due up for this last outing for the White Sox bats, as Justin Anderson now steps in here, hoping to tie a nice bow on this dominant performance by the LA Angels.
Leading off for the White Sox, the second baseman.
Scope 0 for 3 for the strikeout today. See if he can get in the hit column here. First pitch from Anderson will be high. Off the mark with a fastball, reaching 98 miles an hour. Not bad.
Very nice, Justin Anderson. Let's see. I think it'll be a nice vote of confidence for him if he has a productive end to this game.
Anderson gets that swing and miss once again with the fastball. Into cutter will be fouled away by Scope. He's staying alive.
Yeah, I think he had to sort of readjust his swing there, but very good readjustment. Make contact. Not there.
Yep, that outside slider can really make some batters look funny. And Scope is not the exception there. Anderson gets his first K with the first batter he sees.
Good start for Justin Anderson, but now he's got to face the 4 and 5. Starting with Encarnacion, who'd singled his last time up and drove in the White Sox only run.
0-1.
Anderson with the 0-1 pitch.
I got the count. 0-2.
That gets Encarnacion hacking there on the 2-seamer, quickly down 0-2.
Anderson's been getting ahead in the count so far. Good, very nicely.
Nope.
Let's see if he can put away Encarnacion. That looked like it might have clipped, but they didn't give it to him.
Indeed, great location on that one, and perhaps the ump has some sympathy here for the home crowd today, as Edwin gets another chance here, 1-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
As he'll watch that off-speed stuff go in and outside.
Well, I'll tell you what, if this was a rec league umpire, he'd be ringing him up because he wants to go home and go to bed.
Yeah, that's fair as well. I can't imagine the rain being very pleasant to call a game, so I think I'll retract that previous statement. Anderson with the full count pitch, swing and a miss, gets him with that slider that time. And Anderson gets 2 strikeouts with the first 2 batters.
Yes, he's gotten ahead quickly. It's taken a little bit of time for him to go ahead and get these swings and misses, but he has ended up doing so. Anderson obviously pitches to righties very well, using the inner half of the plate to draw some whiffs. Now Eloy is up, and he's the last hope for the White Sox. And that should be it.
Yep, Castro sails under it, and that'll be an easy pop out, and that'll do it. Angels shut down the White Sox offense to only 1 run. And I do believe Gonsolin will get his first I don't know. Do you know?
I
if
think
Gonsolin's-
that is his first win because I think this was the second appearance, and he got shelled in his first.
So yeah, his first career win.
First career win for Tony Gonsolin as the Angels. Together a 7-1 victory over the Chicago White Sox here. Highlights coming up in a bit. Cole, I have to say, it is 7:07. To be only 7 minutes late after that crazy long delay from the last game is an impressive feat.
Yeah, I guess with myself being a White Sox fan, you could call that a monkey's paw of sorts. As we see there, Anthony Rendon, solid 2-for-4 day, gained the home run and 3 RBIs.
They left 9 runners on base.
And
For the White Sox,
before we hand it off to Justin Rock and P. Minster, we're going to probably get into some highlights here if they choose to do so.
time of the ball game, 3 hours.
A lot of the offense coming today in the beginning stages. As here we go, Cole, take it away.
Joining us here tonight.
Yep, Rendon got started with a nice piece of hitting up the middle. We thought early on, due to the rain, that we may not see a lot of offense here, but DJ Peters proving us wrong here. The young outfielder proving his worth here for the Angels.
Yeah, Cole, you talked him up nicely at the beginning of the game. Had an ugly strikeout back in the first when the Angels were rallying to end the inning, but then Peters comes up nicely and rips him over the left field seats.
And here's another guy you could definitely make a case for player of the game. Brian Godwin had some great extra base hits. This game really helped the offense get its foot through the door. As you see here, the veteran Albert Pujols is still trying to contribute any way we can, even if it's just bloop singles.
And now we see Encarnacion. That's the only run of the game for the White Sox, though. He does continue his hot season. If the White Sox have a guy like Encarnacion hitting in the 280, 270 level, doing something right.
Yep, as we watch that Anthony Rendon blast out to left field. White Sox definitely known more for their power, and as of late, the power just hasn't been where it has been earlier in the season. So if they want to have any shot of getting back into their wild card form, they need to find a way to get those bats on the baseball and out of the park.
Yeah, and I guess sort of to summarize it up, 7-1 Angels, great outing for Tony Gonsolin after a rough one previously. And yeah, we're still waiting on Justin Rock and P. Minster, but I'm going to go out and say it was not very eventful, but great pitching display from the Angels.
I'll give this much. The Angels have definitely put themselves on the radar with their inclusion of the new acquisitions, the young talent, and with the proven stars of Tron Rendon. Who knows? They might be able to put something together late in the season.
Yes, but now you're joined in the booth by J. Rock and P. Minster. How are you doing, guys?
Doing fantastic. How are you doing today, gentlemen?
Yeah, we just saw the Angels defeat the White Sox by a score of 7-1. Tony Gonsolin picking up his first career win.
Yeah, it looked like an exciting ball game, a rather big blowout, though. Amazing they were able to get through the weather in Chicago. I don't know if any of you guys have seen some of the videos of what's actually been going on in Chicago. I literally just saw a video on Twitter of video in Chicago of like a literal roof getting ripped off a building.
Jeez.
So, I don't know if they would have been playing baseball in Chicago today. And if they did, I would have loved to see it.
I mean, it would have been a home run derby depending on the wind.
Yeah, it was raining today.
I've seen some crazy stories of the storms there.
Yeah, but you guys got a lopsided game here coming up in Yankees-Royals. What are you guys looking to see? Garrett Cole versus Danny Duffy. Anything from the Royals you might see that might help them sneak to a win?
It's a great question. I mean, obviously they've got a lot of speed with that Alberto Mondesi. Whit Merrifield can run some as well. He's top 6 in the American League in stolen bases. So, I mean, it's certainly possible. Garrett Cole has had his ups and downs in his first season with the Yankees. But obviously, as you said, Jeremy, on paper looks rather lopsided. But we'll have some fun regardless of what the score is.
All right, well, I think we're going to leave it to you. Have a nice call, guys.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you very much, Cole, as we get ready to send you out to a Hoffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Justin Rock P, Mr. 3 with you here on a Monday night. P, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. Hopefully praying and hoping for a Kansas City Royals win here, as the Red Sox fan in me is hoping the Yankees pull a flat tire here and get taken over by Tampa Bay in the next couple of weeks.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. The Rays coming into the day 4.5 back of the Yankees in the American League East. The Rays also really benefiting from the White Sox loss just a few moments ago. As you see the lopsided records, the Yankees at 72-46, tops in the American League East. Kansas City 38-80, that is last place in the American League Central. That is the worst record in the American League. However, one game ahead of the Pirates for the second worst record in Major League Baseball, and it'll be up to Danny Duffy to handle a very tough Yankees lineup this evening.
Yeah, the Yankees lineup 1 through 9. You can't sleep on any hitter, especially with the DH now. You can't rely on that pitcher spot to potentially getting out here, so you have to be careful around any of the hitters, because for some reason the Yankees decided to stack their batting lineup instead of worry about the pitching too much.
So DJ LeMahieu steps into the batter's box. Duffy standing on the rubber. The first pitch of the ball game is low, and we are underway. Just about 15 minutes or so behind schedule, 7:13 Eastern Time, but happy to be with you here tonight. DJ LeMahieu leading off for the Yankees. Batting average has dipped to 301, was just 1 for 13, P, over the weekend as the Yankees split a 4-game series at home against the A's. LeMahieu ahead in the count 2-0.
Yeah, no, and that might be one of the opportunities the Rays were looking for. Getting a split over against the LA Angels, who I believe are in 3rd place in the AOS, if I remember correctly. So definitely slipping a little bit there. So maybe the Royals can try to pounce on that momentum a little bit.
2-0 dribbled foul up the line. It is 2-1. Saw in the Twitch chat the run line for today's game. See a beautiful day out in Kansas City. 4.5 runs in favor of the Yankees with an over-under of 8. As the 2-1 pitch coming from Duffy to LeMahieu is low for ball 3. That is a wide margin for a run line, even when teams are as lopsided seemingly as these two are.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm definitely going to take the over on the run total as far as, was it 8.5 for the game, if you said correctly?
Yep, as this one grounded up the middle and through into center field, a base hit. LeMahieu's matched his hit total from that last Oakland series, one at bat into the Kansas City set.
Yeah, definitely just a good opposite way hit, find that gap in between short and second. But yeah, with the temperature being up around 80, and I believe I saw the wind was blowing out today, so again, the Yankees having a powered lineup here, definitely viable for a lot of home runs here, so that 8 might be fairly easily achievable. But again, the Rays really need to try to put something together, because they did drop a game against the Red Sox yesterday, and what I would consider one of the wildest games of baseball I've ever broadcasted in ML Bot Ball.
There's a strike to Gleyber Torres, 0-1, and for those of us who missed it, P, fill us in. What happened yesterday?
A little bit of everything. The Tampa Bay starter, forgetting the name, went out with an injury in the 3rd inning. Then the next inning, middle of the 4th, the Red Sox, who pulled their starter for seemingly no reason, he was only at 40 pitches through 4 innings, and they decided to pull him. then just several, like, there was one ball in particular that I remember is like a ball and a half foul. Umpire calls it fair for a ground rule double, followed up by a homer. Then in the next half inning, Tampa Bay comes back and gets a homer to tie it up. Then the Red Sox pile it on with just, I'll call it a circus of momentum, because I believe they got 8 runs off of, I think it was 4 hits.
Unbelievable.
Yes, and then then Tampa Bay had 2 runs off of 2 hits.
See Gleyber Torres strike out for the first out of the ball game.
And then it just kind of devolved into pure chaos and mayhem. And that was only the first half of the game.
See here, the final score yesterday, the Red Sox beating the Rays 11-8. a slugfest, and that has, I guess, been a calling card for the Red Sox lately as Aaron Judge digs in and fouls it off. 0-1. The Red Sox have won each of the last 2 days against the Rays and now the Twins earlier this afternoon, and they have won by a combined score of 19-15. So some semblance of football in those scores for the Red Sox over the last 2 days as the count evens at 1-1 on Judge.
Yeah, no, definitely trying to play the just score as many runs as possible, and hopefully your bullpen doesn't completely implode on the day.
1-1 Aaron is outside.
Ooh.
2 balls and 1 strike. LeMahieu at first and 1 out. Here in the top of the first inning, Yankees coming in after splitting a 4-game series against Oakland at home. As the 2-1 fouled away 2-2. The Royals for this series, losers of 5 straight and 8 of their last 10. They are already down to 5 as their elimination number from the American League Central already. As we play here on August the 10th, is that low ball 3. That, although more related to how good the American League Central has been at the top and necessarily how bad Kansas City has been.
Yeah, no, for basically the first half of the year, it looked like all the AL Central winner and both wildcards are coming out of the AL Central, but with the White Sox, I'll call it falling apart over the past couple of weeks here, have brought a couple other teams right back into contention. Rays being one example, I believe Houston's also in that mix.
And the Yankees beat up on the White Sox last week. As a part of their demise is Judge able to lay off a tough 3-2 curveball from Danny Duffy to draw a walk. So 2 on, 1 out for Giancarlo Stanton. Interesting 3-2 pitch selection there to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, definitely. And Judge could have easily teed up on that one and drove it down to the gap and maybe over the wall. So Duffy getting a little bit of a break there. But Tyler Glasgow was the pitcher yesterday that got injured for the Rays and went to go check the injury report after the fact. Apparently there was nothing. So
well, not the first time that's happened this weekend in real life. I guess life mimicking the virtual world. The Rays on Friday had Blake Snell start against the Yankees, ironically enough, as the 1-0 to Stanton low for ball 2. And they pulled Snell after 3 hitless innings. Did not allow a base hit to the Yankees, and they pulled him after 3 innings and like 40 pitches, something like that. No injury, no nothing. They just pulled him after 3 innings for whatever reason. Is this a diving stop at third by Gutierrez from his behind a second for 1 and a first, a double play. Elvin Gutierrez with a highlight reel stop. The turn 2 on Stanton after a half. The Yankees nothing, and the Royals coming to bat.
Hello, SportsCenter. I got your top play for the night. You can shut down the rest of the production.
That is an absolutely phenomenal play by Kelvin Gutierrez, channeling his inner George Brett, as Garrett Cole will take the mound for the Yankees today. 9-4, 3.17 ERA, 190 strikeouts in 125 innings. Impressive numbers, those strikeouts the most in the American League, and it'll be Adalberto Mondesi to lead off for the Royals.
Shortstop, number 27.
Righty, Cole winds, and our first pitch to Kansas City today is in for a strike, 0-1, and Danny Duffy getting a break there thanks to his defense. Duffy threw just 9 strikes out of 20 pitches in that top half of the first, but able to get out of it unscathed as the 0-1 to Mondesi is hit in the air to left. Over and towards the line is Gardner, and he'll make the catch for the first out.
It's also a routine fly ball. It's always nice to get one of those easy pop-ups to start the game, help you get focused in a little bit.
The second baseman.
Beautiful night for baseball in the middle of the United States out in Missouri as Whit Merrifield will lead off. Reverse splits for the former South Carolina Gamecock this year, being 120 points better against same-handed pitchers.
Yeah, and that's really freaky sometimes because usually it's the opposite way where a righty will have better numbers against a lefty, but sometimes you're just able to see the ball better coming from behind your shoulder. That just might be an eye thing or just how you swing.
Merrifield fouls it off 0-1. Merrifield Good weekend series, although Kansas City was swept by the Twins as he tries to drag bunt and comes up empty on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Hard to bunt these days, and even harder when it's 100 up around your letters.
Yeah, no, because especially as a bunt up and high, it's very likely you're just going to pop it up.
Very easy to flatten out that bat head, and this time Merrifield just blown away, straight gas from Garrett Cole.
Yeah, and especially with the bunt attempt, you knew Garrett Cole had basically free reign to throw whatever he wanted.
I'll bring up the veteran catcher Sal Perez. A good season for the Royals as he fouls it back 0-1. Perez hitting 300, 12 homers, 42 RBIs. Kansas City electing to hang on to their face of the franchise in Salvador Perez as opposed to potentially maybe dealing him for some prospects at the deadline like they did with Jorge Soler.
Yeah, sometimes it's always a really difficult decision. Do you keep one of your mega superstars for the long term and maybe have a 500-600 team, or do you gamble on trading them off and getting some prospects back, and maybe 2 or 3 years you're back in contention for the World Series? Because remember, they did win the World Series back in 2015, I believe so. It's been kind of a big fall for the Royals over the past couple of years.
As Salvador Perez can't catch up to the Heat either. Second strikeout for Cole, and he retires the Royals on 9 pitches in the first. We are through 1 in Kansas City, no score in the Yanks and the Royals. Harry Sanchez, Aaron Hicks, Luke Voigt to bat for New York here in the second inning, and talk about reverse splits. Sanchez hitting 103 points better at home than on the road, so he has been much more comfortable hitting at Yankee Stadium than visiting ballparks, and see how he does as the Yankees open up this series against the Royals today, and Sanchez takes a first pitch strike 0-1.
I mean, a lot of people would fare better if they hit at Yankee Stadium 82 games out of the year, just because it is, I believe, the smallest baseball field in the majors, with the lines only being 315 down and only 400 the dead center. So a lot of home run potential in Yankee Stadium.
It's an interesting question as to who has the easiest ballpark for that, because although the dimensions, I guess, down the line are a little short at Yankee Stadium, and it is fairly short, I guess, down either line. You measured it at Fenway Park as well with the Green Monster and then Pesky's pole out in right. But then, of course, Camden Yards, a big hitter's park as well in the American League East for the Orioles. And then, of course, what Coors Field is able to result in out in Colorado with the high altitude.
Yeah, definitely another one. The Crawford box is out in Houston, only being 315 over there.
Great point. I always forget about that being sort of a short porch out there and left. You see a hard line drive from Sanchez hauled in by Mondesi. The Yankees have hit the ball hard so far, P, but the results have not been there through 5 batters.
Yeah, definitely making good contact so far, just not being able to put it in the right spots. Only 1 hit so far. So that's good on Duffy being forcing the Yankees hitters to hit 50-50 balls. But people think the pesky pole is really an easy homer. If you don't put it right on the pole, it jumps out to 380 real fast. So you have to basically wrap that pole perfectly, or else it's probably one of the longest home runs down the right field line.
There's a strike to Hicks, 1-1. Yeah, it's a really weird angle down the line there in Boston. Or it can be as short as, I think, like 280, 290. I'm drawing a blank on what the exact number is. If you can hook it around the pole, is count 1 and 2 now on Hicks.
Yeah, I want to say it's 286 if you strike the pole dead on, like at the base. Most people, I think, want to call it 300 just because most of the time they hook it up around the corner.
Is this a ground ball and through into center field, a base hit? Second hit of the night for the Yankees, and Hicks is on with 1 out.
Yeah, again, just a good job putting it right up the middle. That's almost as good as a long fly ball, as being able to put it up the middle where there's practically no defense, and you just basically walk on the first base because it rolls to the center fielder.
I'll bring up Luke Voigt. He's had a great season for the Yankees. 312, 22 home runs, and 63 RBIs. Voigt 3 for 12 over the weekend in their series against the A's. Yankees with 1 on and 1 out in the second, and the first pitch from Duffy to Voit is yanked foul. It is 0-1. Voit got the start at first base yesterday for the Yankees, went 2 for 5, drove in 2. Yankees had to score a run in the 8th to tie it, and then walked it off in the bottom of the 9th. As Voit takes outside 1-1. Barry Basher in the Twitch chat saying that the internet spewing out 3-0-2 officially down the line and right at Fenway.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at one now. That might be a little bit off-putting, but that's fairly accurate to where it is. It might be a little bit shorter in, but honestly, with the way mapping is, sometimes that's a perfectly acceptable variance.
That one, the throw over to first base to check on Hicks. So Duffy been very aware of Aaron at first base as a pitch out, and Hicks not going anywhere.
Yeah, Duffy's
interesting decision.
Yeah, definitely a little curious, but they're probably just trying to pin him there so that way he doesn't take off for second. Because, as you mentioned, they are making solid contact, so if they put one up against the wall with the runner on second, that's easily scoring.
2-1 to Voit, high and inside, ball 3, but Hicks not a huge stolen base guy this year. I mean, his numbers, steals so much at the point that I didn't even write down what his stolen base numbers are. That's how much of a non-factor I figure he was potentially running as the count 3-1. And Voit unable to hold up at strike 2. Payoff pitch. We'll see if Aaron Hicks is going. The 3-2 is swung on and missed. Pulled the string. Actually a slider. Not a changeup from Duffy. Either way, big second strikeout for the southpaw.
Oh, just a beautiful placement on it. Low and outside. Very tough to pick that one up, let alone try to take a swing at it.
Out in front was Voit, as that'll bring up Brett Gardner. Gardner, during the night, hitting at 277, 16 homers, 47 driven in. And Gardner out in front with a push it foul. It's 0-1.
And then another fun thing to mention, at least at Fenway, is dead center is 420 feet, so people think it's a hitter's park, but no, the only really hitter's part about it is the Green Monster. Everywhere else, it actually plays fairly long.
The 0-1 pitch to Duffy as this one hit into right field. Dozier heading back, but this one stay in the yard, and he'll make the catch for the final out of the second inning. Yankees get a 1-out single, but that's all after 1.5. No score. Hunter Dozier, Ryan O'Hearn, Ryan McBroom, the 3 scheduled to bat for Kansas City. Here in the second inning, Royals went down in order against Cole in the first on 9 pitches. 2 of those via the strikeout as Hunter Dozier lead off, coming off a real rough weekend series against the Twins as he fouls it away on 1. Dozier 0 for 10 in that series with 6 strikeouts. 0-1 from Garrett Cole. And a filthy swing at a curveball. Beautiful pitch. It's 0-2. As the righties 0-2 offering, blew it by him again. Fastball up and in at 99. 3rd straight strikeout for Cole, and there's 1 out in the second.
Yeah, and Garrett Cole's really working these Kansas City Royals hitters right here, especially with that high heat. I believe that's the 3rd one on the day that he's gotten with the high heat.
It is, I believe you are right. The 3rd strikeout on the fastball as Ryan O'Hearn takes down and inside for ball 1. O'Hearn, 225, does lead the Royals, though, with 22 homers and 57 RBIs. For the Soler trade. 1-0. Inside ball 2. And that trade between the Royals and the Dodgers, probably the biggest of all the trades in terms of players' stats moving during the deadline, as O'Hearn swings and misses 2-1. Royals acquiring A.J. Pollock, their center fielder tonight, starter Brusdar Gratterall, and minor league right-hander Josiah Gray in that deal for Soler back on the 20th of July. 2-2. Swung on and missed, got him. Another fastball, fourth straight strikeout for Cole.
Yeah, and Cole is just really working today, using that breaking stuff to set him up, and then the fastball to kill him down.
I'll bring up former Yankee property Ryan McBroom. Broom 246 with a homer, 3 RBIs as that low ball one. McBroom playing in just his 19th game of the year. A recent call-up by Kansas City for 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. McBroom acquired by the Royals towards the end of last year from the Yankees in a minor league deal. McBroom made his major league debut towards the end of last year as takes outside 2-1. There's a strike right down the middle, 2-2. Yeah, McBroom sent by the Yankees to the Royals back on August the 31st, the final day of the minor league regular season, in exchange for future considerations and national bonus pool money as the count now 3-2.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think a lot of people overlook sometimes. These future considerations, they can either be allocation money, certain players, they can even be just straight up cash if they've really wanted to.
Another strikeout for Eric Cole. He has punched out 5 in a row. As we go to the second inning, or actually go to the third, through 2, no score.
Yeah, I think there was one famous case, I think it was 3 years ago, where I think it was a Seattle Mariner got dealt to the Texas Rangers for a literal $1. just to free up a roster spot. He got dealt for $1.
Whatever you can get, I guess, as Gio Urshela digs in. He takes up an away ball one. Urshela's been hot lately for the Yankees. He's homered in each of the last 2 games for New York. 1-0. And Urshela with a ground ball to first, backhanded by O'Hearn. Will beat him to the bag for the first out.
Yes, nice job on the backhand there, but you'll see a few more of those funky deals in like the NBA and NHL, because I think there was one play in the NBA who got dealt for a bag of basketballs and like $1,000 worth of ham and cheese sandwiches or something like that. As part of the futures considerations.
I want to say that there was at least one trade that was made that involved like a fax machine or something like that.
I think
back in the old days.
Yeah, there's definitely, you can probably look up a lot of weird future considerations that are involved in some of these deals.
That one outside, 1-1. I think that was in basketball. I think the Nets drafted Kyle Korver and traded him to the Sixers for like a fax machine or something like that. I'm fairly certain it involved Kyle Korver. Something ridiculous at the very beginning of his NBA career after he was drafted, as a pitch to LeMahieu is bounced up the first base line, and O'Hearn, the second 3 unassisted ground out to begin the inning.
That's what Kansas State's been doing, getting all these little ground balls in the infield and converting on them. You have to be very efficient if you're going to play this way, especially your infielders.
Yeah, this is the story. So on June 26, 2003, as Gleyber Torres digs in, Gleyber struck out against Duffy his first time back in the first.
So you're somewhat right. He was traded in 03 to the Sixers for $125,000. The Nets used most of that for their summer league team as far as the entry fee and whatnot, and then the leftover went towards a fax machine.
They bought a new copy machine, with traded for a copy machine becoming the rallying cry for Korver for the remainder of his career, as Gleyber Torres picks up the 3rd hit of the game for New York. Another base hit, a single to center. All 3 hits for New York have been singles to center.
Yeah, and that's just being able to see the ball really nicely and just able to time it up and drive it. Not trying to pull it or spray it anywhere in the field, just making good, solid contact.
Apparently the Nets were low on cash and none of their preferred draft choices remained. So they took Korver 51st overall and traded him to the Sixers for literally cash and a copy machine. So the copy machine was to be named later. As Aaron Judge digs in with 1 on, 2 out. Judge walked back in the first, and he rips this one out of play 0-1.
Duffy having the number of Judge, which is very rare to say. Only 1 for 10 Judges against Duffy. Not too many pitchers can claim they have a 100 or less pitching record against Aaron Judge, especially in the AL.
Especially a lefty against Judge, as Duffy quickly gets ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Duffy, 6'3", 205 pounds, 31 years old, Lompoc, California. And another base runner aboard. The Yankees would make 3 in as many innings. 0-2 pitch from Duffy. Side and low. Judge able to lay off the slider, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yes, Danny Duffy's nickname is the Bear. I learned something new today. Well, apparently not, according to MLB.com, the 1-2. Inside 2-2. Danny Duffy's chosen nickname, I guess, that goes on the back of his uniform is Gordo. I don't know why that's his name, as Judge strikes out looking. Making 1 for 11 lifetime against Duffy as he paints the lower outside corner. 3rd strikeout for the southpaw, 2.5 complete, no score. Ooh, we've got new baseball news coming through the wire courtesy of Jeff Passan. And it does involve the American League Central, as Alex Gordon will lead off here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, bottom 3rd of the order, due up for the Royals. 5 straight strikeouts for Garrett Cole. But if you remember the story over the weekend, particularly yesterday, the Indians sending home starter Zach Plesac from their series in Chicago. 5 hours, and they bought a rental car for him. They said you have to drive 5 hours from Chicago back to Cleveland and quarantine yourself for 72 hours. As Plesac went out, left a hotel on Saturday night after his start to go out in Chicago. And with the new, I guess, protocols after what's happened with the Marlins and the Cardinals, that now against MLB protocol. And so the Indians sent him away. But there is more to that story, as a ground out to second from Gordon record is the first out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Jeff Passan just reporting a few moments ago, as you look at the top American League East standings. Zach Plesac was not the only Indians pitcher out that night. Joining him is Mike Clevenger, was out with him on Saturday night in violation of team protocol. Clevenger has been scratched from his start Tuesday night against the Cubs and will be forced to quarantine. However, the problem is he flew with the team on Sunday back from Cleveland, back from Chicago to Cleveland, as Pollock fouls it off. And obviously, if anything ends up happening with Clevenger, COVID-related, that would decimate the Indians in the Central, as he flew with them. So, and go on from there as a deep fly out to right from A.J. Pollock for the 2nd out. So a lot to unpack there, P-Mister.
Yeah, definitely a lot, especially with those 2 players in particular being like the number 2 and number 3 pitchers in the Twins rotation. They may be Cleveland's rotation. They may be in a serious hole coming up, but I think my question is, when was the last time the Cardinals even played? I don't think they're on the schedule for tonight.
No, they have not played since July 29th. They have not played at all in the month of August.
And they expect to make up these 8 to 10 games, I'm guessing, if not more, somehow, in the month and a half we have left?
I mean, everything that's been said so far is yes, as Gutierrez behind in the count 0-2. But the logistics of it, and you'd be forced to play, 55 some odd games in 45 some odd days, as Gutierrez strikes out. 6 strikeouts for Cole. He is perfect through 3. No score between the Royals and Yankees. But as we go to the 4th inning out at Kauffman Stadium, I mean, just the logistics of that, impossible to do it in a healthy way in terms of just player safety. I mean, already there have been issues up the wazoo with pitchers, predominantly shoulder issues, it seems like, based on the injured list. But to have, the Cardinals play that many games in that short a period of time seems really infeasible.
Yeah, no, it seems, I would say, next to impossible, barring they do like 5-inning triple headers one day.
I mean, we've gotten to the minor league portion of the 7-inning double headers. Stanton pops up to first on the first pitch of the 4th inning. I'll bring up Gary Sanchez with 1 out.
Which honestly, that should be the policy going forward, is 7 innings if you're planning to do a doubleheader. Just makes it a lot easier for TV and also for fans to try to take in both games.
And now we've got 2 pitches and 2 outs. Gary Sanchez lines out in foul territory to third, as that one, another hard hit ball by New York, resulting in an out. Aaron Hicks will step in for the Yankees and a pitch low for ball 1. Hicks, I guess, taking all the way there after the first 2 batters. 8 outs on 2 pitches. 1-0 in there for a strike 1-1.
Yeah, Hicks just trying to find the right pitch to try to drive here. Again, Duffy's been fairly effective against the Yankees so far. Only 2 or 3 hits, and those have all been really good contact singles up the middle.
Just a couple ground balls through the box against Duffy tonight, trying for his first 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, definitely.
2-1. Out of the way.
I was going to say, the thing I'm waiting on from MLB is the response to the Oakland Astros scuffle yesterday. I'm waiting to see how many games those players get suspended, because that broke about 15 different policies and procedures in the COVID era.
This one fouled away 2-2. Yeah, I mean, obviously, what happened towards the beginning of the season with the Dodgers and the Astros involving Joe Kelly and some pitches, and obviously he was suspended for 8 games for that, as Hicks strikes out. Got him on a changeup. Another punch out for Duffy. He's got 4, and the Yankees put up their first hitless inning. We go to the bottom of the inning, no score. But for those who missed it yesterday, of course.
Leading up for the Royals, the shortstop, number 27.
Alberto Mondesi will lead off for the Royals. They're in the bottom of the 4th inning, but the Astros and A's played over the weekend. The A's were hit 5 times. 3 times Ramon Laureano was plunked, including twice yesterday as Mondesi takes inside ball 1, and after he was hit the second time, I guess he made some motion towards the pitcher about how to snap off his slider. The Astros bench, particularly the hitting coach Alex Cintron, had some words for Laureano, said something vile about his mother, and all hell broke loose out by the Bay.
Yeah, and honestly, unfortunately, it has to be the Astros involved in this, but this is kind of the fever and kind of the passion I want to see out of a lot of these ball players going forward. We see a lot of robots, yes sir, no sirs, to upper management, rather than back in, the 70s and 80s when players actually had passion and gave a dang about the game, rather than just the cold hard dollar.
And life has changed, and the game has changed some as well, as Mondesi swings at ball 4. Out now runs full 3-2. And there is, I think, part of the issue with baseball is for so many years, motion has been coached out of the game, as it's a soft ground ball to second, and O'Mayhew play to get the speedy Mondesi for the first out. But I think that's a big part of it is, a lot of these guys have been discouraged from showing emotion, but I think we're slowly beginning to teeter back in that direction. Obviously, if you watch a lot of the 70s and 80s of baseball, a lot more, I guess maybe, I don't know if it's necessarily emotion, but definitely aggressiveness. I think part of it has to do with back then you can basically do whatever you want, sliding into second base and barreling into the catcher. So the game was more physical then, as Merrifield now ahead in the count 2-1.
Yeah, definitely the game was a lot more physical back then. Again, barreling over the catcher, a.k.a. the Buster Posey rule now in effect. And also really the sliding the second, basically taken out of the game. as if you even try to clean the guy out, you basically get dinged with an extra out on top of the play.
See a nice play there at first by Voigt, and there's 2 down.
The catcher, number 13, Salvador Perez.
But yeah, honestly, especially in recent times, MLB has kind of struggled with who is going to be the big market, brand star to put across the country. They've tried to put Mike Trout, because he's been, the most dominant player in the game, I would say. Biggest 5-tool player, but again, he's just a very dry, very straightforward guy, whereas look at some of the other leagues, you have a lot of characters in some of these other leagues. John Tortorella, coach for the Columbus Blue Jackets, I think is a great example for the NHL as far as how to do it somewhat properly.
One of my favorite things with John Tortorella was, I think he was still with the Rangers at the time, who, by the way, have the number 1 pick in the NHL draft. First time since 1965.
Congratulations to that. You won the sweepstakes there.
Big thing for the Rangers as they try and rebuild. Is this a deep drive out into left field? Gardner back, and I think that one off of the fence. Foul ground. Perez just missing a home run, and Gardner didn't miss the catch by much, as Perez now strikes out to end the inning. Another punch out for Garrett Cole. He has struck out 7 and retired 12 straight. We go to the 5th, no score. Go to the 5th inning here in Kansas City. Heidi Watney's microphone is not connected, unfortunately, but we are here to remind you that we are doing all of this for charity, our charity of choice. As of the last couple weeks has been Meals on Wheels, which supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country, which are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. The network serves virtually every community in the United States and helps enable America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Luke Voigt, Brett Gardner, Gio Urshela, bottom of the Yankee order, due up against Duffy here in the 5th. Justin Rock, P. Mr. 3 with you here on a Monday night in our second day of the new schedule alignment here on the Ball Network as Voigt takes a strike. Our next game coming up at 8:45. The Astros and the Mariners will be our final game of the day. No 10:30, 10:45 game tonight. There will be tomorrow, but not tonight, as Voigt falls behind 0-2 as trying to reconfigure the schedule as people's schedules get altered, as well as the baseball schedule gets altered, as out now 1-2 on the Yankee first baseman.
Yeah, just trying out a couple new times here for start times to try to mix it in so that way you can enjoy our broadcast as well as your favorite MLB team's broadcast.
This is a ground ball to short, spinning and throwing Mondesi for the out. Nice play, and this has been a very well-played defensive game through 4 1/3 innings.
Yeah, and that's one of the things New York really likes to capitalize on is errors and mistakes, and especially the Kansas City infield. They've been pretty solid as far as just doing their job, collecting the ball and firing it over to first. Not too many hits unless there's been really solid contact to the outfield.
And that is a far cry from what the Royals had been doing. His first pitch to Brett Gardner misses 1-0. Gardner flew out to right back in the second. But the Royals made an error in all 4 games of their weekend series against the Twins. This one fouled away 1-1, including 3 yesterday afternoon, with 6 errors in that 4-game series. So not like Kansas City hasn't had a propensity for being a little wild with the baseball around the infield in general, as Gardner chases up and in 1-2.
And honestly, games like these where you're just able to play really solid can help set yourself up for the long term, being able to build your confidence, being able to show, hey, I can make these plays.
As the 1-2 is hit in the air to right. Playable for Dozier for the second out. Gardner, I think, had a pitch that was inside that breaking ball. And now 2 away for Gio Urshela.
Yeah, there was a breaking ball inside, but that was one that he could have drove if he was able to time it up a bit better. It still got some nice power on it to fly it out that far out to right field. I know Coffin's not exactly the easiest park to hit a homer in.
Don't tell that to Jorge Soler, who dominated the American League pitching at Kauffman Stadium before being traded to the National League. Urshela takes low for ball one. Urshela swings and hits one high in the air. Left field. Gordon going back at the track, and for the third straight game, Gio Urshela has homered for New York, and the Yankees take a 1-0 lead in the fifth.
I apologize to all the Kansas City Royal fans in chat right now. That's on me. I'll buy you a round after the game.
Gio Urshela, 396, 96.9 miles an hour. And the Yankees have the game's first one.
Yep. And just as soon as I say it's tough to hit a homer out of Fenway, Gio Urshela proves me wrong as he puts one out into left center.
Jason, too, the bullpen out there. Just able to get it over the fence, but how about Urshela? His 10th home run of the season, his 40th RBI, and he is now homered in 3 consecutive games. The Yankees made a trade at the deadline to get Tommy La Stella, a Jersey boy from the Angels. It's a platoon with Urshela at third base, and I guess Gio's taken exception to that. The 0-1 to LeMahieu.
Nope.
Now on low, 1-1. LeMahieu 1 for 2 with a single. Fifth, tied for 5th in the American League in hits. 13th in WAR among offensive players. Batting average has dipped quite a bit since the All-Star break. I am mistaken. Please correct me as LeMahieu lines another base hit. Second hit of the game for DJ, but he was the All-Star Game MVP, right?
I believe so. Unfortunately, I don't have that in front of me right now, but that would sound about right, as he had a pretty good time at the All-Star Game.
LeMahieu and Stanton among the team leaders in hits. LeMahieu entering the day tied for 5th on the team, or tied for 5th in the American League, I should say. As here is Gleyber Torres 1 for 2, and he swings and grounds that one through the left side, a base hit. So Danny Duffy giving up 3 consecutive hits for the first time today, and sprinting out to the mound for Kansas City as the pitching coach.
Something happened. I don't know what. Duffy was doing just fine, then he gave up the homer there, and now 2 straight hits following that. Something happened with his either pitches or just his confidence. But it's absolutely gone now. Pitch count's running a little high at 72. So Kansas City might want to get someone up in the pen just in case this gets out of hand.
Especially with Cole on the mound, runs are at a premium. So stopping New York here, idle for Duffy as Judge can't connect 0-1. Judge 0 for 1 has walked and struck out in this ball game. As Duffy delivers and Judge a ground ball through into center field, a base hit. LeMahieu around third, he will score. The throw from Pollock goes into third base. Aaron Judge with an RBI base hit, and the Yankees take a 2-0 lead.
Yep, and here comes the fun time as the Yankees just keep this hit party rolling. Really only the one long ball. I'm doing it with a lot of small ball right now.
3 straight singles, 4 straight hits for New York. As Judge picks up his 62nd career RBI. This is the 499th game Judge's career, so number 500 will be tomorrow. Picked up his 500th career hit over the weekend in that series against the A's. As a pitch outside to Stanton, 1-0. Stanton 0 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, and Barry Basher coming in at the point. Runs are first and second, and no one's sitting in the middle of the field. You would definitely think they would have someone closer there for a double play ball.
At least to get the force as Stanton chases for strike 1. As you mentioned earlier, P, the Royals bullpen now up and moving double barrel action.
Yeah, definitely a righty and a lefty just preparing for what side of the lineup they're going to be in when they do want to make that pitching change. Ideally, they want Duffy to get the out here so that way they can just do a relatively clean handoff in the 6th.
Always better to give the ball to a guy with nobody on base and a fresh inning. Jesse Hahn and Eric Skoglund, the 2 long men, up in the bullpen for Kansas City. As we've mentioned time and time again, the bot ball managers love the long relievers in 2020 as Stanton yanks this one off the camera well, 2-2.
Yeah, for some reason it seems like all the managers love using that long reliever for 2 or 3 innings right around the 6th inning for some reason.
2-2 pitch fouled away. Stays 2-2. I mean, if you look at the weekend series, Skoglund threw yesterday, Saturday, and on Thursday. On through on Sunday and on Friday. This one fouled away, and Stanton again stays alive. The Yankees' 2 long men are Jay Happ and Jordan Montgomery on the Royals starting staff. 2-2. And Stanton gets under one into center. Pollock there, and he'll make the play to end the inning. But the Yankees score 2 runs on 4 hits, the big blow. A Gio Urshela home run halfway through. Yankees 2, Royals nothing. But to go back to the long reliever point, Yankees Happ had thrown for New York yesterday. He also threw on Friday and Thursday in 3 of the 4 games of that Oakland series, while Montgomery, the other long reliever for New York, pitched in the series on Saturday and on Thursday. So you have 4 long men on either roster, and 2 threw in 3 of the 4 games of their 4-game series over the weekend, and the other one threw in 2 of the 4 games over the weekend. Try and see if that makes any sense, as Hunter Dozier leads off.
No, and honestly, that's just the beauty of ball. Sometimes there is that little bit of chaos and mayhem that you typically don't see in the real-life game, you know. Who's going to be coming out of the pen? Who's going to be the long reliever today to try to go 2-3 innings to hold this game? Because we have seen a lot of teams build up 3-4 run leads, and then once you get to the long reliever, they give it right back. So we've had a lot of very interesting ends to games so far this year.
And there have been a lot of long relievers who have been the bane of the existence of any of our community. As the 0-2 pitch, Hunter Dozier, does he hold up? It appears he did, says the home plate umpire. 1-2. And the 2-strike pitch in the dirt.
2-2.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Count is 3-2.
And Dozier is able to run the count full 3-2. So good at bat here. The Royals right fielder, who's 0 for his last 11 at the plate.
Yeah, and if anything, you just have to run up Garrett Cole's pitch count right now at 51 at this point. So you want to try to get him out sooner rather than later. And speaking of out,
Hunter Dozier to the same spot. Urshela hit it. Able to hit it a little bit farther and a little bit harder. Ends his hitless streak with a big blast, and the Royals break up the shutout. Perfect game of the no-hit bid. It's 2-1 New York here in the 5th.
Yep. Everything that Garrett Cole was working for in this game is officially gone, and someone might want to get the scuba suit because that one's definitely out in the fountain there.
427 feet, 106 miles an hour off the bat of Hunter Dozier. And the Royals have broken up the shutout bid and made it a 1-run game as O'Hearn swings and misses 0-1. And Hunter Dozier able to do that, P, thanks to the fact that was behind the count 0-2. Laid off some tough pitches, including that first 0-2 that was debatable whether or not he went around on that swing. Able to deliver after working it full, as the count now 0-2 on the first baseman.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what happens when you're able to work a count, especially full. You know he's going to throw a strike. It's just a matter of where he's going to throw it.
And this time it's a breaking ball down that results in some manual air conditioning for Gary Sanchez. Another strikeout for Garrett Cole. Right-hander has punched out 8 through 4 1/3.
Yeah, and he's really cooking right now. Getting that 1 homer, really the only blemish on the day so far for him.
That's sort of been Garrett Cole in real life this year, too, as McBroom takes high ball 1. Cole has been dominant for the Yankees in his 4 starts, but has shown a propensity to give up the solo home run. As we saw that just now from Hunter Dozier as McBroom takes a strike 1-1.
Yeah, definitely. And Cole is really able to use his breaking stuff to set up that fastball, which I think is pretty good pinpoint precision, able to paint those corners beautifully with it to get the umpire to call strike 3 on one that might be 50-50.
On outside 2-1, and Cole's control has been marvelous tonight. 58 pitches at this point. 40 of those 58 have been strikes. Here's another one, beautifully placed, as you said, down and away, 2-2.
Yeah, definitely 98 also the boot. You usually see a lot of guys throwing 97, 98, but the control's all over the place. It's very rare to have both control and the speed.
Cole has been able to do that, and that's why the Yankees signed him to a 9-year deal through the 2028 season. Back this offseason, is that a ground ball knocked down by Cole in front of the mound, but he'll casually toss for the second out.
Yeah, knocked it down, then dropped the ball, it looked like for a second there. Couldn't get it in his glove, but still able to flip it over to first. But yeah, Garrett Cole come to the Yankees for several fat stacks of cash. And again, signed him up for 9 years, so he's there for the long haul.
Does have an opt-out after the 2024 campaign if he elects to choose it. But based on the way Cole has spoken to this point, you'd imagine he might not, but will also depend on several factors, including his performance over the next couple of years as Gordon tardy 0-1. There's that filthy knuckle curve. Tough combination for Gordon. You got a fastball at 98 right at your chest and then a breaking ball down by your knees, and next thing you know, it's 0-2.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of players, Manny Machado, I believe Mike Trout has a similar style contract, Bryce Harper. All those guys, unless something really goes south, and not opting out those $300 million plus contracts. Because that sets him up for, I'd say, 10 lifetimes.
The only person that I really remember ever opting out of a contract of that magnitude was a Yankee. His most recent #1 overall pick outside of Garrett Cole played for the New York Yankees, and that is Alex Rodriguez, if you remember him sort of hijacking Game 4 of the 2007 World Series with that announcement from Ken Rosenthal that he was opting out of that big deal with the Yankees, which he ultimately resigned with New York anyway. But Gordon, again, working the count from 0-2 to 3-2. This time a different result as a ground ball to short, fielded by Torres, and the side is retired. But Kansas City breaks up the perfect game and the shutout. All this thanks to Hunter Dozier's home run after 5-2 to 1 New York.
Yep, and just an update, ESPN just put out that earlier today that Charlie Morton's out with shoulder inflammation on the 10-day IL, so bad news for them as Tampa Bay is really looking for a playoff spot this year.
And that's tough news to hear. If you're a Rays fan, Morton leaving his start early yesterday, I believe after just 2 innings, as that one low, ball 1 to Gary Sanchez. 5, 6, and 7 to up for New York. Yankees a 1-run lead despite having 6 more hits than Kansas City. That's where the home run can be an equalizer, and ironically, an equalizer for Kansas City tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And Crispy, this is the first game. I believe it's a 4-game series between the Yankees and Berrios, if I remember correctly.
I'll have to double check that, but I do believe you are correct.
Yep, and then Tyler Glasnow, I believe he's okay. I believe it was just I can't think of a way to describe it because we checked the injury report after the game and there was nothing on it relating to him. So it may have just been a precautionary move more than anything else. But trust me, Ether and I were both very confused after the game as far as what had happened and why he wasn't listed with an injury.
That was a very bizarre sequence, but it does happen from time to time. And well, the Rays literally did it this weekend with Blake Snell on Friday night. So the game was just trying to mimic real life as Aaron Hicks swings and grounds this one fair down the first base line, and Duffy a great job to get over and cover.
Yeah, good heads-up play there by the first baseman, making sure to tap that one in fair territory. And Barry Bash is coming in. It's a 3-game series, so apologize for that. Must be setting up a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday upcoming for both teams.
Yeah, so this is where the schedule gets weird. I just pulled it up in front of me. Is that one inside ball 1? So this week, had life been normal, the Yankees and White Sox would have played on Thursday at the Field of Dreams Stadium Dyersville, Iowa. So the schedule was set up for the Yankees to play 3 in Kansas City tonight, tomorrow night, and then Wednesday afternoon. Fouled back and count 1-2 on Voigt. Then they were to travel to Iowa to play the White Sox in Dyersville, Iowa on Thursday at 7 o'clock. Then scheduled to have an off day on Friday to travel from Iowa back to Chicago. And then resume the series against the White Sox on Saturday and Sunday. So a weird schedule upcoming for the Yankees in the Botball universe because of what was supposed to happen in real life, as this one out of play and it will remain 1-2 with Voigt.
I think they're still planning to go on with that Field of Dream games. Just there's not going to be any fans in attendance, if I remember correctly.
They were originally planning to do that, but the problem is, as that one low 2-2, is the team that Major League Baseball replaced the Yankees with to face the Chicago White Sox is St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh,
so that game has been canceled.
Darn it. Major League Baseball cannot win right now, but Danny Duffy's winning against these Yankees, though, with that strikeout.
Another strikeout for Duffy. He has pitched beautifully tonight. He's given up 7 hits, just 2 runs. His team's still in it, down 1, going to the bottom of the 6th. A.J. Pollock to lead off for the Royals, one of the newest members of this Kansas City squad. Pollock 0 for 1 tonight with a fly out to right. Pollock 5 for 15 over the weekend in that series against the Twins with a home run. That batting average right around $190, trying to get it up over the Mendoza line by the end of this series. But yeah, Major League Baseball, it made no sense to me for them to play that game without fans. In the first place, it just didn't seem to really fit with the idea. It seemed like a nice proposal to continue to play it, even with the pandemic, but obviously life just said it was not meant to be in 2020 as Pollock quickly behind 0-2.
Yeah, thankfully it looks like they're planning to do it in 2021, so hopefully they can find some type of replacement for that. I think the Royals-White Sox might be a real interesting matchup down there.
Something that they proposed and what the Royals were supposed to be a part of this year in a similar facet as Pollock strikes out for the first out here in the 6th inning. Another punch out for Garrett Cole. That is 9 through 5 1/3 today. As Kelvin Gutierrez swings and drives one in his center, coming on Hicks, and he'll make the catch for the out. But the Royals, back in June, if you remember, were supposed to play in Omaha at TD Ameritrade Ballpark as the lead-up, I think, actually against the White Sox. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, as a lead-up to the MLB draft and the College World Series. But, of course, both those things either not happening or altered due to COVID-19 in our current world as Mondesi takes a strike.
Yeah, definitely. And another one that got axed fairly early on was the Little League World Series game. I know the Red Sox were supposed to go down. I think they were supposed to be the Pirates, if I remember correctly, which seemed like a really weird combo. But with Pittsburgh, I guess, being down there, it makes sense.
Yeah, with Little League World Series games that they've been playing in Williamsport, they plan to flip-flop every year. The Pennsylvania team involved, the Phillies and the Pirates, as that one low 1-2. So I think the first year the Pirates did it. Then last year it was, I think, the Phillies and the Mets. And then this year they were supposed to go back to the Pirates and then again back to the Phillies in 2021. But obviously that all set to change with everything else that's changed this year.
Yeah, definitely. And with the new minor league baseball structure potentially being implemented soon, Williamsport might actually lose that minor league team that plays in the stadium.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes the dumbest sense to me, is that, you know, you're going to eliminate a team from minor league baseball because you said their, you know, stadium and, you know, surroundings aren't major league quality, but it's quality enough to host major league games each of the last 2 years. So try and make sense of anything Rob Manfred tries to do, as the Royals are having some trouble trying to make any sense of what Garrett Cole's throwing at them. 10 strikeouts through 6, and the Yankees the 1-run lead. And here's our long reliever of the ball game, brought to you by Insanity. Insanity, when you keep trying the same thing over and over again and hoping the result will change, as Jesse Hahn will lead off the seventh inning for the Royals out of the bullpen.
Oh, I might have to steal that one now because that's basically described this whole season as insanity.
You're more than welcome to steal it. This is a free-range group. I'm not getting paid for this. So, as Gardner takes a strike 0-1, as a community, so more than welcome to use it. More the merrier. As Gardner looking to get something going against the long man Hahn, as swings and spanks one down the left field line, and right on cue, a base hit. Gordon picking it up against the fence, but with Gardner's speed, that is an easy double, and let the insanity begin as the Yankees have a man in scoring position with nobody out.
Yep, and honestly, Yankees are trying to do something. And again, a dying art there, an opposite way hit. Being able to slap that one out into left field to get up against the wall there.
Doesn't matter if it's bot ball or if you're just playing the show. If you're able to use the opposite field, particularly down the lines, you will have success like Gardner just had. And this is the success Gio Urshela has sustained over the last 3 games. 3rd straight contest with a home run. This back in the 5th inning to get the Yankees on the board. So 2-1 Yankees advantage as Urshela will try and extend it. And the first pitch from Jesse Hahn is hit in the air foul out of play, and that looked like a pitch that Urshela could have driven out of the ballpark.
Yeah, definitely could have easily put some charge into it, but going back to the thing earlier about the MLB playing Williamsport, the park there is a little bit 50-50, so I think they would get a pass for, the one-off game every year, but again, long-term viability, it can be a little tricky because I believe Williamsport, it's only a town of like 50 to 60,000 if I remember correctly. So it's not like a mega city at all.
It is not a big city. It is a very small town right off I-80 west, depending on which way you're coming from. Is the count now 2-1 on Urshela. But as someone who went to Penn State and graduated from Penn State, I passed by the Williamsport exit every time. I drove from New Jersey to central Pennsylvania to get to school during my college years. So and if anyone has been to State College, that is literally in the middle of nowhere. And an hour outside the middle of nowhere, well, pretty much the same as out now full 3-2.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like that's the thing with a lot of the flagship schools, except I think for maybe California, is that the state schools are basically out in the middle of nowhere half the time.
This is a ground ball to first, and O'Hearn will take it to the bag himself for the out. So productive out for Urshela as Gardner moves to 3rd with less than 2 away. So top of the order with a chance to get a run in for New York, and LeMahieu had a good game today, 2 for 3. We'll dig in.
And all you need here is a long fly ball to score the run. But it's got to be a little bit of a liner because if you let it hang there too much, these Kansas City outfielders do have arms, so they can gun you out at home.
And this is what he's going to do. A fly ball out to right for LeMahieu, but Dozier, the way that ball was hit, momentum carrying him towards right center, away from home plate, and easily scoring from 3rd is Gardner. Great comeback game for LeMahieu. 2 for 3, and now an RBI to make it 3-1.
Yeah, and again, that's exactly what I was talking about. Just so, it didn't have to be a hard fly ball, just a little liner into the outfield going away, making sure the outfielder can't set up for that throw home.
LeMahieu with the RBI. That's his 67th of the year as Gleyber Torres takes a strike. Gleyber 2 for 3 with a pair of singles and a strikeout. He has had a fantastic season for New York. That's inside 1-1. Torres was 4 for 17 in that series over the weekend, but 28 home runs, 3rd in the American League in hits, 4th in WAR. Fouled away 1-2, and find it interesting. I had a chance to work as a broadcaster in the Cubs organization for 2 years. Really a big fan of everything they've done with their minor league system. As Torres grounds out to end the inning. I just find it interesting that with all the prospects they had, that there is a chance that they ended up trading away their 2 best prospects that they had in Gleyber Torres and Eloy Jimenez. As it's time to get up and stretch in Kansas City. Yankees lead at 3-1 over the Royals.
Yeah, but honestly, that's the way Theo Epstein kind of plays, is that he builds, stockpiles a lot of talent, and then when other teams come calling for those prospects, he doesn't mind giving 1 or 2 away if he's able to get 4, 5, 6 potential ones back. So it's just kind of a self-feeding system. You kind of saw it in the Red Sox organization prior to his departure for Chicago, and it takes 4 or 5 years to get that pipeline set up, but once it is, you can be contending for a very long time.
Rare to see double barrel action in a bullpen that doesn't involve a long man in bat ball, but Yankees are doing it with double barrel setup men. It's almost never seen action in this game as Merrifield falls behind 1-2, but Tommy Canely and Zach Britton up and throwing. Eric Cole still a very manageable pitch count, 80 pitches with nobody out in the 7th as the count now 2-2 on Merrifield.
Yeah, those guys are definitely getting warmed up for the 8th inning because I don't see Cole going into the 8th unless he gets under 90 pitches here. And then in that case, they might give him a crack at it, but very short leash in that 8th.
Speaking of starters, Danny Duffy, the final line for him tonight, he is done after 6 innings as that one is blown away, ball 3. Duffy, 6 innings, 2 runs, both earned on 7 hits. 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and a home run. Duffy, 93 pitches, 61 strikes, has a 3-2 to Merrifield. Grounded back through the middle and underneath the glove of LeMahieu for a base hit. It's the second hit of the game for Kansas City. As them in business here in the bottom of the 7th, the tying run will come to the plate.
Yeah, and Kansas City trying to get something rolling, and you just got to follow the Yankees formula sometimes. Just a well-hit single up the middle. But just watching the Twitter sphere real quick, the Carolina Hurricanes tweet out recently, "You're welcome at New York Rangers." Again, Carolina, the team that knocked New York out of the playoffs. That way they could get that #1 pick in the NHL draft.
The Rangers, they were a team that they were as hot as the sun as the time the world stopped back in March, and they had to obviously get things ramped back up again. And on paper, the Hurricanes, better team, and after a long hiatus, they beat them after the Rangers beat them up in the regular season as Sal Perez, an opposite field base hit. Now the Royals have the tying runs on, and nobody out in the 7th. First time the Royals have put back-to-back men on base in this contest. But the Rangers eliminated and benefiting from that with the #1 pick, and Aaron Boone not wasting any time here. Cole showing some break in the armor. Back-to-back hits to begin the inning, and he's going to make a call to the bullpen.
Yeah, definitely want to get out there earlier rather than later. Again, with Cole's pitch count up around 85, 90. And with runners on 1st and 2nd here, you want to try and nip this before it gets into anything else too big.
But an interesting decision. A few moments ago, we saw the Yankee bullpen. They had double barrel action with Canely and Britton. As opposed to bringing either of them in the ball game, it will be Jonathan Holder to come on and pitch for New York with 2 on and nobody out in the 7th. And the guy who gave Kansas City their only run of the game stepping up to the plate, representing the go-ahead run.
Yep, and Hunter Dozier here, #6 batter, not typically known for power, but can be on the back of that power alley because a lot of teams like to stack the 4, 5, 6 spots with that. And a chance here to give Kansas City a rare lead against New York.
The first pitch from Holder outside, ball 1. Merrifield, good speed at second. Sal Perez, the equivalent of a cinder block over at first. 1-1 down and away, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes. And Holder, bad spot right now with 2 men on.
Yeah, that's definitely a new way to describe a player, but oddly accurate. Not really known for speed or running.
Holder sets at the shoulders, the 2-0, inside, ball 3. And now he's in danger of walking the bases loaded with Ryan O'Hearn, the best power hitter currently on Kansas City's roster, on deck. A 3-0 pitch, and that one right down the middle. 3-1. Holder, not a guy who walks a lot of batters. Look at the numbers coming into the day. 64 in the 3rd innings, just 18 walks, 65 strikeouts.
Definitely Barry Baxter saying Perez isn't that slow. He could beat Miggy in a foot race. I think a ham sandwich could beat Miggy in a foot race, to be completely honest.
Not in Buttball universe, at least according to Ron Gardenhire, with the amount of times he's been sent as fly ball into center, and Hicks makes the catch, and Merrifield won't try his rifle arm. A 1 away, and now a ground ball can get the Yankees out of the inning. guy who can do that if he rolls into one is Brian O'Hearn. O'Hearn 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts tonight. 2 on, 1 out here in the 7th. Both runners responsibility of Garrett Cole as Holder issues a strike 0-1.
And definitely trying that rifle out there in center, but that was really offline there. You could have potentially made it with how offline that throw was.
1 low. 1 ball and 1 strike. I was going to say, I'm looking at the Twitch chat, EB saying 74 speed versus 0 speed. I'm going to say Sal Perez is 74 speed in the show. I was going to have to write a letter to San Diego studios as to what they were drinking and if I could have some of it. And as the 1-2 swung on and missed, got him. Fastball in on the hands, and Holder, after falling behind his first hitter 3-0, has come back with a vengeance.
Ryan McBroom.
Still a 17 speed, not exactly fleet of foot for Sal Perez. Better than 0, but not great, as we put it in layman's terms, as Ryan McBroom takes outside. He's saying the fastest catcher he thinks he's seen so far, Jorge Alfaro of the Marlins. I'll be honest, I have not paid attention necessarily to those numbers, but that is something worth paying attention to going forward, as the days of Jason Kendall are few and far between.
Yes, and one thing about the numbers always lie. Trust me, I have seen Miggy leg out a triple before in this game, so the numbers will always lie.
Oh, one of my favorite things is, Prince Fielder, guy who was not known for his fitness, shall we say, had 2 inside the park home runs in his major league career. This a pop up into right, diving is Judge, and he can't make the play. Scoring is Merrifield to third, Perez. And a bloop single from Ryan McBroom makes it a 1-run game here in the 7th. I thought Judge was going to come up with that, but ends up dying in front of him. A great effort, but it's 3-2 New York, and the tying run 90 feet away.
Yeah, it looked like he had that one in the glove, and it just popped out. So really unfortunate break there for New York. And Kansas City, with Alex Gordon coming up, have a real shot here to tie the game. Who would have predicted this coming out of the day?
It's been a back-and-forth affair that way. The Yankees scored 2 in the top of the 5th. Royals answered with 1 in the bottom half. The Yankees scored in the top of the 7th. Royals have answered here in the bottom of the 7th with 1 of their own. As Alex Gordon swings and hits this one in the center. And Aaron Hicks has plenty of space and time. And the Yankees will avoid further damage in the 7th inning. But Royals get 1 back. We go to the 8th. Business end of this one. Yankees 3, Royals 2. Looks like Jesse Hahn will stay on for Kansas City in the 8th. As Aaron Judge will lead it off. 3, 4, and 5 for the Yankees. Have a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, and why not? And why not? You're trying to play for a potential long game here. Maybe you can pick up the win in the bottom of the 8th. But honestly, if you get 1 run and you're tied, you definitely want to have a couple arms up and ready to go. And Hahn, with the way he was dealing last inning, really kind of giving him a little hope, although he did give up the run, I believe.
He gave up a leadoff double, but after that, pitched fairly well as this fouled 1 and 2. After the leadoff double, a ground ball to first, a fly ball to right, and another ground ball to first. So, not like Hahn was giving up lasers in that 7th inning as the count evens at 2.
And EB coming in with the one of the stat nerds numbers. In 2018, Jorge Alfaro of the Marlins had the 2nd fastest running sprint speed of all Major League catchers, clocking in at a whopping 28.3 feet per second.
And as someone who failed miserably in math and science in college and high school and just life in general, 28.3 feet per second, that could be good, bad, I have no idea. My guess is that's very average for a normal, for I guess a regular Major League player, as Judge draws leadoff walk. So the second time Hahn has allowed the leadoff man to reach. And that'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton.
Rough numbers is about 4.5, 5 seconds down the first base.
There you go. That's exactly why I was a broadcast journalism major and not an accounting major or math major.
Hey, don't knock the accounting majors. We're terrible at math, too.
Oh, not all of them. My dad is an accountant. My dad's two brothers also worked with numbers their entire life. For whatever reason, that skill set was not passed on through the Rock family. My mom was a doctor, an eye doctor, so whatever happened with me, I don't know. Maybe someone else can explain it, someone smarter than I. It's the count 1 and 1. I just got sports and a voice. That's about it.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need. But honestly, if anybody's looking for math, go to an engineer. They do math all day, and they're fairly good at it.
There's a line drive from Stanton for the out. Another line out. If Adalberto Mondesi's glove hand does not sting at the end of this ball game, I don't know what will make it sting, as the Yankees have hit at least 2 or 3 missiles right at his mitt.
Yeah, and sometimes you just have to be on your game that day. Even if you get 4 or 5 right at you, just have to keep the same rhythm, same routine, and same posture to catch the ball.
Sanchez has been a big detractor of that today. Has lined out to short, lined out and foul ground to third. So he's hit the ball well, but has had no results as the count 1-0. Sanchez and double play ground balls, as you've seen this year. 1-0, fouled away. Thought off the bat that was going to be another. Judges at first with 1 out. Yankees a 3-2 lead here in the 8th inning. As Sanchez pulls this one out of play, it is 1-2. Yankees 3 runs on 8 hits, no errors. They have left 5. Kansas City 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. They have stranded 2. 1-2 pitch. And this one a ground ball to first, could be 2. On to second for 1. Mondesi back to first. 3-6-3 double play. And right on cue, the broadcast actually aiding what happens in real life. As we go to the bottom of the 8th, and the Yankees leading by a run.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
They will make a call to the bullpen and bring in one of their 2 setup men. It'll be Tommy Kahnle on here in the 8th.
Yeah, definitely. And the Yankees right now in a situation where you just want to hold the line. You don't really need another run or 2. It'd be nice for insurance purposes, but right now you should be able to rely on your setup and closer to get the job done. This is what they're basically paid the big bucks to do.
That's an interesting stat as A.J. Pollock will dig in to lead off here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll get you the pitching lines for Cole and Holder in a moment. As there's a strike, you see Britton and Chapman, a couple of southpaws up for New York. But Barry Basher in the Twitch chat saying last year in the similar stat, Byron Buxton had the quickest sprint speed in Major League Baseball at 30.5 feet per second. Is the count now 0-2. And the league average for any position is about 27 feet per second. So Alfaro, a little better than league average, but about 2 feet per second slower than Byron Buxton, who can fly.
Yeah, Alfaro, excuse me, if my math's working out correctly, which I hope it is because I'm using that calculator now, it's 3.18 seconds to get to first for Alfaro. I'll work on the other one in a sec.
As big strikeout for Tommy Kahnle. 3 pitches, and A.J. Pollock will grab some pines. So 1 away in the 8th, and that'll bring up Elvin Gutierrez 0-2 with a line drive to center. As this pitch up and away, ball 1. Final line for Garrett Cole tonight. Yankees. Cole going 6+ innings. This one giving up 2 runs. Both earned on 3 hits, no walks. He struck out 10 in this ball game. Gave up the home run. Cole did not throw a ton of pitches, just 86, 60 strikes. That is a great percentage as the count now 2-1.
Yeah, definitely great night out here from Garrett Cole. But Barry Basham for Byron Buxton. It's 2.9 seconds down the first basically for him. So not much of a difference between the two, but we both know they can fly, and that's about all you really need to know.
As that one in there for a strike, 2-2. The final line for Holder, by the way, 1 inning, no runs, 1 hit, no walks, and a strikeout. As the count now full on Gutierrez. Holder 14 pitches in that 7th inning.
I wonder if they have that speed staff for designated hitters, since it seems like there are so many guys that rotate through that position that you can't really get a good read on who's on the speed staff for that.
I guess that will probably boil down to, sort of what their top speed is on the bases. At a given time, I guess. Is this a roller to short? Torres make the play for the second out.
The batter, number 27.
I think, obviously the big sadness is not having StatCast in the senior years of Mo Vaughn's career, just to see how fast he would have run to first base back in his days on the Mets when he looked like a bowling ball, for lack of a better word, as that outside for ball 1 to Mondesi.
I mean, let's be honest, he was a little bit of a bowling ball in Boston to start with, so trust me, that guy did not run fast. He was more about putting that ball 450 feet plus over the wall.
Ground ball to third for Mondesi. Urquidy, the vacuum at third, makes the play, and an excellent 8th inning out of the bullpen for Tommy Canely. We go to the 9th inning at Kauffman Stadium, a pitcher's duel. So far tonight, Yankees 3, Royals 2.
Ooh, what do we got here? Looks like coming across the wire, CJ Cron has taken a ball to the leg and is out for the game in IRL ball tonight.
Not good news for Detroit, who has played pretty well considering what they were expected to do this year in real life, as the count 1-0.
He had to be basically carried off by his team, and walking down the tunnel, it looked like he couldn't put any pressure on the leg. So that might be a broken shin bone, if anything.
Obviously, doesn't sound good. I haven't had a chance to see that yet, and I'll take a peek probably when our broadcast comes to its conclusion. But it is as bad as you make it sound, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. Obviously, our thoughts go out to CJ while he's dealing with that. As this one ripped down the left field line, same spot as Gardner's double against Hahn in the 7th. Hicks does to lead off in the 9th.
Against the shift, it seemed like nobody was there for a county mile as that he's able to rope that one down there. And man, that's the most extreme shift I've seen.
It is rather, that is pretty extreme. But I mean, nobody on base, expecting Hicks, I guess, from the left side to hit in that usual shift into right field, but taking a pitch exactly where it came, and now Luke Voigt with a man in scoring position and nobody out. Voigt 0 for 3. Struck out twice in this ball game, and a bad couple of days in baseball with injuries. I don't know if you saw what happened. I think it was yesterday or Saturday. I want to say it was yesterday. With Gregory Polanco and Phillip Evans in Pittsburgh, where Polanco and Evans were going for a foul ball, and Polanco accidentally caught Evans with an elbow, and they had to stretcher him off the field at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. So that was a scary sight there. Is this one driven into left center field and over the head of Pollock up against the fence. Hicks will score. Voigt in a second with an RBI double, and the Yankees get that insurance P. It's 4-2.
Yep, and that just might be the game here as Yankees get that insurance run they were looking for. And again, just a really nice driven ball. That's the one thing the Yankees have been doing all night. They've been making very solid contact and forcing the Royals to make plays to get the outs.
Maybe a poor decision made by Mike Matheny to leave Jesse Hahn in for the 9th inning after throwing 2 really solid innings of relief. Just did not have enough for a 3rd inning, as Trevor Rosenthal will come out of the bullpen.
Yep. And again, I got a lot of my stats and info from the Baseball Talk page that we have on our Discord. I'll be dropping a link to that in a sec, so if you want to join in on the fun discussions along with any breaking news that comes across the wire, you can join us in there and party along. And who knows, feeling up for it, I think we have a couple open spots for broadcasting coming up.
Yeah, definitely worth it. It's more than just baseball. There's also chat rooms in there for other sports. As you've heard, he and I mentioned some hockey, some NBA on the broadcast here tonight. So although we are baseball focused, we are not baseball only. Also have some trivia there if you want to test your baseball acuity as Gardner strikes out. The first out here in the ninth. Good job by Rosenthal to put him away on 3 pitches. So a lot more than just baseball. So if you are a baseball fan but not a baseball nut, be sure to check it out as well, because it's more than just baseball in our Discord channel, as well as one on, one out for Urquedy.
And hashtag shameless plug here. There is a broadcaster league where some of us are facing off in Diamond Dynasty. So if you want to come watch the shenanigans on that, I believe we're going to get some games in next week on the stream. But if you just want to listen into all of that, we have specific channels for that also.
Always a lot of fun. Probably dial up some Diamond Dynasty of my own shortly after we wrap this up, as there's a strike 1-1. Obviously, those who are big fans of playing the show, a lot to unpack over the last couple of weeks, particularly this weekend with the new all-timers thing with 99 Babe Ruth and 99 Tom Seaver as potential rewards. And as a kid who grew up in the tri-state area, the son of a Mets fan and a Yankee fan, very excited to potentially make a run at those guys and use them down the road in the game, because, well, those two guys are legends, but they've done such an amazing job this year, adding players as back-to-back strikeouts for Rosenthal here in the ninth, and that keeps Boyd at second for LeMahieu.
Yeah, definitely a lot of rewards in Diamond Dynasty. That must have been a fun 03 World Series in your house there with both Mets and Yankees fans in the house.
Yeah, I was 8 years old in 2000 during that Subway Series. Luckily, I guess I was young enough that it didn't really register as anything other than cool that the Yankees and Mets were playing in a Subway Series for the first time since 1955. Actually, I think it was 56. I should stand corrected, as on foul out of play 0-2 on LeMahieu. I don't remember it being that bad, believe it or not. That's the only sport my parents differentiate on. They are the same when it comes to football, basketball. Mom doesn't care as much about hockey, and my dad lost interest in hockey when we couldn't get the Ranger games on cable back in the day. It's the count 1-2 on LeMahieu.
I can imagine that, because up here in New England, the Red Sox went to basically a paper channel about 10-15 years ago, and up until about 15-20 years ago, it was very tough to get Red Sox games on TV half the time.
You can tell that to Dodgers fans, as Rosenthal comes out of the bullpen and strikes out 3 in a row to get the Royals out of trouble in the ninth. Yankees, though, will bring Aroldis Chapman to the mound with a 4-2 lead during the bottom of the ninth inning, as the Yankees try and take the opening game of this series. And Chapman has not been as dominant as we are used to seeing in 2020. Has dealt with some injury issues, spent some time on the shelf, and will face the toughest part of this Kansas City lineup. Merrifield, Perez, and Dozier in the ninth, trying to hold on to a 2-run lead as there's a strike going on.
Yeah, no, definitely. Chapman kind of fallen off over the past couple years, and that's kind of what happens with these pure fireballers who throw, 95, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, is after 5 or 6 years, they really start losing that speed off the fastball, and you kind of have to transition to either more just a control guy finding the spots, or picking up like a Dennis Eckersley where you just make a great curveball or change up or slider and be able to use that for the back half of your career.
And that's been the one thing I will give credit. I was a kid who grew up predominantly a Yankee fan. I was a huge detractor for many years of Larry Rothschild, who was the Yankees pitching coach for a long time prior to 2020. And the one thing that I did give him credit for was, since Chapman has joined the Yankees, the one thing that he has actually developed and worked on and improved upon, as this popped up in his shallow left, there were Torres calling for it, and the Yankees have one out in the ninth. But was developing that slider, Chapman, and that was not a pitch that he really had as a viable weapon in his Cincinnati Reds days, but it is now a pitch that has some pretty good depth and is a weapon for him now, that hitters can't just sit on that fastball, although not quite hitting 105 anymore, more in the 99 to maybe 101 range on a good day for Chapman. The count 1-0 on Sal Perez. But that was one thing I gave credit to Rothschild, was helping Chapman develop that slider, which was a pitch that Sonny Gray wasn't all too keen on learning with the Yankees, and has flourished, ironically enough, by moving to Cincinnati, as Perez fouls it off 1-1.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it is. A little change of scenery, maybe working with a different coach can help spark a second vibrancy in career, and Chapman's kind of finding that now. Although a little bit less dominant than he was on Cincinnati, still able to be a very effective closer here in the majors.
Now 1-2, he has certainly been effective for New York over the last couple of years. 1-2 pitch to Sal Perez is lined into left field, a base hit. And the Royals will bring the tying run to the plate here in the ninth.
Yep, and if there's any time to get a homer if you can say, it's right here, right now. Basically, give yourself a second chance here, as you're starting to come to the tight time right now. We only have 2 or 3 outs left to get your job done.
And I do have to throw out this disclaimer. There are 2 blown saves on Aroldis Chapman's ledger this year. One of them, the first one, happened in a crazy game that I called earlier this year, the Yankees and the Cardinals. Paul Goldschmidt at 6 for 7, including a walk-off home run in that ball game off Chapman. I think it had to have been the best game for an offensive player, I think, in bot ball this year that night for Goldschmidt. His line was absurd, as there's a strike, and it's 0-1 on Hunter Dozier. But then his second blown save came in a game that was leading into one of mine, so I watched Chapman blow his second save. So I have been somewhat involved in both of his blown saves. So if it happens again, Yankee fans can feel free to blame it on my presence, as the count now 1-1.
Yeah, and Dozier right now, if he can work a walk, will bring the winning run up to the plate, but not with that swing. Is that... I don't know what he's trying to look at. Maybe a cricket swing there.
Definitely a protective hack from Dozier. The 1-2 pitch. I fastball 2-2. But circle back for a second to your point about the regional sports networks. As fouled back, it stays 2-2. And mentioning the Red Sox, I brought up the Dodgers. They've had that issue with, I think, the Spectrum Sports Network out in California for a number of years. Fans have had issues with that. Some Yankee fans will remember this, as Chapman deals at the knees, beautifully placed, 102 on the black. There's nothing Hunter Dozier could have done with that except for pound it into the dirt. And now the last chance for the Royals is Ryan O'Hearn. But to go back to what I was saying, the Yankees, when they started Yes in 2002, I had Cablevision in my home, and they did not have the Yes Network for the entire 2002 season. The only way you could watch the Yankees is if they were on national TV, and the occasional times when their games at the time were broadcast on Channel 2 CBS in New York, and they did not get a deal with the Yes Network until opening day of 2003. The Yankees opened the season in Toronto, and I remember coming home from school, finding out that they had gotten that situated. But it still took a while for them to get it up on the air. And one of the first plays of the season we saw was Derek Jeter dislocating his shoulder, diving into third base, colliding with Ken Huckabee. As the count 1-2 on Ryan O'Hearn, and the Yankees a strike away from a win.
Well, if there's any way to start off your broadcast, that's definitely one way to do it. See the top star go down with an injury.
Welcome to Yes Network, and there goes Derek Jeter. I wonder if EB in the chat, who's talking about the old Chapman games, remembers that game at all from 2003 opening day. 1-2 pitch at the knee, strike 3 called. Same pitch he froze previous batter Dozier on. He gets O'Hearn looking, and Chapman won't blow a save tonight. The Yankees win, as John Sterling would say. I apologize, Pete, for trying to break out a little John Sterling impression there. But the Yankees win it 4-2 and take the opening game of the series in a contest that the line we joked about was rather high tonight. I think it was 4.5 difference on the run line, but no slouch performance from Kansas City. They hung in with the Yankees all the way till the final pitch.
Yeah, and Kansas City definitely had a couple of chances to win that one, just couldn't get timely hitting. And Aroldis Chapman, I honestly think probably got bailed out in those 2 strikeouts, as both those were very close. And I would say are 50-50 pitches where umpires will occasionally call those balls.
Yeah, definitely in the show and in bot ball. Definitely those pitches seem to go either way as we take you back to the game that was with the highlights. And it was a long time ago, but this was as good a defensive play as I've seen in the bot ball world this year. Gutierrez from his derriere starting a double play. And it was a scoreless game until the 5th, until Gio Urquidy broke it up with his solo shot, his 3rd home run in as many games.
Yeah, and again, it's a really nice shot out there. A little tricky to get a home run here, but just able to put it the wall, just able to put it over the wall by the bullpen there.
Yankees would add another run in the inning. The Royals came right back in the bottom of the 5th. Hunter Dozier leading off broke up a perfect game bid from Gerrit Cole, who had retired in 12 straight to start. Made it 2-1 Yankees in the 5th, but Cole, he was striking them out with his eyes closed tonight. 10 punch-outs over 6+.
Yeah, definitely. And really the Yankees bullpen able to keep that going, really limiting Kansas City's chances to 1 or 2 to even have a chance to come back.
Bottom of the 6th. This was the last out he recorded. Strikeout of Adalberto Mondesi. That was his 200th strikeout of the year. That's where he is at after the start tonight. There was 3-1 going into the bottom of the 7th. The Yankees scored a run on a sac fly in the top of the 7th. Ryan McBroom coming through with an RBI base hit. Great effort from Judge, unable to make the catch. But the Royals unable to come through and tie the game in that inning. As Jonathan Holder did the job as Gordon flew out to end that rally.
Yeah, and that was the one thing the Yankees were able to do very well tonight. When Kansas City got rolling, they were able to snuff out the rally very quickly within a batter or 2, and that's really the key to being able to put together a lot of wins, snuffing out those rallies.
The Yankees had a rally in the 8th. Again, they got the leadoff man against Jesse Hahn on, but double play by Gary Sanchez ended that rally, but they would make sure to get that insurance in the 9th. The leadoff double by Aaron Hicks down the left field line, and then Voigt into the left center field gap. Drove this one off the fence, made it a 4-2 Yankees lead, and Aroldis Chapman in the 9th blew away the Royals, striking out the last 2 guys looking at the knees as the Yankees win it 4-2 tonight. Gerrit Cole, the win. He improves to 10-4 in his first season with New York. Danny Duffy, the loss. He drops to 4-11. Aroldis Chapman, his 22nd save of the year. Final line scores tonight. The Yankees 4 runs on 10 hits, no errors. They left 6. Royals 2 runs on 5 hits, no errors. They left 3. Our final time of game tonight in real world time, 1 hour and 32 minutes. So a very quick, succinct game tonight, and leading us almost perfectly in to our final game on the schedule today, which will feature the Seattle Mariners and the Houston Astros. We are joined now in the booth by our 2 broadcasters for that one. Brother Beard joined alongside Special Effects. Gentlemen, how you doing tonight?
Well, we're doing fantastic. It's going to be an exciting matchup between 2 AL West foes, and you guys had a pretty good one too. Yankees and Royals. Royals kept it close, but in the end, the Evil Empire came out on top.
Yeah, it was a fun one tonight, and obviously looking at the records between the Astros and the Mariners, they're pretty lopsided like the Yankees and the Royals were entering tonight, but that was a close game, and hopefully you guys will get a good one as well. But before we finish the baton, any final thoughts on this one tonight, Pete?
2 quick ones. Game overall, very good. Royals definitely showing they're not really punching bags in the league anymore. And just an IRL note, in case you want to watch the Mets game, it's 12-0 Nationals, so you might as well go do something else with your time.
Yeah, I kept on getting alerts for that game while we were doing it. It kept on being Nationals runs, and it couldn't be good. So that'll do it for us. My next broadcast will be Game 2 of this Yankees-Royals series tomorrow, 10:30 tomorrow night. It'll be Domingo Germán for New York, Jake Junis for the Royals. I'll be on the call with Jaden Becker tomorrow. Ironically enough, P's next broadcast will be on Thursday, 5:15 in the afternoon, Eastern Time. Red Sox and Twins. Devin Smeltzer for the Twins, Eduardo Rodriguez for the Red Sox. He will be on the call with Jaden Becker in that ball game as well.
I had to get an Erod start. Oh, well.
Well, maybe that'll change. Who knows? Maybe the website's wrong. But I think it's right today. But that'll be our next two broadcasts. But for now, it is time to send it out to Seattle. Connor Sadzeck for the Mariners. Jose Urquidy for the Astros. For P. Mr. 3, I'm Justin Rock. The Yankees beat the Royals 4-2. I'll be back with you tomorrow night. P. Mr. on Thursday. Now, time to send it out to T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Mariners and the Astros. Gentlemen, take it away.
Well, thank you, J-Rock. Thank you, P. Mister. And thank you, everyone who's been sticking around with us all day. We've got a great matchup to finish off the ball night. We've got Jose Urquidy and Connor Sadzeck, a couple of youngsters going on the mound for the Astros and the Mariners. And, despite the difference in records, I don't want to, write this one off as an easy Astros win because the Mariners have showed some fight in them this year, especially playing against those division rivals.
Yeah, it's I'll keep saying it. It's a tale of two Mariners. Which one's going to show up tonight? I'm most interested to see how Connor Sadzeck does on the hill. He making his second start of the season, coming out of the pen after the Taijuan Walker trade, filling that number 5 spot in the rotation. Be interesting to see how he does against these red hot Astros.
Well, the good news is, as far as I know, Seattle's a pretty green area, so they don't have a lot of trash cans out there. Anyway, Connor Sadzeck, take a look at his numbers. Just the one start, but 3-0, like you mentioned, he came out of the bullpen, and a 2.80 ERA is very exciting to see.
Yeah, with just 35 innings of work, he's made plenty of relief appearances, looking to get some more work here in a longer appearance. Went 5 innings in his first start this season about a week ago.
Well, Jose Altuve is going to lead things off for the Astros, and Sadzeck winds and delivers ball 1 low and away, and we are underway here from T-Mobile Park. I always want to call it Safeco Field because that's what it should be, but the licensing names have been changed, and it is T-Mobile Field. 8:53 here on the East Coast. That makes it 5:53 p.m. on the West Coast where this one's taking place. 1-0 is sliced foul by Altuve to even the count up.
Sadzeck going right after Altuve. He's going to need to continue to attack that zone throughout this game and not throw a lot of pitches.
1-1 misses well outside. 2-1, almost lost the handle on that curveball.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he held on to that one a bit too long there, as it goes way outside.
Altuve waits on the 2-1 and it misses low and away. 3 balls, 1 strike. So I know it's only 4 pitches in, but some control issues from Sadzeck early on.
Yeah, of course, being just his second start this season, perhaps still some of them first inning jitters. We've seen it time and time again here throughout the season.
3-1 is grounded up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Diving attempt out there by Crawford, but he's not going to get it. So leadoff base hit for Jose Altuve. And he's got the crowd buzzing at his performance for the leadoff single.
Yeah, just the wrong side of Sadzeck body there. Tries to get the glove down, but it's on the other side of him. It gets through for a base hit.
So Michael Brantley, fantastic pickup for these Astros. Going to take strike 1 at the knees, 0-1. I don't want to say he played poorly for the Cleveland Indians, but you can just see the steps that he took forward once he made that transition to wear the orange and blue.
Yeah, he's really improved, hitting .295 this season, and oh boy, Sadzeck, talk about those control issues. Beans Brantley here.
The third baseman.
Never want to see a fastball going up and in. I don't think that was intentional, although who knows, it might be with the whole sign stealing scandal just coming out this past offseason. But top of the first inning, maybe not the best time to do that.
No, especially not after you give up the leadoff base hit. And, with Brantley and Altuve, neither of them, let's just say they'll be beating Daniel Vogelbach in a foot race.
Well, and, to continue that train of thought, is that one misses outside ball 1. Brantley wasn't on the team when all of that was going on. He joined just last year in 2019. So once, like I said, it's more likely that he just really lost control of that one, but I'm sure there's going to be some murmurs in both dugouts. Alex Bregman steps in and counts evened up at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Of course, if you're going to be throwing at anybody, here's your guy, Alex Bregman. Now's not exactly a great opportunity as he's already behind here in the first. Couple of runners on, and he's behind to Bregman now, too.
Yeah, and to Bregman's credit, at least in the butt-ball season, he's kept putting up these numbers even after, all these allegations came out. That one sprayed foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes now. So it's disgusting that he, if the very least, wasn't a part of it, if he just kind of turned a blind eye to it. But it goes to show that if he was taking part, he didn't really necessarily need to. He's still a great baseball player, and, at the end of the day, that's what the Astros really need out of him. Count is full. Yordan Alvarez on deck. The 3-2 is fouled away, and we'll do it again.
And you want to talk about a guy who has had an absolutely monstrous season in dot ball. Yordan Alvarez is the guy. He easily my vote for MVP.
So there's a cold strike 3. Got him on the low outside corner with the fastball. And took him a lot of pitches to do it, but Sadzeck's got his first K and first out of the ballgame.
Yeah, a nice pitch there to Bregman. Gets him looking, and a needed strike 3 right there.
So first pitch to Alvarez, missed outside, and look at those numbers. These are video game numbers, and even though it is a video game, it's just incredible to see. 348 average, 45 home runs, over 120 RBIs. At one point this season, he was on pace to break the RBI record with, on pace to get around 200 RBIs. I think he's kind of fallen off a little bit after that, but still, he's going to be putting up some of the best numbers that we've ever seen from any player in baseball.
And it's been a couple of years since we've had any sort of an actual Triple Crown contender. This guy might actually do it. He's putting up Barry Bonds numbers.
Deep, way back, and that ball is gone! 3-run home run for Yordan Alvarez, the Yordong of the century. 46 on the year. It's 3-0 Astros here in the first.
I mean, I was just having the thought of who let Barry Bonds back into the league. This guy is putting up absolutely monstrous numbers, and he does it again right here. His first opportunity of the series. You categorized it correctly. This Yordong is gone.
Nice, easy trot around the bases. You likened him to Barry Bonds, but one thing that really does set them apart, Barry could have worked out some extra bases if he needed to. This one's line drive into left field. That's going to fall in front of Kyle Lewis out there for a 1-out base knock.
Well, a rough start here from Sadzeck already. Gives up the 3-run bomb to Yordan Alvarez and comes right back and gives up a base hit out to left. Now he's got to face against Carlos Correa.
Another solid player for this Astros team, solid bat, and one of the big reasons why they're still in the playoff contention right now, sitting outside of any spot, but just about 5 games out of that wild card with one team between them. They were aggressive at the trade deadline, and we're going to have to see if it pays off, because that one's a called strike 0-1.
Yeah, and that's really where the Mariners have got to try and play a bit of spoiler here to do our part for the justice of the league, to keep these Astros out of the playoffs again. As you mentioned, they're only 5 games back out of a playoff spot. They're going to be right in that wild card race throughout the rest of the season. I'm pretty sure Oakland's got this, got the West locked up. They seem to be absolutely lights out in the second half of the season, as Correa is going to lift this one into center field. Smith's going to camp under it for the second out.
Throw back into the infield's a little bit wild, but good job by Crawford just to back that one up. And as much as I'd love to say that the A's have pretty much locked up the West, we've seen this story before. I want to say, a couple of weeks ago, they were 8-10 games in front for the for the AL West division. And then, you just fast forward a little bit of time, and then the Astros are 2 games out. So I don't want to say anything set in stone yet, but definitely one of the furthest division races that we have here in Bop Ball.
1-0.
Yeah, they've definitely kind of slid off a little bit right after the break, right after the All-Star break. But after having come out of a series with the Mariners recently, they were certainly looking lights out. And there's one thing I know about Mariners baseball, is that we play the Athletics a lot. It seems like we play them more than the rest of the AL West, even though I know that's not true. It really does seem like it.
So Yuli Gurriel steps in, is down 1-2 now in the count after that foul ball. Sadzeck here in the first inning, 11 balls, 13 strikes, and a couple of those strikes have been left right down the middle.
Yeah, this is not a great outing already. 25 pitches here as he misses high to even the count. Sadzeck's really got to get it under control and get this out right here on Gurriel.
Looks like the third base coach might have something up his sleeve, and he's trying to, get a sign. And pitcher saw that, so Springer's going to have to dive back into first on the pickoff attempt.
Yeah, Springer, no slouch on the base paths. He can run with the best of them.
2-2 pitch, strike 3 called on the low outside corner. Gurriel didn't like that call. He's still in the batter's box. So Sadzeck strikes out 2 in the inning, but it's a Yordong that we're all going to be talking about. 3-run shot, head to the bottom of the first. 3-0 Astros. You're watching ML Bop Ball on Twitch. So Jose Urquidy is Sadzeck's opposite number today, and what do you got with him today?
Well, Urquidy is really been the benefactor of good Astros hitting. 7-7 record with a 4.29 ERA across his 23 starts. This guy, average is about the best that you can say for him. He's been able to eat up about 120 innings of work. Not injury prone, but average pitching at best.
And at the same time, I mean, for a 4 or 5 starter, which is where he's slotted into the rotation, you can't really expect too much more out of him, especially with what he's supposed to be doing for this team years down the road. So J.P. Crawford, the leadoff hitter, is going to send one out into right field. That one's down the line. Coming over is Reddick. He's going to make the catch on the run for out number 1. Excuse me, that's Corey Lee out there in right field. Fantastic running play to get the first out.
Yeah, JP swinging at the second pitch, giving it a good ride, but leaving it up too much there, and he's able to get underneath it to record the out.
So Evan White, the rookie first baseman now, will take his cuts. First pitch to him is going to miss outside 1-0. Drafted just 3 years ago back in 2017, and he's something that these Mariners are definitely looking forward to seeing in the years to come. He's the one who swung on a miss.
Yeah, his bop ball numbers don't reflect the quality at bats that Evan can put together. This is a guy that has, he signed that 6-year contract extension, $24 million for the Mariners as he lifts this one out into left. Get past him.
Diving, Brantley can't get to it. White's going to take the turnaround second, head to third. Throw is cut off and no relay will be made. It actually goes all the way home, and Evan White gets his second triple of the year. Maybe a bad decision by Brantley, but Mariners are going to take it.
Yeah, a great recovery after the fly out from Crawford. If Brantley comes down with this, it's a beautiful play. It probably makes the lead gents tonight, but instead it gets past him, and Evan White getting his second triple of the season.
So Kyle Seager with an RBI chance here in the first inning takes a called strike on the changeup 0-1. See the numbers there. Got the 25 home runs, so good power in his bat, but doesn't have the traffic on the base paths to increase his RBIs too much. As the 0-1 comes in, swung and flied into right field, so he will hopefully add another one. Caught by Lee, the throw goes home all the way through, and the tag is not going to be applied. So Mariners get on the board on the Kyle Seager sacrifice fly, and it's 3-1 Astros.
The designated hitter, number 20.
Well, nicely done there by Kyle. I would have liked to see him put it on the ground and get a base hit, but a sac fly will help to start chipping away at this 3-run lead that Houston had.
So Daniel Vogelbach is going to take a hack and foul this one away 0-1. Urquidy delivers, and this one is sent the other way. Is this going to get up for extra bases? That's going to drip foul. No balls and 2 strikes. That's the right idea, though. Right approach with the infield and outfield shifted over. Just try and go the other way with it if you can. That one misses inside 1 and 2 now.
Yeah, it's good to see Daniel pull together something and put it the other way. He just unlucky that it wasn't able to get down in foul territory.
So 2 and 2 now. Urquidy looks for the punch out, and he gets it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The inning is over. Mariners get a lucky triple for Evan White and then a sac fly to cut into this deficit. We've played 1 here in Seattle. It's already 3-1 Astros. So in steps Martin Maldonado to lead off in this inning. Wilson Ramos gonna get a little bit of a break from this lineup. He was, of course, picked up right by the trade deadline from the New York Mets. So a little surprising, but maybe he just needed an off day. And Maldonado, he's not a bad guy behind the plate either. Like you see right there, 2017 Gold Glove Award winner.
Yeah, Maldonado is a good fit for this Astros club. Does some good work behind the plate, and you see there 243 is his average. Not the greatest hitting, but acceptable for a catcher.
So the 1-1 pitch is slapped into right field. Oh no, that's a diving attempt by the second baseman Nola. Thrown to first, not going to be in time. Maldonado. No speed demon, so that actually was a fairly close play, but it will be an infield single nonetheless.
Yeah, a good attempt there by Austin Nola getting the start at second today. He keeps it in front of him, can't make the throw in time, but good effort, good fundamentals, and that throw didn't look so bad either.
So Corey Lee steps in. Look at those numbers and very limited sample size, but you gotta love the OPS over 2,000.
He's 1 for 2, isn't he?
I didn't quite go too in depth on it, but it says he's played in 3 games at least. His last 3 games total right there. So maybe like a 4 for 8 or something. Still impressive numbers to start out his young career. Sadzeck is trying to settle things down. Your team got you a run back, and you don't need the lead right away. You just need to start chipping away, but it's not going to help out if you keep putting guys on. There's a beautiful pitch there, though. Swing and a miss on the slider, 2 and 2.
Yeah, facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters here in the second. He gets them to chase it.
Beautiful slider yet again. Went back to it. That's his 3rd strikeout, so he's at least getting the punch-outs when he needs to. Just has a lot of base paths. Traffic on the base paths, in between.
Yeah, this guy can really punch him out when he needs to. Sometimes he misses with his pitches, but he usually is pretty efficient with his work.
So Jose Altuve singled his first time up last inning, and he also came around to score a run. Takes a strike on the high outside corner. So Altuve, recurring batting champion in the American League, and his numbers are still excellent, but there's a swing and a miss. Throw down to second is going to get Maldonado. I wonder if they were trying for a hit and run there, because I don't think you ever want to try and straight steal with the catcher.
Yeah, a poor decision there by the Astros. Tom Murphy gets the throw in there by a mile. It is almost comical how slow he was sliding into second there.
0-2 misses outside, so good eye there from Altuve. And Sadzeck almost got a gift on that one because now he's just one pitch away from getting out of the inning instead of having a man on first and one of the best hitters in baseball at the plate.
I mean, there's no almost about it. That was straight gifted on a platter. Here you go. Would you like me to cut that for you, sir?
2-2.
That one misses in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So still having trouble finding that put away pitch. He does have the 3 strikeouts, but they've come deeper into the count. You really want to see him try and limit that pitch count. But here's the 2-2. Low, and the count will be full. So Maldonado was still on base. He would be running now.
Yeah, and he's going to his off-speed stuff here to try and get Altuve. Watch for a fastball high right here. 3-2.
Murphy sets up inside, gets it outside, and line drive into center field. That's actually a deep fly ball. Going back is Smith. He's onto the track, but he will make the catch, and the inning is over. So Astros get a base runner, but quickly erase him on the caught stealing attempt. 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the Mariners. You're watching ML Bopple on Twitch.
Well, don't forget, folks, we're raising money for Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels serves over 5,000 communities in the country, and we're dedicated to helping raise money for them here on Bot Ball. We've done it with that. We've done it for them through the majority of the season. But they do a lot of great work getting food to seniors in isolation. And
line drive, diving catch by Lee. Excuse me for cutting you off there, but
that's all good.
We'll let you get back to that. Corey Lee, though, has been making some absolute web gems out there in right field today.
Yeah, Tom Murphy coming up with a solid hit, but Corey Lee laying out, making a beautiful diving stop there. Nicely done.
Anyways, I'll let you get back to your spiel with Meals on Wheels, because definitely a very important thing that I really appreciate what the Bot Ball community's been doing.
Yeah, they... You know what, maybe I should just try and talk about Meals on Wheels throughout the whole game, because every time I do, Mariners put together some sort of offense.
There's a nice line drive back up the middle. Mariners are at least putting some good swings on the ball, and you don't want to see anyone laid down after giving up that 3-run home run in the first inning. Game's not over. It never will be over until the last out is made. I mean, you can even see that in real life. The Atlanta Braves, they were down, I want to say it was 14-1 at one point, and they scored like 6 or 7 runs in the 9th inning. And they ended up losing the game, but still, the fact that they had all that time to do all that scoring, as this one sent down the left field line into the corner. Good job by the left fielder, though, Brantley, to cut that off to prevent any extra advancement. But baseball, there's no clock on it. You're never out of the game until the final out has been recorded.
And boy, do we know what it's like with no clock. Some long games here in Bot Ball, but a nice hit the other way, just spraying it out into left field by Carlos Gonzalez. Back-to-back hits by Austin Nola and Carlos Gonzalez. That brings up Kyle Lewis, who is on quite a little hitting spree in the last 4 games, 7 for 17 for a .412 average. This guy's really shown some good flashes at the plate here this season.
Got some good promise, although he has grounded into 10 double plays on the year as the guys in the truck are trying to maybe foreshadow something that we don't know. But 0-1 pitch misses outside with the changeup, evens it up. And Kyle Lewis, like many of the guys on this Mariners lineup and even in the rotation, one of the younger guys that they're hoping can develop into something bigger, because, I hate to say it, especially since you're a Mariners fan, but I'm a Tigers fan, so I feel the same way. This team isn't going to compete. You just got to start giving some guys some reps, and hopefully they can develop into that major league quality talent a few years down the road. It's a 2-1 called strike on the high inside corner.
Well, and that's been the approach all season. It's nice to win ball games this year, but 2020 is not the year to try and go out and win a championship for the Mariners. You talk about the young guys. Kyle Lewis is kind of one of those central pieces of that rebuilding future. A first-round draft pick back in 2016. was down with some injuries the last couple of years, and getting his first real full season opportunity here in 2020 as he draws the walk here. Runners on every base as a good eye by Kyle Lewis loads him up.
And we go from one of the hottest hitters of late to one of the coldest hitters of late. Malik Smith just 4 hits in his last 5 games, but one swing of the bat could easily tie this game up and potentially give the Mariners the lead. I know he's not much for the long ball, but anything was possible.
I mean, he had one
on the low outside corner.
You say he's not much for the long ball. He had one last night. He was able to put up the only run, the first run for the Mariners last night on a solo shot right down the line. But he may be on a bit of a cold streak right now. But as sad as it is, Malik Smith in his 2.66 ERA is still the best hitter average-wise.
There's a ground ball to third. Bregman picks it up, throws his second one, but Malik Smith is too fast to double up. And Mariners get another run on the fielder's choice, so close this gap up even more. It's 3-2.
Yeah, Malik Smith, a big part of that 266, 7, 8, whatever it is now, after that hit is that speed coming down the line. That's why he's leading all of Major League Baseball in stolen bases. And look at that. He's got an opportunity with second base open right here.
With 2 outs, though, and runner in scoring position, I don't know whether or not Scott Servais is going to want to risk it. Who knows how many more opportunities the Mariners are going to get. It doesn't matter. This one's sent out to right center field. Well hit. Going back is Lee and the center fielder. Springer, he's going to make the running catch. Call off his teammate and makes the grab for out number 3. Mariners grab another one on the Malik Smith fielder's choice. Head to the 3rd inning in Seattle. 3-2 Astros. So Michael Brantley was hit by a pitch his first time up. This will likely be his first official at-bat of the ball game. As Sadzeck delivers low for ball 1.
That was a nice curveball there. Kind of, as a hitter, that would look like a ball just kind of dying over the outside, but can definitely induce some swings and misses with a pitch like that.
Not going to get one there, though, and it's 2-0 as Brantley's got a good set of eyes on him.
Yeah, Brantley is a accomplished hitter this season. You see there, 295. He's no slouch in keeping up with the best hitters on this team, let alone in the league.
When the slouches are going to get less and less as Sadzeck progresses through this batting order, so you don't want to put him on, but he's down 3-0. Gets him to foul off. I'm surprised he was swinging 3-0, especially at a pitch that might have been out of the zone.
Yeah, perhaps he saw something he liked there.
3-1 pitch is sent the other way out to left field, and that's going against the shift for extra bases. Just a little looper into left center field, but that's going to get for a double. Lead off the inning for Michael Brantley.
Now batting.
Yeah, it just takes the other way. Against the shift here, that's his 34th double of the season. Nicely done, Michael.
So Alex Bregman will try and get some of that run support back as, Astros might have been resting on their laurels a little bit. That one's called strike on the high inside corner. Up 3-0 early, but Seattle's made it a 1-run ball game pretty quickly.
Yeah, still early here, and Seattle's gonna try and come back here as we continue through this game. They've been successful putting a run across in each inning so far. No reason they can't do it again.
1-1 is pulled, foul down the third baseline as the base coach does a little skip out of the way. Got him set up for another strikeout. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curveball, nice looking pitch, but started it too far outside.
Yeah, that big curveball would have hit the zone if he brings it back over the plate. Probably gets him to swing and miss, to be honest.
So the 2-2 just a bit outside. It was close. I think the umpire got that one right, but it was definitely very close. And Yordan Alvarez waits on deck. He's already got 1 3-run home run today. Sadzeck sets, and the 3-2 gets away from the catcher. Runner will take his base. Brantley is not going to try and advance, though. So back-to-back base runners. I almost said back-to-back walks, but Brantley did double his way on. And in steps Yordan Alvarez.
Well, another opportunity here for Yordan to have a big impact on this game. The same opportunity he had last time, just a couple different characters on base. Well, one of them, anyway.
And one less out, or one more out, excuse me, to work with. He has nobody out, so even if he does run into a double play, which he's done 13 times this season, innings not quite over yet.
No, he'd need a hard hit ball over to the hot corner to get the illustrious triple play, but with a couple of speedy guys on the base paths, I don't really see that happening unless it's right at Kyle with a quick bounce.
Alvarez just caught a juicy pitch up in the zone. So Sadzeck delivers the 1-1 line drive into right field. Well hit. That's going to be a base hit. Rounding third and heading home is Brantley. The throw home going to go all the way through and not in time. So an RBI single for Yordan Alvarez. He's got all 4 today. It's 4-2 Astros.
The center fielder, number 4.
Well, that's going to bring out the pitching coach, Bob Woodworth, to have a word with Connor. He hasn't been able to keep it under control here through the heart of the lineup, as that's the 4th RBI he's given up to Yordan alone.
Another guy coming in who's gotten a hit off of him. George Springer takes a huge swing and misses completely on that fastball. 0-1. Man on second is Bregman. Man on first is Alvarez. Springer at the plate. The 0-1 is fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes. Sadzeck ready. Here's the 0-2. Another curveball, but he just can't figure it out. Misses outside for 1-2.
I will say, even that Connor leaving those curveballs hanging like that, at least it's outside.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Blows that fastball by him, and 4th strikeout for Sadzeck in the evening. Big one right here, 1 away now.
Yeah, that was huge. He needed that. Always a dangerous bat in George Springer, and he sets him down on strikes.
So the next man due up is Carlos Correa. He flew out his first time up, but with a chance to tack on another run to this Astros leader. 3 more if he can send it over the fence.
Sadzeck going to deliver his 60th pitch of the night already here in the 3rd. It's going to be short work for him if he can't get this under control.
Going to be short to the plate as well. Bounces up to the catcher for ball 2. Correa, one of these building pieces that the Astros had earned after having some terrible seasons with the tanking and just the bad players on the teams. That one misses inside 3-0. And, you know, from the moment that the Astros said Carlos Correa was their guy, I, along with lots of other baseball fans, started to get a little bit worried because we knew that he was going to be a fantastic bat. He's also got a good set of eyes, draws ball 4. So Sadzeck is really going to need to buckle down here with the bases loaded.
Yeah, this is not the spot that Connor Sadzeck wants to be in right now, and you see the double-barreled action and the Mariners bullpen. It's probably going to be one of those days if he can't get out of it here.
So Yuli Gurriel struck out his first time up. There's a swing and a miss, 0-1. He has grounded into 10 double plays this year, like we already mentioned, so that's probably what Sadzeck's going to be looking for in this one.
I mean, he's been looking for a double play all night long and has yet to find one.
Curveball misses low. 1 ball and 1 strike. We take a look into the Mariners bullpen. We got the righty Eric Swanson in front and the lefty Nestor Cortez Jr. in the back.
Yeah, Nestor pitching 3 innings last night. Kind of surprised to see him up in the pen.
We told Scott Servius that he's ready. As this one sent out to left field, hooking foul and out of play. I don't think that was quite home run distance, but definitely scary off the bat for Sadzeck and these Mariners fans. Sadzeck ready, the 1-2. Swinging a fly ball into right field. Coming over is the right fielder, Gonzalez. He's going to make the catch. Tagging and scoring from third is Bregman. Alvarez is going to make his way over to third. And the Astros have restored their 3-run lead. It's 5-2.
The catcher, Martin Maldonado.
Well, a nice play out there by Carlos Gonzalez, able to track it down, but they're still able to drive the run in. Sacrifice fly for Yuli Gurriel.
So Martin Maldonado, 1 for 1 today with an infield single and a caught stealing, something that I never thought I would have to say, but it is true based off of just what's happened. The 0-1 pitch is a swing and a miss. Finally got that bender to work. And, he's probably thinking to himself, where was that all game?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm glad he's gotten it under control here as he fires a fastball below the zone for the nicest pitch of the ball game.
Nicest pitch indeed, although not the result he was looking for. But there is a swing and a miss. That's what they wanted. Nice curveball to end the inning. Astros get a couple of more runs. They're back up by 3. It's 5-2, headed to the bottom of the 3rd inning. You're watching ML Bopal on Twitch.
Well, with Evan White due up, he had that triple back in the first. Came around to score, and he'll be looking to add to it right here. Get something going.
Urquidy's first pitch is swung on and missed 0-1. And despite the traffic that he's caused on the diamond, Urquidy's had a very low pitch count just there, hitting pitch number 30. That's a called strike 2. 0-2. Strike 3 on the inside corner. Just 3 straight fastballs, and White's going to eat some pine after that one.
Now batting.
Gets him looking. You see there the AL West standings. Houston 6 games back from the Athletics. Mariners, it'll be nice to see 60 wins here in a couple of months.
Kyle Seager hit a sacrifice fly his last time up, drove in the Mariners' second run of the ball game, and I'm in the same boat as you. I'm just hoping that the Tigers can possibly hold off of triple-digit losses this year. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm knocking on wood. I'm doing whatever I can. But they've looked decent, both the Mariners and the Tigers. That one's fouled away 1-1. A lot better than their fan bases probably would have expected coming into this year.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is about exactly where I expected the Mariners to be this year. But the sentiment is taken. It would be nice to see the Mariners not lose 100 games in a season. But at the same time, 100-loss season, that's going to lead to a higher draft pick for the Mariners that could pay better dividends long term.
Seager goes against the shift. That seems to be the theme of the ball game. The 1-out single for the veteran third baseman.
Yeah, Kyle Seager not trying to do too much here. Sticks with the ball on the outside, pushes it the other way, and just gets past Bregman over there at third in the shift.
So in steps the guy that no one knew about until last year, except for maybe Mariners fans, Daniel Vogelbach. He checks his swing, misses low, 1-0. He just went off last year, and you start the 2019 season, and Daniel Vogelbach could have been maybe a hot dog company owner, but now everyone knows. Now everyone knows who Vogelbach is.
Well, and that's kind of a product of him getting buried in the Cubs system behind a number of guys there that really just outshone him. In every facet. He wasn't going to get a shot to really shine at the major league level there where he was drafted.
Vogelbach definitely getting some extended starting time here with the Mariners, and sliding right into that DH role. He's going to swing and a miss. Pulled the string on him with the changeup, did Urquidy. Third K of the ball game here in the third inning.
Number 2.
Yeah, and second for Daniel here tonight. He's got to figure out a better approach and not strike out 3 times this ball game.
I'd say that's most everybody's approach is to not get the hat trick unless you're playing soccer or hockey.
Well, you would think,
At the ball.
but looking at my notes from last night, Tom Murphy, Jake Shiner, Mitch Haniger, I mean, coming in and only having 2 at-bats, struck out both times. Vogelbach drawn 3 walks last night, so I suppose that's better.
Murphy swings and misses, the lone representative for the Mariners in the All-Star game, and something that I think you and I share some ire about, is there's a swing and a miss. Neither of our guys were represented, neither of our teams were represented by an actual participating member. We'll talk about that more after this break. Swing and a miss to end the inning to retire the side. Seager single does no harm. Head to the 4th inning here in Seattle, 5-2 Astros. Lovely look at T-Mobile Park, and really quickly, while we've got some time and Heidi still can't figure out to get her microphone working, maybe we can work that donate to Meals on Wheels spiel back in. But as Brother Beard was saying earlier, today Meals on Wheels is our charity that supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Fantastic organization, and all the donations are going directly to Meals on Wheels. Any subscription money that we get to our channel is going to Meals on Wheels. And even if you're not subscribed, but you're just watching the ads to, before you can watch our game, all of that ad revenue money is going to be going to Meals on Wheels this week as well. There's strike 2 to Corey Lee, the rookie right fielder.
Thanks for picking that up, Special. Apparently my mute button stuck in the on position.
No worries, it happens to the best of us.
Some more than most.
1-2 from Sadzeck is spoiled foul. But anyway, as I was alluding to before our little break there, my favorite team is the Detroit Tigers. I'm from the Metro Detroit area, and you're from the Pacific Northwest, so you love your Seattle Mariners. But the virtual Dusty Baker didn't decide to play either of those guys, CJ Crone or Tom Murphy, in the All-Star game. And that's one of the things I always look forward to in an All-Star game, is that one sent to short. Crawford fires on a first and gets a speedy lead for out number 1.
Now batting, the second baseman.
Yeah, good play there by JP, making a quick throw over to get Corey Lee running down the line. Seems San Diego Studio throwing a little shade here at the Mariners and the Astros. Highest team ERA entering play today. Mariners only bested by the O's.
And that's something that's really surprising to see, that the Astros have such a high team ERA. I mean, you've got Zach Greinke and Justin Verlander, probably 2 of the best starting pitchers in the game, as that one's a called strike. I know the bullpen isn't all that, exciting, but they've got some big names in there, especially towards the back end with Roberto Osuna being the first one that comes to mind. That one misses inside to Altuve, the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, and you wonder how much better this team would be if their pitching could match the level of production that their offense does. How dominant would this Astros team be if they didn't have one of the 5 highest ERAs as a team?
So there's a swing and a miss. Sadzeck keeps racking up the strikeout, 6 on the game. Only problem is he's also given up 5 runs to go with it.
Yeah, and this is just what we expect out of Connor Sadzeck. He's not exactly the most successful in long outings, but he's doing well here through the 4th. already up to 80 pitches, haven't given up the 5 runs, but those 6 strikeouts, they're promising for a young pitcher who's getting an opportunity to start here.
So Michael Brantley, once again, is going to try and get something going here with 2 outs. As that one misses low and inside, 2-0. He's got an 8-game hit streak, which I don't know if that was before or after, but right now he's extended whatever hit streak that was with his double last time up.
Yeah, I believe that extended that to 8 games.
There's a swing and a miss, 2-1.
Ooh, nice high fastball there. Gets Brantley to swing underneath it. That really lit up his eyes.
Sometimes you just got to challenge a good hitter, especially when you're down in the count. The 2-1 is going to miss outside, so maybe we'll see another fastball up. It's 3-1.
Yeah, and with Sadzeck in particular, that big breaking curveball, he's got to set it up with that fastball so that when he throws those curveballs out there, they look like fastballs and he gets the swings and misses like he wants.
2 seamers fouled away, so count is filled up with 2 outs. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a ripper foul on the first baseline, and we'll do it again.
And I think this is where he's got to pull the string on it. Big breaking ball, big off-speed pitch, hit the bottom of the zone. Leaves this one up, and it's lifted harmlessly out to center field.
Goes with the fastball instead and gets the fly out to Malik Smith to end the inning. First 1-2-3 inning for Connor Sadzeck today. And the Mariners come up to bat in the bottom of the 4th. You're watching ML Bopball on Twitch. So Austin Nola, 1 for 1 today, not having the best of seasons so far, but they need someone over there to play second sack, and he's the guy that has to slot into the lineup. Servius making the decision to do that just a couple hours before game time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Austin, extremely versatile player. He's played off the bench a lot this year, giving guys days off. He can catch. He can play any of the infield positions. He was drafted as a shortstop, and there wasn't a lot of opportunity for him to play it short. And he's been hungry up to this point, looking for any opportunity he can to get out there and play some ball.
Well, he's getting that opportunity, and we'll see if he can make the most of it. Like I mentioned, already a single in today's game. 2-2 pitch, and that's going to tick him back down a little bit. Strike 3 swinging.
Yeah, not a good look here, but that's Urquidy's 5th strikeout of the day. And brings up the veteran, Carlos Gonzalez.
Feels kind of weird to see him not in Colorado. That's where he spent most of his career. Most of the 12 seasons in the big leagues with his 241 home runs, but he's been producing fairly well for these Mariners, and almost to the point where he was nearly shipped out. I heard that, from some sources that maybe some teams were asking about Gonzalez, but the Mariners just couldn't quite finalize the deal, or, maybe the teams interested found something better from other teams. That one's sent over to first. Gurriel's going to pick it up and step on the bag all at the same time for out number 2.
Yeah, Carlos Gonzalez on a 1-year minor league deal. Made the club out of spring training here in Botball, and has slotted into that right field position, DH spot against right-handed pitching.
Lewis laces this one into left field for a 2-out base knock, so he's at least having a good afternoon.
Yeah, Lewis 1 for 1 on the day now with a walk and a single now. And, he's showing exactly why the Mariners have faith in him. Excited to see him grow over the next year or two.
The man with the most recent Seattle RBI is Malik Smith, takes strike 1 in the high inside corner.
Yeah, he grounded into that fielder's choice. Beat out the double play, and that ended up driving in the second run of the game for the Mariners.
Strike 2 called at the top of the zone, and he was down in the count quickly before he did put the ball in play, so maybe we'll see something similar in this at-bat. Urquidy does a couple of checks over at Lewis to first. Delivers outside 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it's good to see Malik's change up his approach with the change in batting order. He's taken more pitches, drawing them out more, especially here when you got a guy in Urquidy who's moving through the innings at a healthy pace compared to Connor Sadzeck, who's run up his pitch count. It's good to see guys draw out these at-bats.
Well, from 0-2, he's worked it all the way back full. That one misses high. J.P. Crawford waits to try and get an at-bat here in the 4th inning. Runner Kyle Lewis is going to be off from first. Here's the 3-2 from Urquidy, swinging a line drive foul, so Lewis is going to have to trot back over to first.
And battling at the plate here, full count. We'll see another one.
Once again, the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball out into left field, well hit, but right there is Michael Brantley. Takes a couple of steps back and makes the catch to retire the side. 2-out single does no harm. Head to the 5th inning here in Seattle. 5-2 Astros over the Mariners.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
So 4 innings is all we're going to see from Connor Sadzeck. He pitched decently, especially given the competition, but a little bit disappointing to say the least. Eric Swanson's going to relieve for him.
Yeah, Eric Swanson been right there alongside Connor Sadzeck in the rotation. A solid workhorse for the Mariners. A short trip down to Tacoma, and he's back here in the last week or so.
So the first pitch is going to miss high and tight to Alex Bregman, the 4th best batting average in the American League, yet still not the best on his team. His man in the on-deck circle, beating him out by quite a few points. Swanson delivers the 1-0 right down the middle for a strike. Just a quick step back to wind into his delivery. Line drive out into right field, well hit, going back is Gonzalez. He's onto the track, he's at the wall, and that ball is gone! Alex Bregman, I want to see the launch angle on that one because that didn't really look like I had too much underneath it, but it carried all the way and got out of here for a solo shot.
Well, that's his 28th on the season, and this ball was just absolutely demolished. He gets out in front of it and puts it the other way out into the right field seats. See there, 378 feet, 100 miles an hour on the exit velocity. Nicely done by Bregman. That puts the Astros up 6-2.
Designated hitter, Yordan.
And the guy who has 4 RBIs already today, Yordan Alvarez, going to slap one over to third in the shift. Seager fires it over to first, so a quick out number 1, and good thing to see him go down on one pitch.
Number 4. George.
Yeah, talk about a relief off the back of Swanson. You take a look at Connor Sadzeck there, his final line for the day, 6 hits, 5 runs, all of them are 2 walks, 6 Ks on 87 pitches.
George Springer, 1 for 2 today. He's singled back in the 1st inning. Swanson loses the handle on that one, misses high with the fastball. Pitch just a bit outside, so not the friendliest strike zone from the umpire. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Springer might be a guy who's wearing a different set of uniforms after this season. Just, you don't really hear people talk about it, but he's on the last year of his contract and is set to hit free agency, assuming he doesn't sign an extension with these Astros.
Well, they'd be crazy to let him go. George Springer has been crucial to these Astros' success. Say that as he goes down looking.
Got that reverse jinx going for you, but I don't think that takes away from anything that you said. He's been a fantastic ball player, and you know, he won the World Series MVP back in 2017 when the Astros won it all. He is a fantastic outfielder, a fantastic baseball player, and you know, I'm sure there's going to be quite a few teams lining up to sign him, even if you know, there's maybe a little bit less enthusiasm based on the scandal that transpired. Maybe not transpired, but was revealed over the offseason. So Carlos Correa, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now it's 2-1 as that one nearly hits him up and in, but he's not fazed by it. 2-1, grabs the inside corner with a breaking ball. Nice slider to front door him.
Swanson working quickly here in this inning. 13 pitches, and he's almost out of it.
The 2-2 pitch to Correa, swinging a line drive foul down the right field line. So once again, a 2-2 pitch will be upcoming. Here's the 2-2 outside. Count is full now. 3-2.
That's good. Good eye by Correa.
3-2 is fouled away. So right as you say, Swanson's working through this one quickly. He's battling with a long at bat with Carlos Correa.
Wouldn't be bot ball if there wasn't a jinx or two, right?
That one misses low and inside. Full count walk to extend the inning now for the first baseman, Yuli Gurriel.
Yeah, and that's Correa's second walk of the day. Still 0 for 1, but those 2 walks, they've been big here for these Astros.
So Yuli Gurriel hit a sacrifice fly his last time up. That made it 5-2 Astros. He's going to look to work some 2-out magic here. First pitch is popped up just past the infield. Second baseman Austin Nola going to make the catch, and the inning is over. Alex Bregman goes the other way with a big Apo Taco solo shot. Halfway home in Seattle, it's 6-2 Astros over the Mariners. Nice panoramic view of T-Mobile Field. Once again, I keep trying to call it Safeco, but
it's T-Mobile Park.
T-Mobile Park, excuse me. Yeah, kind of mixing up the two. It's been Safeco my whole life. You know, you can't just do this to me and change it last second.
I hear you, man. It's not exactly last second. They changed it last year, but I hear you. It's very much will always be the house that Griffey built, Safeco Field. Like, I remember I wasn't there on the first day that they played it, but I remember that day. I remember the pomp and circumstance. I remember, watching that game with the Kingdome in the skyline. It sat right where CenturyLink Field sits right now. Where the Seahawks play their the Seahawks and the Sounders, I should say, play their games. Is where it all went down pre-Safeco Field.
So the 1-1 is popped up past the infield. Correa is going to make the grab for out number 1. And I understand why teams do it. It's all about the money, and you want to get the best deal that you can get with your sponsors. But at the same time, I'm just a bit nostalgic, but I like it when a stadium has a definable name. You've got the Kingdome, you've got the Astrodome, Yankee Stadium, Tiger Stadium. Mm-hmm. Even if it is branded, like there's Safeco Field for, what seems like forever, Fenway Park. I mean, Wrigley Field, you really think they're going to change those names because of money?
Well, no. And there's a big difference between the Kingdome, which was named after, which was owned by King County. So they called it the Kingdome. And that's going to get it through for a base hit all the way to the wall. Evan White with another hit here. He turns and thinks twice about extending this one to a triple.
Michael Brantley, I almost wonder if there's some sort of lighting issue, because he's badly missed on 2 opportunities. First one, I don't want to fault him too much because he was diving, but the second one, he just ran straight past it. And Evan White, yet again, is going to be the beneficiary of that mistake. As of now, it looks like they're still ruling that a double. I thought it might be an error just given the way that it looked like it went right past Brantley. But with the heart of the order coming up, Mariners have a chance to get right back into this one.
Yeah, Kyle Seager 1 for 1 on the night with the sac fly and a single.
First pitch, sent on the ground to second, flips it on to first, and there are 2 away. That at least does move the runner up, but with 2 outs, you're going to need a pass ball or, at least a hit of some sort to drive him in.
Yeah, and that brings up Daniel Vogelbach, who has already struck out twice tonight, both by Urquidy. We'll see how he does here in this one. Big opportunity for him. Get something going.
So the first pitch to Vogelbach misses outside 1-0.
And going back to the stadium names, the Kingdom, I think I mentioned it was owned by King County, so it was named the Kingdom. But like stadiums like Wrigley Field, there's just that's baseball history. You can't rename Wrigley Field. You can't. The Yankees will never rename their stadium because why would they? Their brand is much more is worth so much more than any sponsorship deal they could hope to get out of that.
Well, Vogelbach has yet to make contact today. 2 strikeouts and now a walk for him. 2 outs that'll bring up the number 5 hitter, Tom Murphy. And yeah, that almost kind of brings me to another point. I don't know if this was ever a confirmed deal, but there were some rumors that the Dodgers were looking at possibly licensing out some sponsorship names, as that one's a ground ball to short. Correa throws off against his body and gets him for out number 3. The inning is over. We'll keep on our conversation right after this little break, but nice defensive play, saves a run. 6-2 Astros after 5. You're watching ML Ball on Twitch. Eight, 9, and 1. Martin Maldonado, the first of those 3 to step in. And as I was saying, right before our little break, I think I heard a few years ago, and obviously it hasn't been confirmed, didn't go through, but they were in talks about the licensing rights to name their field. But the only thing is, they were going to keep the name Dodger Stadium. It's just that you could name the actual surface that the players were playing on.
Yeah, I see. That's gotta love capitalism, right?
As that one misses 2 and 1, and yeah, I was just about to ask you, what your opinion on that would be. Just, theoretically, you could have the Mariners playing on Safeco Field at T-Mobile Park or something like that. And that would be the official name of the stadium, and just all the sponsorships that are going around. You see it all the time with the little advertising blips and bloops across the screen. But now once you start putting it into the actual field, it just kind of seems too much to me.
Yeah, it really does. I personally like the way that Oakland has gone with it, where they renamed the Coliseum after Ricky Henderson. That's honoring arguably one of the greatest baseball players of all time, arguably the best Oakland Athletic that's ever played the game. As Martin Maldonado goes down on strikes here looking.
Yep, nice pitch there from Swanson into the second inning of work. And that's something that, I wish some of my hometown teams would do. The Detroit Red Wings and the Detroit Pistons recently got a new stadium. I think it was 3 years ago. And there were talks about, obviously, what's the name of the stadium going to be. And so, one of the greatest hockey players of all time, Gordie Howe, he's right there for the taking. He played pretty much his entire career in Detroit.
Yeah.
But, you had to go with the sponsorship. This one's fouled away on 2, which I'm a little surprised. I'm not quite sure how this would work out, but the sponsorship deal, they named it Little Caesars Arena because the owner of the Red Wings also owns Little Caesars franchises. Not the franchise, he owns the company. That one misses inside. And so I was a little curious. So, like, does he pay himself to to get the advertising, or does he just kind of slap his company name up there and just hope that the air quote free advertising works out?
I mean, I've never claimed to understand how any of that works. I'm sure there's money being traded somewhere in there. It's not like business people to do anything for free. But whether it be put it numbers from one book going to another book, or just slapping the name on there because the boss says so. Smarter men than me would know.
There's a swing and a miss by Lees. There's back-to-back punch-outs. And, maybe I didn't get my thought across well, but the man who owns the stadium also owns Little Caesars.
Uh-huh.
So, he wouldn't have to deal with any other parties other than himself. So, I was just a little curious. I mean, maybe, like you said, moving things from one book to the other, but... does he?
I guess my question for that would be: is it the same person that owns the Red Wings, or is it just the owner of the stadium itself that leases to the teams?
It's the owner of the Red Wings. Also owns Little Caesars Pizza.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising in the slightest, but I suppose that's what happens. That's what happens when you allow so few people to collect so much money. Anyways, I'm sorry, I was channeling Hugo for a second.
There's a ground ball into left field. Get your economics lesson on. I forget who I was with. It was just last week, but we were saying that, this Bot Ball channel, we're almost turning it into an education center with all the census data, the physics that was being talked about last night. Now we've got economics. I mean, I want to get a sponsorship deal with PBS, have them air a couple of our games.
I think more likely is going to come from the DFTBA and the Nerd Fighters than what essentially is the U.S. government.
It is true.
People forget that PBS was originally funded by public tax dollars. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, still has their budget approved by Congress.
Yeah, the Department of Education. I don't even think about that just because, those are the things that I'd see in front of every show, when I was growing up watching Sesame Street.
Yeah.
It just the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in association with the Department of Education, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And viewers like you. That's the only thing that ever stuck with me. So it's growing up.
And the viewers like you is how they get people to donate to their local PBS stations, which, if we're just going to continue to talk about PBS, donate to your local PBS stations. Please keep public broadcasting alive. Without PBS, we probably wouldn't have any sort of a community-based broadcasting system, and it's,
Alex.
Well, Brantley's going to take a free pass down to first. Maybe not free, as he's getting beamed by the baseballs today. Second hit by pitch already. And, really quickly, kind of circling back to our topic about the stadiums, and then we can, move on to baseball. But Barry Basham does point out that the Red Wings and the Little Caesars owner, he also does own the Tigers, which, I knew that, but I just wasn't sure if that pertained to the story. But, yeah, he also owns the Tigers. It was Mr. Mike Ilitch until he passed away just a couple of years ago. This one is fouled off by Bregman. So now his son, Chris Ilitch, has taken over the family business of owning two major sports franchises, as well as the probably best value pizza that you can get out there.
I mean, if you want to call it pizza, we can... I guess we could call it pizza. Probably going to piss quite a few people off with that sort of a statement. But nonetheless, strike three here to end the inning.
Bottom of the sixth coming up, 6-2 Astros, and I'll be ripping your ear off about that Little Caesars comment. No, I I totally understand. The quality of the pizza isn't nearly as good as these other places that are out there.
But you get what you pay for. It's $5.
It's $5. It's hot and ready. It's there when you come to pick it up. And I growing up, that literally was every single birthday party and event. You'd see stacks and stacks of Little Caesars pizza because it was affordable. So, maybe it's my nostalgia talking. Maybe it's my Detroit pride, but I got to stand behind Little Caesars, even if it does taste like some cardboard with some toppings. Fly ball into right field going back is Lee. He's going to make the catch for out number 1.
I'm sure this is a conversation the Cookie Eater will want to weigh in on with his well-known love for pizza.
Yeah, he always debates which place has the best pizza in the Metro Detroit area.
Now, is the best pizza in Detroit style pizza?
Oh, for sure. Detroit style pizza is some high quality stuff.
This is speaking as somebody who has spent a career working in food service. I only found out about Detroit style pizza within the last couple of years, and my mind is kind of blown by it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, it's incredible how much you don't know just because of the regionality of some foods. Is that one misses outside 1-2 to Carlos Gonzalez? We've actually got a baseball game going on, but most people don't know that Detroit style pizza is a thing. Most people don't know, I think there's a St. Louis style pizza and like a Nashville or Memphis style pizza. Obviously the two big ones, you got New York, you got Chicago style, but pretty much every metropolitan area I feel like is going to have their own unique type of pizzas. That one's called Strike 3. Gonzalez not happy about it. 6K of the game for Urquidy.
The left fielder, number 1.
Gonzalez going down looking at a pitch that was right in his wheelhouse here. Over the heart of the inside of the plate here. He gets frozen. There's definitely plenty of styles out there, and it's all just who does the best take and what label do they want to put on it, I suppose, at that point.
First pitch fly out to left. Brantley makes the grab. Head to the 7th inning here in Seattle. 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Astros. 0-5-4.
What is this? A baseball game? We were talking about pizza.
I'll get back to it. I want to have some semblance of professionalism on our call. As Matt McGill is going to be the new pitcher. 3.34 ERA out of the bullpen. Nice to see, as well as the just about 9 strikeouts per 9 innings. Just in case he's not working out, got a couple of bullpen arms warming up. For any of you guys on the fence about Detroit style pizza, you might have just heard about it for the first time during our call. And once again, I'm biased because I grew up around it. I'm going to reference, there have been taste tests, and consistently Detroit style pizza ranks in the top 3 or 4 out of all the regional styles. Sometimes they even beat out New York or Chicago style. Never both. They're never ranked number 1, but there's some debate to be had about Detroit style pizza being a high quality product.
Well, a long fly ball from Jordan. And I want to get back to this really quick. I have a theory. You mentioned how it always rates so highly in these studies, tests, taste tests, whatever. I have a feeling, and I don't know if this is a common thing across Detroit style pizza, but everything that I've seen, there's a layer of cheese that is just encrusted on the outside and bottom of the pizza. Probably has a little bit to do with it tasting so damn good.
Yeah, that is pretty much how you make it. I don't. It's not really, the cheese isn't on the underside or the crust, but it does kind of come up to the top. You make sure you get the cheese all the way to the edge, and your hand doesn't really have a lot to hold on to, but you worry about that later. This one's sent out to right field deep. Going back is Gonzalez. He's going to make the catch. Running back onto the warning track for out number 2.
The batter, number 1.
Couple of long fly balls here, but McGill gets the work done.
Carlos Correa, 2 walks in this game, hasn't gotten a hit though. And yeah, I mean, if you ever come to Detroit or even just Michigan, because we have it all over the place, find yourself a Detroit-style pizza. They sell it pretty much everywhere, except for like the huge national chains don't typically do it.
Sure.
Because that one's sent foul.
I mean, really, what I need is a Detroit-style pizza pan.
That is, if you could make it at home.
Oh yeah.
Just to have it in the convenience of your own home, that would be amazing.
Ball 2.
I mean, I definitely don't have the oven for regular pizza making because you need the super hot oven to do it right. Anyways, you need an oven that gets up to like 800 degrees. Is going to be a ground out to the pitcher himself, Matt McGill, doing work here, setting down Correa to end the inning.
Your attention, please.
So Urquidy goes 6 innings, and he's going to be relieved by Christian Javier, who's given up quite a bit of runs through just the 2 innings of work, but that's to be expected from a young arm. He'll face 9-1-2 with Joe Smith and former Tiger Alex Wilson warming up in the Astros bullpen.
Ball 1, no strike.
Yeah, get yourself. If anyone out there listening, get yourself some Detroit-style pizza if you ever visit the area. Because I'm not saying that you're going to have the best pizza experience of your life. It might not be better than Chicago style, might not be better than New York style, but it is a really good pizza slice, and I think you're going to start to crave it sooner or later. That one's called strike. We'll take a look at the Astros bullpen to see the faces of Joe Smith and Alex Wilson.
So the high praise for Detroit-style pizza in the area. Now, are you gonna give any recommendations as Alex Smith goes down looking here for the first time tonight?
There's a strike 3 on the high outside corner for out number 1, and if I have to give out specific recommendations, there's a couple that I really like. So, first one is Jets Pizza. That's what the the air quote rich people would get, instead of Little Caesars for their parties. If you were like upper middle class, you'd get yourself some Jets Pizza, spelled like an airplane jet.
Yeah.
But they're just a classic, and they're found all over the state, so you won't have trouble finding it. But the other one that I like better than Jets, but I think there's only like 5 locations in Southeast Michigan, so you really got to know where you're going. This one's sent out to center field. Springer goes back, but he'll stop in front of the track. Makes the catch for out number 2. Second one I really like, I actually had them for my birthday this year, Green Lantern Pizza. I can't even go on to describe it because I just be describing Detroit-style pizza, which no one knows what it is. But they just do something right there. They also got this really good pizza I like. It's, instead of your traditional tomato sauce, they put like a buttered garlic on, and then they've got grilled chicken, feta cheese, red onions, the banana peppers. And it tastes so good. I have to get it every single time I'm up there.
See, See, now you got my mouth watering, and apparently we've got EV's mouth watering as well. You talk about easy to find with Jets Pizza. That's well and good, and I'm glad that there's a lot of good pizza available all over Michigan. But personally, and this is just me talking now, I want to find that hole in the wall spot that's got the best pizza in the Detroit area. Like it's good if they've been successful enough to replicate it other places, but what always gets me is that little mom and pop shop that just does pizza their way, and it's just something about that sort of a spot really gets me.
Yeah. Well, if you want a mom and pop recommendation, I also do have one of those, but
give it to me.
I won't say they're known for their Detroit style pizza. It's good, but like I still think Green Lantern does it better. It's better than Jets, you know, because having all those franchises, it's gonna reduce the quality a little bit. But there's this place called Vendetti's Pizza. It's in Oxford. It's in Oxford, Michigan, so it's a ways away from me. I don't have to worry about, like, you know, doxing myself or anything. Fly ball out in the right field. Carlos Gonzalez makes the catch for out number 1. But the thing that I really like from there, it's called a Spanky. It is a
no description needed. I'm sold. It's called the Spanky. I'm sold.
I mean, you know, they sell T-shirts, and I bought one because, of course, I had to. That said, I got spanked at, and then like ... and then on the back of it, it says Vendetti's Pizza.
Nice.
But you know, for those of you who are a little bit more skeptic than Mr. Brotherbeard over here, a Spanky is a pizza sub, you know, with like greasy pepperoni, but like not in a bad way, just the good grease. Because you know, there's good grease and bad grease. You gotta.
It depends on the quality of the pepperoni.
Yeah, so it's got that good grease. It's loaded with cheese, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they actually use meat sauce instead of just the regular tomato sauce. So you get a little bit of extra. You get a little bit of extra stuff to go with it. So that misses high and tight to Maldonado, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking for that hole in the wall place, I highly recommend Vendetti's. There's a swing and a miss for out number 2. And I'm really upset because they used to be like really a 5-minute drive from my grandparents' house. But the building and rent got too expensive, so they had to move an hour away from their old location. So it's you know it's a little bit farther out of the way, but we still try and make it up 2-3 times a year because it's a great business. You know, we know a lot of the people that work there, and they make some really good pizza.
See, you had me with the gimmick, and now you got me even further with that coach spiel. I'm sure they'll love it. Exposure to all 13 of us here in the Twitch chat. Thank you for that wonderful recommendation. Now I really want it.
Well, the 0-2 pitch to Corey Lee misses low 1 and 2, and yeah, I mean I got to make sure I'm shouting out some of my other businesses. I've got a personal friend who owns a burger joint, and so I've been doing a lot of free promo for him because not only is he one of my good friends, but he also actually does make really good stuff. So I shouted him out on our local radio station, who is, you know, doing Friday shout outs because of COVID affecting all the restaurants at the beginning.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, within the first 24 hours, he had like 5 or 6 people that said they came in just because they heard about it on the radio. Fly ball into left field. Carlos Gonzalez makes the grab, and the inning is over. Mariners need some offense. Only got 2 frames left to get it. 3, 4, and 5. Best shot to do it. Bottom of the 8th coming up. So Kyle Seager, 1 for 2 today, singled and drove in a run with a sacrifice fly. And granted, you know, I don't know how close you are to Seattle, and you don't have to tell me, but are there any signature dishes from the Seattle area that you really need to try if you end up going over there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple. There's a couple of Seattle spots that really, you know, you ask anybody from the that either spends any time in the Seattle area or lives in the Seattle area, they'll tell you you need to go get a bag of Dick's. And Dick's Drive-In is just a little burger joint with a bunch of with a walk-up window. You know, they sell Dick's burgers, fries, shakes, and that's basically it. But anybody who wants a late night greasy spoon or wants you know, just wants a good burger and fries, you got to go to Dick's. My personal favorite is the one up on Capitol Hill, but they're all over Seattle. Google it, you'll find it.
All right. Seager's going to make his way into second base, go with it double the other way. And honestly, I don't think I've seen one person hit the ball into the shift today, so I know it's a microcosm of what happens with the shift, but at least today, you got to start wondering if they're going to try and maybe shift guys back over.
Well, it's worked all day long. They've got a 4-run lead. No sense in going against the scouting reports, as it has worked for them all day long. You know, I'm definitely one of those that likes to harp on the shift and the frequency with which it seems the Mariners get hurt by the shift defensively, but you know, they do it for a reason. They're finding more and more, the scouting departments all across baseball are finding its effective use to be helpful.
Vogelbach turns on a 2-0 and sends it foul. So I've got to get myself a bag of dicks if I go to Seattle, you said.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna ask for the same type of request that you did with the pizza place. Is there some type of mom and pop shop that you're looking for? You know, just the one location. Because you said Dick's, you know, it has multiple locations across the city. So just
Certainly.
one location, maybe not in the city, because, you know, that's kind of hard to get a one location spot there. But who do you got? Who you representing for Seattle?
So I got 2 of them actually, and it's they're not in Seattle. One of them's in Tacoma, and the other one is here in the town that I live in, here next to the Canadian border in Bellingham. There's here in town in Bellingham. There's Boomers Drive-In. They're a local single burger joint that operates a drive-in, and they make pretty good burgers. You know, it's a greasy spoon, but the burgers are cheap enough. The shakes are really where it's at, because they make good ice cream shakes. As Daniel Vogelbach draws the walk and chases Christian Javier, Ryan Presley going to come in and take over here.
See, and that's personally, that's an underrated sign of a burger joint, I feel, is if you can get that good milkshake, you're going to get people coming back. Even if the burgers got to be average at least. You know, otherwise, you're going to fail. But if you've got average burgers and amazing shakes, you're going to get people coming back. You know, that's you got to have one of the two. If you can have both. If you can have both, I don't know who else is competing.
The other one that I have is in Tacoma, which is the south side of the major metropolitan area here on the Puget Sound. Frisco Freeze. Frisco Freeze is a tiny little drive-up burger shop in the old part of Tacoma. It's been around since, I want to say, since the 40s or 50s. I could be wrong there. It could be the 60s, but it's been in town a long time in that one location. They, again, great shakes, good burgers, and good fries, and a cheap price.
That speaks to me right there as a college kid. I mean, I don't think I'm going out to Seattle at any time soon, but you know, I'm always going to have that spirit in me that can't spend too much on food. So I like to hear that Frisco Freeze does it cheap.
Yeah, man, it's good stuff. I really like it. It's something that my parents enjoyed growing up here as well, and it's you know, it's kind of part of Tacoma at this point. It's the building itself that it's in is a registered historic place in the state of Washington. It's been around so long.
The strikeout king lives up to his name, swing and a miss to get out number 1. Tying run is on the on-deck circle. It seems like the Astros been all over this game, but you know, it's a grand slam away from being tied. So I don't want to, you know, maybe get anyone too excited, but at the same time, don't get too content while we're talking all this food. We've still got a great baseball game going on. But maybe just to kind of round that out as we approach our final inning of play. So if you're visiting Detroit, you want some good pizza. We got Jets Pizza, got Vendetti's, and we got Green Lantern Pizza. There's a ground ball to short, Correa to Altuve, really to Gurriel in time for the double play. We'll get to Seattle's burger joints after our little break. Nice turn there by Altuve with the bare hand and taking the contact, doing a full front flip. Headed to 9th here in Seattle. Sam Tuivailala. Fun name to pronounce. Not so fun ERA, 8.67 through just the 27 innings, so maybe too small of a sample size, but still not what you like to see. But like we were saying, pizza places, I listed them before the break. In Seattle, we got some great burger joints. Dick's is the chain, and then you got Boomers in Bellevue, I think you said it was, and then Tacoma has Frisco Freeze. So get some free advertising out for them, and if you guys are ever in the Detroit or Seattle metropolitan areas, go check those places out.
Well, you're half right. It is it's Bellingham.
Bellingham, okay.
Yeah. Bellevue, no, it's all good. We're definitely kind of tucked up here in the corner. You gotta cross a couple of counties to get to it. It's definitely worth the drive if you're in the Seattle area and you got a day to burn. Make the drive up to Bellingham. Come check it out. Don't miss Boomers, and don't miss Chuckanut.
So Altuve grounds out to short. That's going to bring up Michael Brantley, 1 for 2 today with a double against the shift. Brandon Brennan, that's an amazing name right there. And Taylor Williams also warming up in the bullpen for the Mariners.
Yeah, it's a bullpen kind of day here. Those guys getting ready just in case they're needed if Sam can't get out of the ninth here. Sam getting demoted to Tacoma earlier in the season. And with the trades at the deadline of Taijuan Walker and Yoshihisa Hirano getting the call back up to the big leagues as he gets them to fly out to left here for the second out.
Lewis backpedals onto the track, but he does have enough room to make the grab. And Tuivailala, his ERA is going to greatly appreciate that, even if it was a long shot. So Alex Bregman, speaking of long shots, a solo home run his last time up. That was the last run that's been scored in this game to this point. So he'll try and turn things around here with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning.
That's a ball.
That one misses, blown away, 1 ball and 1 strike. We want to thank everyone who's been sticking around with us here through our Bop Ball afternoon and evening. This is the last scheduled game unless someone last second wants to pick something up, because we do have the initially scheduled, I want to say it's 10:30 time slot. Yeah, 10:30 is technically available, but as of now, we don't have anyone signed up for that. So more than likely, at the conclusion of this game, we're going to be rating a Twitch channel. So we hope you can stick around for that as Seager dives, but he's not going to be able to make the grab in foul territory. So it's still 1-2 on Bregman.
Yeah, and even late here in the ball game, Kyle trying to make those Gold Glove defensive plays, showing he's still got it here in his 9th season as a Mariner.
So the 2-2 pitch to Bregman, high and away, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And there's one guy you want to leave in an on-deck circle. It's that man, Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, no need to give him another shot to extend his already player of the game performance as Bregman goes down swinging.
Last shot for Seattle, down by 4, headed to the bottom of the 9th. Gonzalez, Lewis Smith due up. You're watching ML Bopple on Twitch.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
Joe Smith gonna try and get the final 3 outs with that 3.31 ERA, 31 Ks to 13 walks. So really great year for him. Just not getting the closer role because, of course, Roberto Osuna exists.
I see his name pop up. I see Joe Smith pop up, and I think, did somebody forget to fill out his character information?
The fly ball into center field, first pitch, going back as a center fielder, Springer. He's on the track, and he's going to make the catch as Gonzalez hit it hard, but to the wrong part of the ballpark. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 9th.
Yeah, and if he can put that to either side, left or right field, that ball is out, and the Mariners have 3 runs, and instead, it's a long and loud out 1.
Framber Valdez and Alex Wilson, the former Tiger, warming up in the Astros bullpen. Wilson came over right before the trade deadline for, pretty, I don't want to say hefty return, but I think the Tigers might have won out on that one. They got the number 22 prospect in the A's, the Astros system, Ray Kessinger, middle infielder, and Tigers are looking for great things from him. Alex Wilson has been disgusting this year, but the track record isn't quite all there. So that's what initially has me a little bit skeptical about the deal.
Yeah, a lot of interesting moves being made at the deadline here. This is going to be flied out into right field for a base hit.
Just a nice little nubber out in the right field. Kyle Lewis having a multi-hit ball game. And yeah, I mean, didn't hit it hard, but if you put the bat on the ball, things can happen. So Malik Smith trying to make some things happen here out of the 9-hole. Hasn't done much today, struck out and grounded into a fielder's choice that did drive in a run, so he hasn't done nothing. But he's come up in some big spots and really kind of let his team down. First pitch to Smith drops in there for a strike. Nice movement on that sinker. Smith pounds the glove and fires in. Fly ball into center field. Springer to his left makes the grab for out number 2. Retreating back to first is Kyle Lewis. And the Mariners are down to their last out. It's going to be J.P. Crawford who will try and extend this ball game. 0 for 4 today. Flew out his last time in the 7th inning. But he and the man in the on-deck circle both have to reach if the tying run is to come to the plate tonight.
At the ball.
First pitch to Crawford is a really good sinker there, but didn't get him to bite 1-0.
Nope.
Goes with that sinker again inside, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. And on first is Kyle Lewis. Here's the 2-0 to Crawford. Swinging and a foul back to the screen as Joe Smith tries to work his way back into this count. These two teams will face up again tomorrow. There's a swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fortunately, it does not look like we will have their call on air, but still be ready to watch for that simulation result as the Mariners will try and get back into the series, assuming they can't win tonight. 3-2 runner goes outside for ball 4, so Crawford does his job, gets on base, extends the ball game for probably the luckiest man tonight, Evan White.
Well, I can't think of a better person to come up here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th than Evan White right now. 2 for 3 on the day, a double and a triple, but that will draw the ire of Roberto Osuna.
It does become a safe situation now with the tying run in the on-deck circle, and I believe, like you were about to say, 1 blown save on the year, the 1.26, I believe, ERA. Just filthy stuff from him out on the mound. Easily one of the best closers in baseball.
Yeah, absolutely lights out. Evan White's got a handful here, but if anybody's got the bat today on the Mariners side, it's him.
He's got the bat and he's got the luck to go along with it. His 5 total bases today all came from Michael Brantley, just misplaying the ball a couple of times. Otherwise, at the very best, probably should have been a couple of singles. He's hitting .221 this year with runners in scoring position, so that doesn't inspire too much confidence, but even if he can just get on base with a walk or maybe another Brantley misplay, that'll bring up the tying run to the plate. There's a swing and a miss. Beautiful changeup below the knees.
Yeah, nice pitch there by Osuna. Getting Evan to swing and a miss.
And on second is Lewis. Man on first is Crawford.
1 ball.
1-1 pitch, swung on a miss, and once again, the Mariners are down to their final strike in this one.
Good speed on the base path, so a hit into the outfield probably drives in at least 1.
Tapper in front of the plate, picked up by the catcher. Maldonado fires onto first, and that'll do it here in Seattle. Astros got out to the early lead, and even though the Mariners tried to climb back into this one, they never really could climb over that hump, as the Jordan Alvarez 3-run shot in the first inning would prove to be enough. But with the win, Astros are going to improve their record to 65-53. The Mariners are going to fall to 48-72 with the loss. And I don't want to rag on the Mariners too much. They put together some good at-bats. They kept the game close at some point. And after Sadzeck came out of the game, bullpen did a great job of shutting things down. You got to execute in those types of situations, and it didn't happen enough. So that's unfortunately how the game goes sometimes. 6-2 is the final score in this one.
Yeah, I agree. Connor picking up the loss, giving up those 6 runs. I'm sorry, 5 earned runs. They were able to put up one more in the 5th. But, Houston came out and had a solid performance like they always do at the plate. Michael Brantley 1 for 3 on the day with that double, coming around to score twice. But Yordan Alvarez with that big 3-run shot back in the first. It's really what did it. You see it right there, leading off the highlights here. Alvarez with the 3-run Yordong here. That put him out 3-0. Kyle Seager puts the Mariners on the board in the bottom of the first with this sacrifice fly, driving in the run from third. But the Mariners not able to put together a solid comeback. They would chip away at that 3-run score from the Astros with this one here. Tom Murphy almost gets robbed of a hit. This line drive out to right field, comes down with it is Corey Lee.
Yeah, but this is the play that you were talking about. Looked like the Mariners had something brewing, and they did get a little bit out of it. Bases loaded, 1 out. A fielder's choice 5-4. Could not beat out Malik Smith on the back end. Drove in a run, and in the second inning, it was a 1-run ball game. They really thought they had some hope, but that would be the final run that the Mariners scored this evening, as they just couldn't quite get everything around. Yordan Alvarez got his 4th ribby of the ball game with a single in the top half of the 3rd inning, so got that run right back. And then later in the inning, Yuli Gurriel with a deep fly ball to drive in that runner from third, made it 5-2, and Astros had restored their 3-run lead. And they wouldn't really need much more aside from that, but they would get a little bit of insurance from Alex Bregman. Sent one out into right center field. Maybe got a little bit higher than I thought initially, but still, it didn't seem like it had enough on it. Just kept carrying it. Snuck over that wall out there, right center field, 379 feet. Final play of the ball game, just a little tapper in front of the plate for Martin Maldonado, who kind of had to hurry his throw, but he did get it over to first in time. And that would be your final score, 6-2. Astros beat the Mariners. 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Astros. 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Mariners. Jose Urquidy gets the win. Connor Sadzeck with the loss, and Roberto Osuna with the 1-out save. Yordan Alvarez, the player of the game, 2 for 4 with a 3-run home run as well as an RBI single. Awesome game calling with you today. Just unfortunately for you and your Mariners, not able to wrap up the win and get this series off to a good start. We've got a great slate of games for you guys coming up tomorrow, starting off with Toronto and Tampa Bay. Then that'll be followed by Atlanta, New York Mets, the Cubs and Reds, Orioles and Tigers, and I'll be on the call with Mike A for Phillies and Rangers in this 8:45 time slot. Yankees and Royals to finish out the evening on that one. Any final thoughts on this game before we get ready to send this out to our Twitch raid tonight?
It was a ball game. It's about all I got for tonight. Mariners lose. What else is new?
They put up a good fight. I mean, if you can only lose by 4 to the Astros, especially with how hot they've been of late, that's really saying something, especially to that bullpen, only giving up 1 run in the 5 innings pitched. So, a little bit unfortunate for Sadzeck to not blow anyone off the mound. But even still, he had some positives to look up to. He had those 6 strikeouts on the evening, just gets hit with the loss. So, Mariners, like we were saying earlier, not exactly contending for the postseason. Astros most certainly are, and that's going to push them just 2.5 games back from the wild card.
Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry the first
Yeah, so the Astros
spot, the
5.5.
second wild card spot is the Chicago White Sox. Apologize, you can go.
Sorry, I think we had some. I think I had some connectivity issues here, but you know, it was a good outing by both teams. Sadzeck didn't have such a great performance, but only his second start of the year. We'll see how he does moving forward.
Yep. So, you know, just to kind of get back on how good the Astros have been. I mean, AB points out that they just shelled the Toronto Blue Jays 18-4 the other day, and I you know, Blue Jays aren't necessarily the Yankees of the world, but they're still a very respectable team. Just one game below 500 right now, and so just to hold them to 6 runs and keep it a close ball game, that's definitely something to look forward to as a Mariners fan. But Astros finding their way back into the playoff contention. They are 5.5 games out of the AL West, so maybe not as easy of a task trying to beat those Oakland Athletics, but they're only 2.5 out of the wild card, with the Chicago White Sox being on a very, very bad tailspin. They've lost over their last 10 ball games. They, at one point, were contending for, if not leading the American League Central, and now they are 7.5 games back of the first wild card. They are still holding on to that second wild card spot, but depending on the outcome of the Tampa Bay-Toronto game, it's very possible that they could be out of a playoff spot by the end of the night. So looks like we are about to be rating our target tonight, Unhinged Canuck, and I'll do a little sign off for Brother Beard. I'm Special Effects. We want to thank you guys for joining us throughout the ball game. 6-2 is our final. Astros beat the Mariners, and join us tomorrow for some exciting ball coverage. Have a good night, everybody.
Inside the Show with Justin Allegri.
Hip-hop ain't really did for me. Little bell for the homies. Got a little green ball to beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scared. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got enough for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up and smell like the man running sound. Lucas Smoke when I am, I heard the Lucas told. Long Beach like Crazy Joe and Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump a flip where the is at. Might where the women at. Baby, similar. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangster shit. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, anxious. Mansions and white, Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the African. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay your mission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump a flip where them is at. Might where the women at.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they would pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they would pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no we knows. Go get a bag, I drip and I sauce. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, better won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me next to the way that I shoot off. Shuggy with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We go boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. One of my niggas, they would pop out in their heads. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the trap trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the trap trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep us on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block, and I'm about to go feelin'. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it, we gon' empty them till you know we dippin'. And my dumb so high, he keep rollin'. Gang.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they would pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they would pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah. She doing Gonsolin. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired of them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma talk them rat, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can have my corazón. La bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that phone. Bad at LA like LeBron. I got as much in her little bone. She say yo te amo. She just wanted Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas. Pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta. Que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien. Que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Suelta pa' que me baile. No te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes, pa' que me baile. No te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Ay, tranquila, mami. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Mafio. Ella se va de la casa. Rich music. Dímelo, baby, baby. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Tú eres pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo. Yeah.
I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a one. No one warned you, ain't no time for no when you sleeping on a stretcher like lily. I'm saying hey, 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 tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it, dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The strappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. If he ask for my relationship with the Lord. You can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on. I'd rather be serving some boys. And I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in it. Got me drowning, I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going baby, no one warned you, ain't no time for no baby. You sleeping on a stretcher like lily. I'm saying hey, 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 tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it, dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. No reason I'm.
gangster. Come on. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You about for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broker. Hang on, it's a trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nah, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? Two wait anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang on, it's a trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nah, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Are you gonna me in the car?
In the back of the black Cadillac, like back is to my mama hatchback, like I'ma let the roof back, put that out in the dash, like put a smack on the gas, but I hope I don't crash, like reason it was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you, I got me a chick, it's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty muy bien. We just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG, I'm the GM, go ahead, copyright it to him, go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know is there a reason it was so abrupt. I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you, I got me a chick, it's Caribbean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Long hair girl with Selena, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Ey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your breaking on, yeah. Long hair girl with the lean on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, me, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, make a Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot for. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the top.
Que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey, ma, ¿cómo estás? Yo sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó algo en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted?
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot for. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top.
Que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Oh, be on the drums, yeah, Paulo Londra. Big ligas, los mayores, Cristo Man, yeah, Jonas con flow. I'll be on the drums.
Now let's begin. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash is pay to play. You want more hits than lemonade. No, you don't own me. You don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond. Wine, a ground floor up, I can help you find. You're a dreamer. Call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. The wondered bond don't book no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, 'cause the best defense is the timeless track. You don't own There's nothing odd, that song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky, a chance to join their pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing along. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over to the side, look you straight into the eyes. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never.
Check me out now. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my mind cloud. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, telling it honor a lot, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This is precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. ITD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning hands. I close the curtain while she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking virtual clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
Hip-hop ain't really this shit found me. Little bit for the homies. Got a little green, bought a beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up and smile like the man running sound. Lucas mode. When I am, I heard the Lucas told. Long Beach like Crazy Joe and Mayhem. When we get new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump or flip where the is at. Might where the women at. Baby, bass in my Similac. Been contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, conscious. Mansions at white, Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happened on accident. They giving man to the Africans. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay your mission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. My Duffy clip, where them is at? My where the women at?
La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like